Gildan Media presents Your Coach in a Box, affordable, life-changing audio programs. The Shifts and the Shocks. What we've learned and have still to learn from the financial crisis. By Martin Wolf. Narrated by Sean Pratt. The following dedication appears in the book. For Jonathan, Benjamin, and Rachel, without whom my life would have been empty. Preface. Why I wrote this book. Can a Great Depression, happen again? And if it can happen, why didn't it occur in these years since World War II? These are questions that naturally follow from both the historical record and the comparative success of the past 35 years. To answer these questions, it is necessary to have an economic theory which makes Great Depressions one of the possible states in which our type of capitalist economy can find itself. Hyman Minsky, 1982. This book is about the way in which the financial and economic crises that hit the high-income countries after August 2007 have altered our world. But its analysis is rooted in how these shocks originated in prior shifts, the interactions between changes in the global economy and the financial system. It asks how these disturbing events will, and should, change the ways we think about economics. It also asks how they will, and should, change the policies followed by the affected countries and the rest of the world. The book is an exploration of an altered landscape. I must start by being honest with myself and with the listener. Although I spend my professional life analyzing the world economy and have seen many financial crises, I did not foresee a crisis of such a magnitude in the high-income countries. This was not because I was unaware of the unsustainable trends of the pre-crisis era. My previous book, Fixing Global Finance, published in 2008, but based on lectures delivered in 2006, discussed the fragility of finance and the frequency of financial crises since the early 1980s. It also examined the worrying growth of huge current account surpluses and deficits, the so-called global imbalances, after the emerging market crises of 1997 to 99. It focused particularly on the implications of the linked phenomena of the yawning U.S. current account deficits, the accumulations of foreign currency reserves by emerging economies, and the imbalances within the Eurozone. That discussion arose naturally from the consideration of finance in my earlier book, Why Globalization Works, published in 2004. That book, while arguing strongly in favor of globalization, stressed the heavy costs of financial crises. Nevertheless, I did not expect these trends to end in so enormous a financial crisis, so comprehensive a rescue, or so huge a turmoil within the Eurozone. My failure was not because I was unaware that what economists called the Great Moderation, a period of lower volatility of output in the U.S. in particular, between the late 1980s and 2007, had coincided with large and potentially destabilizing rises in asset prices and debt. It was rather because I lacked the imagination to anticipate a meltdown of the Western financial system. I was guilty of working with a mental model of the economy that did not allow for the possibility of another Great Depression or even a Great Recession in the world's most advanced economies. I believed that such an event was possible only as a consequence of inconceivably huge errors by bankers and regulators. My personal perspective on economics had failed the test set by the late and almost universally ignored Hyman Minsky. This book aims to learn from that mistake. One of its goals is to ask whether Minsky's demand for a theory that generates the possibility of Great Depressions is reasonable, and if so, how economists should respond. I believe it is quite reasonable. Many mainstream economists react by arguing that crises are impossible to forecast. If they were not, they would either already have happened or been forestalled by rational agents. It is certainly a satisfying doctrine, since few mainstream economists foresaw the crisis, or even the possibility of one. For the dominant school of neoclassical economics, depressions are a result of some external, or as economists say, exogenous, shock, not of forces generated within the system. The opposite, and in my view vastly more plausible possibility, is that the crisis happened partly because the economic models of the mainstream rendered that outcome ostensibly so unlikely in theory that they ended up making it far more likely in practice. The insouciance encouraged by the rational expectations and efficient market hypotheses made regulators and investors careless. As Minsky argued, stability destabilizes. This is an aspect of what George Soros, the successful speculator and innovative economic thinker, calls reflexivity. The way human beings think determines the reality in which they live. Naive economics helps cause unstable economies. Meanwhile, less conventional analysts would argue that crises are inevitable in our present economic system. Despite their huge differences, the post-Keynesian school, with its suspicion of free markets, and the Austrian school, with its fervent belief in them, would agree on that last point, though they would disagree on what causes crises and what to do about them when they happen. Minsky's view that economics should include the possibility of severe crises, not as the result of external shocks, but as events that emerge from within the system, is methodologically sound. Crises, after all, are economic phenomena. Moreover, they have proved a persistent feature of capitalist economies. As Nouriel Roubini and Stephen Mihm argue in their book Crisis Economics, crises and subsequent depressions are, in the now celebrated terminology of Nassim Nicholas Taleb, not black swans, rare and unpredictable events, but white swans, normal, if relevantly infrequent, events that even follow a predictable pattern. Depressions are indeed one of the states a capitalist economy can fall into. An economic theory that does not incorporate that possibility is as relevant as a theory of biology that excludes the risk of extinctions, a theory of the body that excludes the risk of heart attacks, or a theory of bridge building that excludes the risk of collapse. I would also agree with Minsky that governments have to respond when depressions happen, this being the point on which the views of the post-Keynesian and Austrian schools diverge, the former rooted in the equilibrium unemployment theories of John Maynard Keynes, and the latter in the free market perspectives of Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich Hayek. Minsky himself put his faith in big government, a government able to finance the private sector by running fiscal deficits, and a big bank, a central bank, able to support lending when the financial system is no longer able to do so. Indeed, dealing with such threatening events is a big part of the purpose of modern governments and central banks. In addition to tackling crises, as and when they arise, policymakers also need to consider how to reduce vulnerability to such events. Needless to say, every part of these views on the fragility of the market economy and the responsibilities of government is controversial. These events have not been the first to change my views on economics since I started studying the subject at Oxford University in 1967. Over the subsequent 45 years, I have learned a great deal and, unsurprisingly, changed my mind from time to time. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, for example, I came to the view that a bigger role for markets and a macroeconomic policy dedicated to monetary stability were essential in both high-income and developing countries. I participated, therefore, in the move towards more market-oriented economic perspectives that took place at that time. I was particularly impressed with the Austrian view of the market economy as a system for encouraging the search for profitable opportunities, in contrast to the neoclassical fixation with equilibrium. The writings of Joseph Schumpeter and Hayek were, and remain, powerful influences. The present crisis has underlined my skepticism about equilibrium, but has also restored a strong and admiring interest in the work of Keynes, which had begun when I was at Oxford. After a passage of 80 years, Keynes's concerns of the 1930s have again become ours. Those who fail to learn from history are, we have been reminded, condemned to repeat it. Thus, the crisis has altered the way I think about finance, macroeconomics, and the links between them, and so, inevitably, also about financial and monetary systems. In some ways, I find, the views that animate this book bring me closer to my attitudes of 45 years ago. It is helpful to separate my opinions about how the world works, which do change, from my values, which have remained unaltered. I acquired these values from my parents, particularly from my late father, Edmund Wolff, a Jewish refugee from 1930s Austria. He was a passionate supporter of liberal democracy. He opposed utopians and fanatics of both the left and the right. He believed in Enlightenment values tempered by appreciation of the frailties of humanity. The latter had its roots in his talent and career as a playwright and journalist. He accepted people as they are. He opposed those who sought to transform them into what they could not be. These values made him, and later me, staunchly anti-communist during the Cold War. I have remained attached to these values throughout my life. My views on the economy have altered over time, however. As economic turbulence hit the Western world during the 1970s, I became concerned that this might undermine both prosperity and political stability. When UK retail price inflation hit 27% in August 1975, I even wondered whether my country would go the way of Argentina. I was happy to see Margaret Thatcher seek to defeat inflation, restrict the unnecessary extensions of state intervention in the economy, curb the unbridled power of the trades unions, and liberalize markets. These were, I thought, essential reforms. Similarly, it seemed to me that the U.S. needed at least some of what Ronald Reagan offered. In the context of the ongoing Cold War, a restored and reinvigorated West appeared necessary and right. I believe that the moves away from what was then an overstretched and unaccountable state towards a more limited and accountable one were in the right direction, if the right balance between society and the state was to be restored. In the 1970s, I concluded, the state had become weak because it was overextended, notably in the UK. 3-day weeks, soaring inflation, collapsed profits, and labor unrest all indicated that the state was decreasingly able to perform its basic functions. The US and the UK needed to have more limited and more effective states together with more self-reliant and more vigorous civil societies. No less necessary, I concluded from what I learned as a postgraduate at Nuffield College, Oxford, and subsequently during my 10 years at the World Bank, was reform and liberalization of the economies of developing countries. The results have largely been positive over the past 3 decades, though there, too, the threat of financial instability was never far away, as became evident from August 1982, the month when the Latin American debt crisis of the 1980s broke upon the world. The era of market liberalization has also been the era of financial crises, culminating in the biggest and most important of them, which began in 2007. Between 1989 and 1991, the Cold War suddenly ended. I delighted in the collapse of Soviet communism and the triumph of liberal democracy. I thought a period of peace and stable prosperity would be on offer. The period since then has indeed been a time of extraordinary economic progress in much of the developing world, above all in China and then India, countries accounting for almost 40% of the world's population. No less encouraging has been the spread of democracy in important parts of the world, notably Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and of course, post-Soviet Europe. Today, it is possible to identify at least the spread of democratic ideals, if not working democratic practices, in parts of the Arab and wider Muslim world. What is emerging is, of course, not only imperfect and corrupt, but often marred by violence and oppression. But it is impossible to look back at the developments of the past 3 decades without concluding that, notwithstanding the failures and disappointments, the general direction has been towards more accountable governments, more market-oriented economies, and so towards more cooperative and positive-sum relations among states. The creation of the World Trade Organization in 1996 is just one, albeit particularly important, sign of these fundamentally hopeful developments. Yet, much has also gone wrong. During the 1990s, and particularly during the Asian financial crisis of 1997 to 98, I became concerned that the liberalization of the 1980s and 1990s had brought forth a monster, a financial sector able to devour economies from within. I expressed those concerns in columns for the Financial Times written in response. This suspicion has hardened into something close to a certainty since 2007. Connected to this is concern about the implications of ever-rising levels of debt, particularly in the private sector, and beyond that, what is beginning to look like chronically weak demand at the global level. Faith in unfettered financial markets and the benefits of ever-rising private debt was not the only dangerous form of economic hubris on offer. Another was the creation of the euro. Indeed, in a column written in 1991, as the negotiation of the Maastricht Treaty was completed, I had already judged this risky venture in words used by the ancient Greeks of the path taken by a tragic play. Hubris, meaning arrogance, ate, meaning folly, and nemesis, meaning retribution. In addition, we have seen a marked rise in inequality in many of the world's economies, particularly in the more market-oriented high-income countries. Rising inequality has many adverse effects, declining social mobility, for example. Among these adverse effects is a link with financial instability, as people feel forced to borrow in order to make up for stagnant or even declining real incomes. The solutions of 3 decades ago have morphed into the problems of today. That's hardly a new experience in human history. Yet it is particularly likely when a philosophy is taken to its extreme. Liberal democracy is, I believe, now as threatened by financial instability and rising inequality as it was by the high inflation and squeezed profits of the 1970s. In learning lessons from that era, we have, perhaps, inevitably, made mistakes in this one. Liberal democracy contains 2 words that correspond to 2 related but distinct concepts of liberalism. Both have deep roots. One concept is freedom of the individual under the law. This form of freedom, personal autonomy, represents what the late Isaiah Berlin, in his classic essay, 2 Concepts of Liberty, called negative freedom. The other concept is not quite that of positive freedom, as Berlin defined it, though it bears some relation to that concept. It's rather of the individual as citizen. As the late Albert Hirschman argued, voice, the ability to have a say in collective decisions that affect one, is just as important as exit, the ability of the individual to choose alternatives not just as a consumer and producer, but as a citizen. Whereas the first concept of liberty is quintessentially English, the second goes back to the ancient world. For Athenians, The separated individual, who took no place in public life, was an idiotes, the word from which our word idiot is derived. Such a person was an inadequate human being because he, for the Greeks it was always he, focused only on his private concerns rather than on those of his polis or city-state, the collective that succored him and to which he owed not just his loyalty but also his energy. The ideal of a liberal democracy derives from the marriage of these two ideas, freedom and citizenship. It is based on the belief that we are not only individuals with rights to choose for ourselves, subject to the law, we are also, as Aristotle put it, political animals. As such, we have both a need and a right to participate in public life. Citizenship translates the idea of individual self-worth to the political level. As citizens, we can and should do things together. Many of these things are, in turn, the foundation stones of Berlin's positive liberty, or individual agency. Obvious examples of socially provided public and semi-public goods, beyond the classic public goods of defense and justice, are environmental protection, funding of basic scientific research, support for technical innovation and provision of medical care, education, and a social safety net. Making choices together about the provision of such goods does not represent a violation of freedom, but is rather both an expression and a facilitator of that fundamental value. Today, then, the threats to liberal democracy, as I define it, come not from communism, socialism, labor militancy, soaring inflation, or a collapse in business profitability, as was the case in the 1970s, but from financial and economic instability, high unemployment, and soaring inequality. The balance needs to be shifted again. Recognizing that need does not change my view that markets and competition are the most powerful forces for economic dynamism, nor has it changed my view that a market economy is both a reflection of personal liberty and a precondition for its survival. Only if people are free in their means can they be free in their ends. Democracy, too, will not function in the long run without a citizenry that is, to a substantial degree, economically independent of the state. But the financially driven capitalism that emerged after the market-oriented counter-revolution has proved too much of a good thing. That is what I have learned from the crisis. This book bears witness to this perspective and attempts to make sense of how it has changed the way I think about our world. Introduction. We're not in Kansas anymore. No longer the boom-bust economy, Britain has had the lowest interest rates for 40 years, and no longer the stop-go economy, Britain is now enjoying the longest period of sustained economic growth for 200 years. Gordon Brown, 2004. My view is that improvements in monetary policy, though certainly not the only factor, have probably been an important source of the Great Moderation. In particular, I am not convinced that the decline in macroeconomic volatility of the past 2 decades was primarily the result of good luck, as some have argued, though I am sure good luck had its part to play as well. Ben Bernanke, Governor of the Federal Reserve Board, 2004. The past is a foreign country. Even the quite recent past is a foreign country. That is certainly true of the views of leading policymakers. The crisis that broke upon the world in August 2007 and then morphed into a widening economic malaise in the high-income countries and huge turmoil in the Eurozone has put not just these countries but the world into a state previously unimagined even by intelligent and well-informed policymakers. Gordon Brown was, after all, a politician, not a professional economist. Hubris was not, in his case, so surprising. But Ben Bernanke is an exceptionally competent economist. His mistakes were, alas, representative of the profession. In a celebrated speech from February 2004 on what economists called the Great Moderation, Ben Bernanke talked about what now seems an altogether different planet. A world not of financial crises and long-term economic malaise, but one of outstanding stability and superlative monetary policy. Moreover, claimed Mr. Bernanke, improved monetary policy has likely made an important contribution not only to the reduced volatility of inflation, which is not particularly controversial, but to the reduced volatility of output as well. This now seems quaint. The economics establishment failed. It failed to understand how the economy worked at the macroeconomic level because it failed to appreciate the role of financial risks. And it failed to understand the role of financial risks partly because it failed to understand how the economy worked at the macroeconomic level. The work of economists who did understand these sources of fragility was ignored because it did not fit into the imagined world of rational agents, efficient markets, and general equilibrium that these professors, Pangloss, had made up. The subsequent economic turmoil has done more than make the economics of even a few years ago look as dead as a dodo. It has, or should have, changed the world. That is the subject of this book. It does not offer a detailed history of the crisis. It is, instead, an attempt to analyze what the crisis tells us about the economy and economics. Only by analyzing this event in some detail is it possible to discuss what needs to be done and then set that against what has been and is being done. Are we now on a sustainable course? The answer, I will argue, is no. Outline of the analysis. Part 1. The Shocks looks at how the financial crises that hit the advanced economies after 2007 made the world what it was in early 2014. Yes, globalization is continuing, but the latest and most dangerous financial crises of the post-war era have made the world economy fragile and the economies of the high-income countries weak. Chapter 1, the first chapter in Part 1, looks at the global financial crisis and its aftermath, focusing on where the high-income economies now are. Economic orthodoxy treated such huge financial crises as more or less inconceivable. Nevertheless, they happened. The wave of financial crises and the policy measures used to combat them, the bailout of the banking system, the unprecedented monetary expansion, and the huge fiscal deficits, were extraordinary. While such heroic measures halted the move into another Great Depression, they failed to return the high-income countries to a state of good health. Governments have been struggling with an aftermath of high unemployment, low productivity growth, deleveraging, and rising concerns about fiscal solvency. The specter of a Japanese malaise has loomed. Chapter 2 then turns to the crisis in the Eurozone. Once the credit flows stopped in 2008, the structural weaknesses of the Eurozone became evident. Subsequently, a host of inadequate policy interventions barely staved off a meltdown. Despite some progress in tackling the crisis, the post-war European project remains at risk, since it is impossible to go forward to a far stronger union or back to monetary independence. Chapter 3, the last in Part 1, looks at the consequences of the crises from the emerging economies. In general, economic growth in emerging markets remained rapid, despite weaknesses in high-income economies. But there, too, including in China and India, concerns have grown about excessive private or public sector debts and asset bubbles. In addition, the exceptional monetary policies of advanced countries and huge private outflows of capital from them, seeking higher yields, also created severe dilemmas for policymakers in emerging countries. Should they accept higher exchange rates and reduced external competitiveness, or resist them, perhaps by intervening in currency markets, so risking a loss of monetary control, excessive credit growth, inflation, and financial disorder? Finally, evidence of slowing underlying growth has emerged. Further structural reforms are needed. Part 2, The Shifts, examines how the world economy got here. What created the fragility that finally turned into such huge financial and economic shocks? If we are to do better in the future, we have to understand the roots of what went wrong. Chapter 4, the first chapter in Part 2, focuses on financial fragility. Why did core parts of the financial system disintegrate? Was this because of inherent weaknesses in the financial system? Was it because of specific policy errors before and during the crisis? Were the mistakes in handling the crisis, as some argue, even more important than those made before the crisis? All these views turn out to be partially correct. The chapter will analyze what makes financial systems inherently fragile. It will then look closely at what made the financial system particularly fragile prior to 2007. It will examine the growth of shadow banking, the increase in financial complexity and interconnectedness, the role of moral hazard, and the responsibilities of government in handling crises. It will also argue that important mistakes were made in understanding the limitations of inflation targeting in managing economies. Yet, Chapter 5 will add, the vulnerability to crisis was not due to what happened inside the financial system alone. Underneath it were global economic events, notably the emergence of a global savings glut and the associated credit bubble, partly due to a number of interlinked economic shifts. A crucial aspect of this was the rise of the global imbalances, while emerging economies decided to export capital to advanced countries that the latter proved unable to use effectively. After the Asian crisis, global real estate interest rates fell to exceptionally low levels. This triggered an asset price boom that then turned into a bubble. But also important in forming the savings glut was the changing distribution of income between capital and labor and among workers. The chapter will argue that popular alternative explanations of the macroeconomic causes of the crisis, loose monetary policy in particular, confuse results with causes. Behind the rising imbalances and the associated savings glut lay fundamental shifts in the world economy, driven by liberalization, technology, and aging, and revealed in globalization, rising inequality, and weak investment in high-income economies. Chapter 5 will also look at how the combination of the credit bubble with the savings glut and the underlying design flaws drove the Eurozone into such a deep crisis. It will argue that one must understand the interaction of 5 elements: errors in design, errors in policymaking among creditor and debtor countries prior to the crisis, the fragility of finance, notably the banking system in Eurozone countries, mistakes of monetary policy, and failures to work out effective ways of dealing with the crisis when it hit. As a result, the risks of breakdown remain significant, with devastating potential effects on the economic stability of the continent. Part 3, The Solutions, then looks at where we should be going. The salient characteristic of the response to the crisis was to do barely the minimum needed to put the show back on the road. This is true of macroeconomic policy. It is true of financial sector reform, and it is also true of reform of the Eurozone. All this is understandable, but it's not good enough. It makes it almost certain that the recovery will be too weak and unbalanced, and that still bigger crises will emerge in the future. Chapter 6, the first chapter in Part 3, will take up the search for better economic ideas. The crisis has revealed deep misunderstandings of the way the modern economy works that resulted in huge policy mistakes, both before and, in the case of fiscal policy, also after the crisis. It is necessary to ask how much of the orthodox economics of the past few decades holds up in the light of events. Were the Austrian economists or the post-Keynesians closer to the truth than orthodox economists who ran central banks and advised treasuries? The answer will be that the heterodox economists were indeed more right than the orthodox. The challenge for economics is large and the need for experimentation strong. Some argue that we need to move back to the gold standard. The chapter will show that this is a fantasy, but the issue of the link between money and finance is central and must be addressed. Chapter 7 will look at how to achieve a better financial system. It will start from the reforms that are now being undertaken and ask whether they will be sufficient to generate a secure future. The discussion will then look at further possible reforms, including much higher capital requirements and proposals to eliminate fractional reserve banking altogether. The discussion will conclude by arguing that further radical reform is essential because the current financial system is inherently dependent on the state. That creates dangerous incentives, ultimately quite likely to destroy the solvency of states. A particularly important aspect of the frailty of finance is its role in generating property bubbles. The leveraging up of the stock of land is a consistently destabilizing phenomenon. Chapter 8 will then turn to the search for a better economy, both domestic and global. The starting point must be how to achieve a more vigorous and well-balanced recovery. There should have been much stronger monetary and particularly fiscal support for the recovery. The failure to do this will cast a long shadow over economic prospects. Policymakers made a big mistake in 2010 when they embraced austerity prematurely. But there are important longer-term constraints on achieving a return to pre-crisis rates of growth and balancing demand and supply without resorting to another destabilizing credit and asset price bubble. The obvious solutions are a big expansion of investment and net exports. Yet, there are obstacles to both. The world economy needs to be substantially rebalanced, with capital flowing from developed to emerging countries on a large scale. The chapter will explain how this might be done and why it will be so difficult. It will require reforms of the global monetary system. Among other things, there is a strong case for generating a new reserve asset that would make far less necessary the mercantilist policies of emerging economies. But if that is impossible, as seems likely, and the high-income countries are unable to generate an investment boom, the latter may have to consider radical reforms of monetary arrangements, including direct monetary financing of budget deficits. Chapter 9, the last in Part 3, will examine the search for a reformed Eurozone. Today, the Eurozone confronts an existential challenge. It has to decide whether to break up, in whole or in part, or to create a minimum set of institutions and policies that would make it work much better. Dismantling the Eurozone is conceivable, but it would create a huge financial, economic, and political mess in at least the short to medium term. The mess would stretch into the far distant future if dismantling the Eurozone led to the unraveling of the entire project for European integration. The alternative reforms will have to include more effective support for countries in temporary difficulties, a degree of fiscal federalism, greater financial integration, a more supportive central bank, and mechanisms for ensuring symmetrical adjustment of competitiveness. Without such changes, the Eurozone will never work well, and even with them, it may still not survive in the long term. Finally, the conclusion will return to what this crisis means for the world. It will argue that this is a turning point. Fundamental reforms are needed if we are to achieve greater stability. We will need both more globalization and less, more global regulation and cooperation, and more freedom for individual countries to craft their own responses to the pressures of a globalizing world. There are huge long-term tasks in maintaining the supply of global public goods, a stable world economy, peace, and above all, management of huge global environment challenges as the world integrates and develops. Yet these challenges will not be met if we do not first overcome the legacy of the crisis. Moreover, All this must be managed at a time of transition in global power and responsibility from a world dominated by Western powers to one in which new powers have arisen. Why the shocks matter. What makes this analysis important? The answer is that the financial and economic crises of the West have changed the world. They change what is happening, how we should think about what is happening, and what we should do about it. Let's start with the obvious point. The world economy turned out to be very different from what most people imagined in 2007. Economies that were deemed vigorous have turned out to be sickly. In all the important high-income countries, output had remained far below previous trends, and the rate of growth is mostly well below what had previously been considered its potential. Levels of activity were still below pre-crisis peaks in a number of important countries in 2013, notably France, Italy, Japan, and the UK. Moreover, unemployment rates were elevated and persistent. The concern that something similar to the lengthy Japanese economic malaise was about to hit a number of high-income countries had, alas, grown more credible. Maybe the outcome would be even worse than in Japan. On balance, it has been so far. Meanwhile, emerging countries mostly recovered vigorously. They did so in part by replacing the external demand they had lost with domestic stimulus. This worked in the short run, remarkably so in China. But such action could leave a difficult legacy in the form of low-quality investments, asset price bubbles, and bad debts, and might, for such reasons, prove unsustainable. At the same time, the emerging countries could not return to the strategies of export-led growth-come-reserve accumulation, followed by many of the most successful among them prior to the crisis. The weakness of private demand within high-income countries has precluded that, and, in particular, the loss of creditworthiness by many households. In all, the legacy of the crises includes deep practical challenges to policymaking almost everywhere. As a result of these unexpected economic developments, crisis-hit countries have been forced to struggle with worse fiscal positions than they had previously imagined. As the work of Carmen Reinhardt and Kenneth Rogoff, both now at Harvard University, has shown, fiscal crises are a natural concomitant of financial crises, largely because of the impact on government revenue and spending of declining profits and economic activity, together with rising unemployment. These come on top of the direct fiscal costs of bank bailouts. As was to be predicted, in the current crisis, the biggest adverse fiscal effects were felt in countries that suffered a direct hit from the financial crises, such as the US, the UK, Ireland, and Spain, rather than in countries that suffered an indirect hit via trade. Worse still, the longer-term fiscal position of the crisis-hit countries was always likely to be difficult because of population aging. Now, the legacy of the crisis has sharply curtailed the room for maneuver. Along with the fiscal impact has come a huge monetary upheaval. In today's credit-based system, the supply of money is a byproduct of the private creation of credit. The central banks regulate the price of money, while the central bank and government, in concert, ensure the convertibility of deposit money into government money at par by acting as a lender of last resort, in the case of the central bank, and provider of overt or covert insurance of liabilities in the case of the government. However, because this financial crisis has been so severe, central banks went far beyond standard operations. They not only lowered their official intervention rates to the lowest levels ever seen, but enormously expanded their balance sheets with controversial long-term effects. The most obvious of all the changes is the transformed position of the financial system. The crisis established the dependence of the world's most significant institutions on government support. It underlined the existence of institutions that are too big and interconnected to fail. It confirmed the notion that the financial system is a ward of the state, rather than a part of the market economy. It demonstrated the fragility of the financial system. As a result of all this, the crisis inflicted huge damage on the credibility of the market-oriented global financial system, and so also on the credibility of what is often called Anglo-Saxon financial capitalism, the system in which financial markets determine not only the allocation of resources, but also the ownership and governance of companies. One consequence is that the financial system has been forced through substantial reform. Another is that a debate about the proper role and structure of the financial industry became inescapable. Yet another is that the willingness of emerging economies to integrate into the global financial system was reduced. As a result of the crisis, the established high-income countries suffered a huge loss of prestige. These countries, above all the U.S., though counting for a steadily smaller share of the world's population, remained economically and politically dominant throughout the post-Second World War era. This was partly because they had the largest economies, and so dominated global finance and trade. It was also because they controlled global economic institutions. However much the rest of the world resented the power and arrogance of the high-income countries, it accepted that, by and large, the latter knew what they were doing, at least in economic policy. The financial crisis and subsequent malaise destroyed that confidence. Worse, because of the relative success of China's state capitalism, the blow to the prestige of Western financial capitalism has carried with it a parallel blow to the credibility of Western democracy. These crises also accelerated a transition in economic power and influence that was already underway. Between 2007 and 2012, the gross domestic product of the high-income countries, in aggregate, rose by 2.4% in real terms, according to the International Monetary Fund, with that of the U.S. rising by 2.9% and that of the Eurozone falling by 1.3%. Over the same period, the real GDP of the emerging countries grew by 31%, and those of India and China by 39% and 56%, respectively. Such a speedy transformation in relative economic weight among important countries has no precedent. It is plausible that China's economy already is the biggest in the world, at purchasing power parity, in the middle of this decade, and will be the biggest in market prices by the early part of the next decade. The crisis has accelerated the world economy towards this profound transition. The coincidence of a huge financial and economic crisis with a prior transformation in relative economic power also occurred in the 1930s. The rise of the U.S. as a great economic power in the early 20th century and the overwhelming strength of its balance of payments after the First World War helped cause both the scale of the global economic crisis and the ineffectiveness of the response in the 1930s. This time, between 2007 and 2012, the rise of China, a new economic superpower, was among the explanations for the global imbalances that helped cause the crises. Fortunately, this did not thwart an effective response. In future, the world may not be so fortunate. Transitions in global power are always fraught with geopolitical and geoeconomic peril, because the incumbent ceases to be able to provide the necessary political and economic order, and the rising power does not see the need to do so. The crises have generated, in addition, fundamental changes to the operation of the global economy. Among the most important features of the pre-crisis global economy, indeed, one of the causes of the crisis itself, were huge net flows of capital from emerging economies into supposedly safe assets in high-income countries. The governments of emerging countries organized these flows, largely as a result of intervention in currency markets and the consequent accumulation of foreign currency reserves, which reached $11.4 trillion at the end of September 2013, quite apart from over $6 trillion in sovereign wealth funds. The recycling of current account surpluses, and private capital inflows into official capital outflows, described by some as a savings glut and by others as a money glut, was one of the causes of the crisis. These flows are certainly unsustainable because high-income countries have proved demonstrably unable to use the money effectively. The crisis has, in this way, too, changed the world. What was destabilizing before the crisis became unsustainable after it. Furthermore, the globalization of finance is also under threat. The reality is that economies have become more integrated, but political order still rests on states. In the case of finance, taxpayers bailed out institutions whose business was heavily abroad. Similarly, they were forced to protect financial businesses from developments abroad, including those caused by regulatory incompetence and malfeasance. This is politically unacceptable. Broadly, two outcomes seem possible: less globalized finance or more globalized regulation. This dilemma is particularly marked inside the Eurozone. As Adair Lord Turner, chairman of the UK's Financial Services Authority, has noted. This is because financial markets are more integrated, and the autonomy of national policy is more limited than elsewhere. In practice, the outcome in Europe is likely to be some mixture of the two. The same is also true for the world as a whole, where tensions arise between a desire to agree to at least a minimum level of common regulatory standards and a parallel desire to preserve domestic regulatory autonomy. Such pressure for deglobalization may not be limited to finance. The combination of slow growth with widening inequality, higher unemployment, financial instability, so-called currency wars, and fiscal defaults may yet undermine the political legitimacy of globalization in many other respects. Inevitably, the legacy of the crises includes large-scale, institutional changes in many areas of policy, at national, regional, and global levels. The obvious areas for reform are financial regulation, the functioning of monetary systems, global governance, and global economic institutions. Reforms are underway, but big questions remain unaddressed and unresolved, notably over global monetary and exchange rate regimes. A revealing step taken early in the crisis was the shift from the group of 7 leading high-income countries as the focus for informal global decision-making to the group of 20, a shift that brought with it an increase in relevance at the price of a reduction in effectiveness. This is just one aspect of the complications created by the need to take account of the views and interests of more players than ever before. Whatever happens at the global level, the crises created an existential challenge for the Eurozone, and so for the post-Second World War European project. The Eurozone might still lose members, though the chances of that have much reduced since the worst of the crisis. Such a reversal would imperil the single market and the European Union itself. It would mark the first time that the European project had gone backwards, with devastating consequences for the prestige and credibility of this idea. Worst of all, such a breakdown would reflect and exacerbate a breakdown in trust among the peoples and countries of Europe, with dire effects on their ability to sustain a cooperative approach on the problems of Europe and act effectively in the wider world. Fortunately, policymakers understand these risks. Yet even if everything is resolved, as seems likely, Europe will remain inward-looking for many years. If everything were not resolved, the collapse of the European model of integration would shatter the credibility of what was, for all its faults, the most promising system of peaceful international integration there has ever been. Yet perhaps the biggest way in which the crises have changed the world is, or at least should be, intellectual. They have shown that established views of how and how well the world's most sophisticated economies and financial systems work were nonsense. This poses an uncomfortable challenge for economies and a parallel challenge for economic policymakers, central bankers, financial regulators, officials of finance ministries, and ministers. It is, in the last resort, ideas that matter, as Keynes knew well. Both economists and policymakers need to rethink their understanding of the world in important respects. The pre-crisis conventional wisdom, aptly captured in Mr. Bernanke's speech about the contribution of improved monetary policy to the Great Moderation, stands revealed as complacent, indeed, vainglorious. The world has indeed changed. The result is a ferment of ideas, with many heterodox schools exerting much greater influence and splits within the neoclassical orthodoxy. This upheaval is reminiscent of the 1930s and 1940s, and again of the 1970s. The opportunity of securing a more prosperous and integrated global economy surely remains, but the challenge of achieving it now seems more intractable than most analysts imagined. In the 1930s, the world failed. Will it do better this time? I fervently hope so. But the story is not yet over. As Dorothy says in The Wizard of Oz, "Toto, I've a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore." Part 1. The Shocks. Prologue. The financial and economic crises of the Western world became visible in the summer of 2007 and reached their apogee in the autumn of 2008. The result was an unprecedented government-led rescue operation. That, in turn, triggered an economic turnaround in the course of 2009. But the recovery of the high-income countries was, in general, disappointing. Output remained depressed, unemployment stayed elevated, fiscal deficits remained high, and monetary policy seemed, by conventional measures, unprecedentedly loose. This is beginning to look like a Western version of Japan's prolonged post-bubble malaise. One reason for persistent disappointment is that the Western crisis became, from 2010 onwards, also a deep crisis of the Eurozone. Crisis dynamics engulfed Greece, Ireland, Portugal, Spain, and even Italy. All these countries were pushed into deep recessions, if not depressions. The price of credit remained high for a long time. By early 2013, the sense of crisis had abated, but chronic economic malaise continued, with no certainty of a strong recovery or even of enduring stability. Meanwhile, emerging economies, in general, thrived. The worst hit among them were the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, many of which had run huge current account deficits before the crisis. Like the members of the Eurozone in Southern Europe, these were then devastated by a series of sudden stops in capital inflows. Other emerging and developing countries proved far more resilient. This was the result of a big improvement in policy over the previous decades. Particularly important was the move towards stronger external positions, including a massive accumulation of foreign exchange reserves, particularly by Asian emerging countries, notably including China. This gave them the room to expand domestic demand and so return swiftly to prosperity despite the crisis. Those emerging and developing countries that could not expand demand themselves were often able to piggyback on the stimuli of others, particularly China. And that was particularly true of the commodity exporters. This represents an important and probably enduring shift in the world economy. The old core is becoming more peripheral. But the sustainability of the expansionary policies adopted by emerging economies, and so their ability to thrive while high-income countries continue to be weak, is in doubt. Particularly important is the risk of a sharp slowdown in the Chinese economy and the likely associated weakness of commodity prices. Chapter 1. From Crisis to Austerity. The central problem of depression prevention has been solved for all practical purposes, and has in fact been solved for many decades. Robert E. Lucas, 2003. When I became Treasury Secretary in July 2006, financial crises weren't new to me, nor were the failures of major financial institutions. I had witnessed serious market disturbances and the collapse or near collapses of Continental Illinois Bank, Drexel Burnham Lambert, and Salomon Brothers, among others. With the exception of the savings and loan debacle, these disruptions generally focused on a single organization, such as the hedge fund Long-Term Capital Management in 1998. The crisis that began in 2007 was far more severe, and the risks to the economy and the American people much greater. Between March and September 2008, 8 major U.S. financial institutions failed: Bear Stearns, IndyMac, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Lehman Brothers, AIG, Washington Mutual, and Wachovia. 6 of them in September alone. And the damage was not limited to the U.S. More than 20 European banks across 10 countries were rescued from July 2007 through February 2009. This, the most wrenching financial crisis since the Great Depression, caused a terrible recession in the U.S. and severe harm around the world. Yet it could have been so much worse. Had it not been for unprecedented interventions by the U.S. and other governments, many more financial institutions would have gone under, and the economic damage would have been far greater and longer lasting. Hank Paulson, from his book On the Brink, 2010. Hank Paulson is a controversial figure. For many Americans, he is the man who bailed out Wall Street too generously. For others, he is the man who failed to bail out Wall Street generously enough. In his thought-provoking book, Capitalism 4.0, the British journalist Anatoly Kaletsky blames him for the disaster, writing that the domino-style failure of U.S. financial institutions that autumn of 2008 was not due to any worsening of economic conditions. It was simply a consequence of the U.S. Treasury's unpredictable and reckless handling first of Fannie and Freddie, then of Lehman, and finally of AIG. Whatever we may think of Mr. Paulson's culpability, we cannot deny his outline of what actually happened in 2007 and 2008. In this chapter, I will not attempt a detailed account of how the crisis that hit the core high-income countries in those years unfolded. That has been done in other publications. My aim here is rather to demonstrate its scale, the extraordinary policy response, and the economic aftermath. I will postpone detailed discussion of the economic and financial origins of the crisis to Part 2 of the book, and analysis of the very different impact upon emerging and developing countries to Chapter 4. By focusing on the high-income countries, I want to show that this was no ordinary economic event. To pretend that one can return to the intellectual and policy-making status quo ante is profoundly mistaken. The scale of the crisis. The world economy of the 2000s showed 4 widely noticed and, as we shall see, closely related characteristics. 1. Huge balance of payments imbalances. 2. A surge in house prices and house building in a number of high-income countries, notably including the U.S. 3. Rapid growth in the scale and profitability of a liberalized financial sector. And 4. Soaring private debt in a number of high-income countries, notably the U.S., but also the U.K. and Spain. Many observers doubted whether this combination would continue indefinitely. The questions were, when would it end? And would it do so smoothly, bumpily, or disastrously? The answers, it turned out, were, in 2007 and 2008, and disastrously. Already in March 2008, I assessed the unfolding crisis as follows. I wrote, "What makes this crisis so significant? It tests the most evolved financial system we have. It emanates from the core of the world's most advanced financial system and from transactions entered into by the most sophisticated financial institutions, which use the cleverest tools of securitization and rely on the most sophisticated risk management. Even so, the financial system blew up. Both the commercial paper and interbank markets froze for months. The securitized paper turned out to be radioactive, and the ratings proffered by ratings agencies to be fantasy. Central banks had to pump in vast quantities of liquidity, and the panic-stricken Federal Reserve was forced to make unprecedented cuts in interest rates. Far worse was to follow in the course of 2008. This crisis had become visible to many observers on August 9, 2007, when the European Central Bank injected €94.8 billion into the markets, partly in response to an announcement from BNP Paribas that it could no longer give investors in 3 of its investment funds their money back. This event made it clear that the crisis would not be restricted to the U.S. In the globalized financial system, toxic paper, marketed debt of doubtful value, had been distributed widely across borders. Worse, contrary to what proponents of the new market-based financial system had long and, alas, all too persuasively argued, risk had been distributed not to those best able to bear it, but to those least able to understand it. Examples turned out to include IKB, an ill-managed German Landesbank, and no fewer than 8 Norwegian municipalities. These plucked chickens duly panicked when it became clear what, in their folly, they had been persuaded to buy. On September 13, 2007, Northern Rock, a specialized UK mortgage lender, which had been offering home loans of up to 125% of the value of property and 60% of whose total lending was financed by short-term borrowing, suffered the first large depositor run on a British bank since the 19th century. Ultimately, the Labour government nationalized Northern Rock, paradoxically very much contrary to the company's wishes. Reliance on short-term loans from financial markets, rather than deposits, for funding of long-term, illiquid assets had, it soon turned out, become widespread. This was also a dangerous source of vulnerability, since explicit and implicit insurance had made deposits relatively less likely to run than market-based finance. That lesson proved of particular importance for the U.S. because of the scale of market-based lending in the funding of mortgages. As managing director of the huge California-based fund manager PIMCO, which is an acronym standing for the Pacific Investment Management Company, Paul McCulley, in 2007, labeled this the shadow banking system when he spoke in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, at the annual Economic Symposium of the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. The label stuck. Both these lessons, the widespread distribution of opaque securitized assets, the bundling of debts into marketable securities, and the reliance of so many intermediaries on funding from wholesale markets, turned out to have great relevance as the crisis worsened in 2008. Then, on March 16, 2008, the Financial Times reported, J.P. Morgan buys Bear Stearns for $2 a share. The Federal Reserve provided backup funding of $30 billion for this operation, taking some of the credit risk in the process. Just a year before that calamity, the Financial Times had reported, Bear Stearns yesterday became the latest Wall Street bank to report strong earnings and insist that it does not see much lasting impact from the crisis in the subprime mortgage market. It would say that, wouldn't it? But the likelihood is that its management, along with almost everybody else, did not imagine the horrors to come. They were probably more fools than knaves. The rescue prompted me to write in the Financial Times of March 25, 2008. Remember Friday, March 14, 2008? It was the day the dream of global free market capitalism died. For 3 decades we have moved towards market-driven financial systems. By its decision to rescue Bear Stearns, the Federal Reserve, the institution responsible for monetary policy in the U.S., chief protagonist of free market capitalism, declared this era over. It showed indeed its agreement with the remark of Joseph Ackerman, chief executive of Deutsche Bank, that "I no longer believe in the market's self-healing power. Deregulation has reached its limits." The U.S. government took the two government-sponsored enterprises, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which then guaranteed 3/4 of U.S. mortgages, into conservatorship on September 7th. This proved what investors and critics had long believed, namely that the U.S. government stood behind the vast borrowings of these allegedly private companies. $5,400 billion in outstanding liabilities at the time of the rescue. Yet it then, controversially, allowed, or felt obliged to allow, Lehman Brothers to go bankrupt on September 15th. Merrill Lynch was sold to Bank of America for $50 billion, or $29 a share, on the same day, a big premium above its share price of $17, but a reduction of 61% on its share price of $75 a year before, and 70% from its pre-crisis peak. Then, promptly after refusing to rescue Lehman, the U.S. government saved the insurance giant AIG, taking a 79.9% equity stake and lending it $85 billion on September 16th. In his book, Mr. Paulson argues that the decisions were not inconsistent because, he wrote, "Unlike with Lehman, the Fed felt it could make a loan to help AIG because we were dealing with a liquidity, not a capital problem." If the Fed really believed that, it was soon proved wrong. A more likely reason was that Mr. Paulson believed, wrongly, as it turned out, that the markets would take Lehman's failure in their stride, but was sure the same would not be true for AIG, given its role as a seller of credit default swaps, insurance contracts on bonds, including the securitized assets that had become increasingly toxic. Then on September 17th, one of the money market funds managed by Reserve Management Corporation, a manager of mutual funds, broke the buck. That is, could no longer promise to redeem money invested in the fund at par, or dollar for dollar, because of its exposure to loss-making loans to Lehman. That threatened a tsunami of redemptions from the $3.5 trillion invested in money market funds, a crucial element in funding Macaulay's shadow banking system. PricewaterhouseCoopers, the UK's bankruptcy administrator for Lehman, seized the failed company's assets in the UK, including the collateral of those who traded with it. This came as a shock to many hedge funds and U.S. policymakers. The fact that bankruptcy regimes were different in different countries, obvious, one would have thought, turned out to be a significant problem in dealing with the aftermath of Lehman's failure. As Mervyn, later Lord King, Governor of the Bank of England, famously quipped, "Banks were international in life, but national in death." Funding for Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, the two surviving broker-dealers, dried up. On September 21st, those two institutions turned themselves into bank holding companies, a change that gave them access to funds from the Federal Reserve. On September 25th, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation took over Washington Mutual, the sixth largest bank in the U.S. Not long afterwards, on October 9th, Wells Fargo, the country's fifth largest commercial bank, agreed to a takeover of Wachovia, the country's fourth largest. The mayhem was not restricted to the U.S. On the weekend before the Lehman bankruptcy, the UK government refused to support the takeover mooted by Barclays. As Alistair Darling, then Chancellor of the Exchequer, claims in his memoir, "We could not stand behind a U.S. bank that was clearly in trouble." Why, indeed, should the UK government provide guarantees that the U.S. government had rejected? Moreover, he adds, "I was determined that UK taxpayers would not end up having to bail out a U.S. bank." On September 17th, with government encouragement, Lloyd's TSB announced a £12.2 billion takeover of Halifax Bank of Scotland, HBOS. The government argued that the public interest justified clearing the deal despite concerns over its adverse impact on competition, in order to ensure the stability of the UK financial system. On September 29th, the government decided to nationalise Bradford and Bingley, the biggest lender in the UK's buy-to-let market, while its branch network was subsequently sold to Santander. Worse, it was becoming obvious that HBOS was too bad a bank for Lloyds to support unaided. Furthermore, the Royal Bank of Scotland, the RBS, which had become the biggest bank in the world by assets, partly as a result of ill-considered takeovers, notably of ABN AMRO, was also in terrible trouble. The crisis went far beyond the US and the UK, affecting Iceland, Ireland, and much of continental Europe. As the panic worsened, credit markets froze and assets were dumped, causing a vicious spiral of shrinking availability of credit and speculators, and so further forcing sales. The economic consequences turned out to be less severe than those of the Great Depression of the 1930s, but the financial crisis was even worse. The earlier crisis brought down banks on the periphery of the world economy, a huge number of smaller U.S. banks, and banks in vulnerable European countries, such as Austria and Germany, more than those at the core. The more recent crisis, however, tore apart the heart of the financial system, the networks connecting the big financial institutions that dominate activity in the world's two most important financial centers, New York and London. The private sector also ceased to trust almost all counterparties other than the governments and central banks of the most important and most unimpeachably creditworthy Western economies, first and foremost, the U.S. This, then, was what Latin American economists call a sudden stop in capital markets. It affected not just a range of private borrowers, but also sovereign governments whose banks had borrowed heavily in foreign currency. Iceland was quickly revealed as a salient example, but the same would soon prove to be true of weaker members of the Eurozone who were, it soon became clear, borrowing something that had many of the characteristics of a foreign currency. One of the paradoxical features of the crisis was that the frightened money of the world flowed into U.S. Treasury bonds and bills, short-term securities, even though, at least initially, the crisis had its epicenter in that country. That, of course, gave the U.S. government an enormous margin of maneuver. John Taylor, a conservative economist and former member of the administration of George W. Bush as Undersecretary of the Treasury for International Affairs, argues that it was not the decision to let Lehman fail that triggered this stop, but the decision by Chairman Bernanke and Secretary Paulson to approach Congress for a rescue package a week later. This is quite unpersuasive. As Thomas Ferguson of the University of Massachusetts and Robert Johnson, former chief economist of the U.S. Senate Banking Committee, note, the evidence that the Lehman bankruptcy sundered world markets is overwhelming. A fundamental indicator is the spread between 3-month LIBOR, that is, the rate at which banks can borrow from one another, and the overnight indexed swap rate, the implied central bank rate over the same 3-month period. While traders at certain banks have distorted the measurement of LIBOR, no reason exists to doubt the scale of the rise in spread. This is a measure of the credit risk, the risk of default, in other words, on unsecured interbank lending, the process by which banks make short-term loans to one another out of surplus funds. In normal times, the spread between the two rates had been just a few basis points, that is, hundredths of a percentage point. The spread on dollar lending had already reached 78 basis points by the end of August 2008 as worries about the solvency of counterparties rose. It rose by another 40 basis points between the Friday before Lehman's bankruptcy on September 12th and the following Friday, so before the U.S. government's rescue package was officially launched, let alone ratified. But it did take a while for investors to realize some of the least obvious implications of Lehman's failure, including implications for AIG and so other financial institutions. The spread reached a peak of 364 basis points on October 10, 2008, precisely when the group of 7 finance ministers made a commitment to prevent the failure of further systemically significant financial institutions. Ultimately, therefore, only decisive and global coordinated intervention by governments and central banks halted the panic. Similar jumps occurred in spreads in other currencies. In sterling, the spread peaked at 288 basis points on November 6, 2008. In euros, it peaked at 188 basis points on October 27, 2008. Even these jumps in spreads understate the panic. The market for interbank lending dried up as banks increasingly lent to one another via central banks instead. Spreads on corporate bonds over yields on U.S. Treasuries also exploded. Even on AAA securities, they rose from 181 basis points on September 1, 2008, to 414 basis points on October 10th. The spreads between yields on high-grade commercial paper, the marketed debt of top-quality corporations, such as General Electric, issued by non-financial companies, and U.S. Treasury bills, rose from little more than a percentage point in August to over 6 percentage points in mid-October, partly because the rates on T-bills collapsed. This was a flight to safety indeed. Moreover, as is usually the case, such jumps in the cost of borrowing masked a grimmer reality, a freezing of supply. Mr. Paulson reports a conversation he had on September 8th with Jeff Immelt, chief executive officer of GE, who told him that even his company, with its rare AAA rating, was having problems selling commercial paper, that is, borrowing. Interest rates did not go still higher because so many borrowers were rationed out of the market, just as happened in the market for unsecured interbank lending. Particularly revealing, then, is the permanent shrinkage of the commercial paper market, even though rates of interest did fall back to very low levels in the course of 2009. The seasonally adjusted value of commercial paper outstanding in the U.S. was $2,150 billion at the end of June 2007. A year later, this had shrunk to $1,741 billion. A year after that, in June 2009, it was down to $1,229 billion. It had still not recovered by June 2013, when the outstanding amount was just $998 billion. Asset-backed commercial paper, which is used to finance mortgages, shrank even more dramatically, from $1,200 billion in June 2007 to $523 billion 2 years later, and a mere $276 billion in June 2013. An important source of funding had disappeared. While this shrinkage was surely inevitable, it forced government agencies, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, both now under government control, and the Federal Reserve itself, to become the overwhelmingly dominant source of U.S. mortgages. In a country supposedly dedicated to the ideals of market economics, arguably the most important social function of finance, lending for home purchase, had become almost completely nationalized. Crisis and rescue in high-income countries. The Irish government guaranteed all the money in Irish banks on the morning of September 30, 2008, a decision that turned out to be ruinous for Irish taxpayers and the Irish economy, but also triggered interventions elsewhere. On October 8, 2010, the British government, under Chancellor of the Exchequer Darling and Prime Minister Gordon Brown, announced a £500 billion rescue program for the UK banks, up to £50 billion for purchases of equity, an increase in the Bank of England's special liquidity scheme from £100 billion to £200 billion, and £250 billion in credit guarantees. Ultimately, the equity went only to the Royal Bank of Scotland, in which the government ended up owning 82% of the equity, and Lloyd's HBOS, in which it ended up owning 43%. Persuading the banks to cooperate was not, claims Mr. Darling, all that easy. He states that, in the discussions on the evening of October 7th, it crossed my mind not only that the banks had failed to appreciate that there could be no negotiation, but also that they might be daft enough to take up the option of suicide, and I simply couldn't afford a row of dead banks in the morning. Rightly, or wrongly? Rightly, in my view, since allowing the banks to fail was unthinkable, though some still believe it should have been done, regardless of the consequences. Such direct infusions of equity became the central element in the solutions chosen elsewhere. The U.S. reached a similar destination, though the complexities of U.S. politics made the journey rather more difficult. U.S. policymakers first discussed what became the Troubled Assets Relief Program, or TARP, with legislators on September 19, 2008. The President ratified it on October 3, 2010, though only after initial defeat in the House of Representatives. But the collapse of the equity markets concentrated the minds of legislators wonderfully, to paraphrase Samuel Johnson. Initially presented as a plan to purchase toxic assets, it was soon turned into one of injecting capital directly into banks. The turning point came at the meeting of the group of 7 finance ministers during the annual meetings of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank in Washington, D.C. on October 10, 2008. I well remember the hysteria. One U.S.-based fund manager told me he had advised his wife to take enough cash from their bank to last weeks. This was the environment in which the ministers met. Their crucial decision, taken at the suggestion of Mr. Paulson, to his credit, was to scrap the draft communiqué, which had taken no account of the scale of the crisis they confronted, and agree to a new one instead. What they then produced was among the most important pieces of global economic policy-making since the Second World War. It read, "The G7 agrees today that the current situation calls for urgent and exceptional action. We commit to continue working together to stabilize financial markets and restore the flow of credit, to support global economic growth. We agree to take decisive action and use all available tools to support systematically important financial institutions and prevent their failure. Take all necessary steps to unfreeze credit in money markets and ensure that banks and other financial institutions have broad access to liquidity and funding. Ensure that our banks and other major financial intermediaries, as needed, can raise capital from public as well as private sources in sufficient amounts to re-establish confidence and permit them to continue lending to households and businesses. Ensure that our respective national deposit insurance and guarantee programs are robust and consistent so that our retail depositors will continue to have confidence in the safety of their deposits. Take action where appropriate to restart the secondary markets for mortgages and other securitized assets. Accurate valuation and transparent disclosure of assets and consistent implementation of high-quality accounting standards are necessary." In essence, then, the ministers said 3 things. First, responsibility for solving the financial crisis rested on the states they represented. Second, the G7 states would do whatever it took to save the financial system. And third, they would prevent any more failures of institutions deemed systemic. In brief, no more layman's. Governments had socialized the liabilities of the core institutions of the global financial system. These businesses were now wards of the state. This had to be a turning point, not just in the crisis, but also in the broader relationship between states and markets. Morally, at least, and in all probability practically, the era of financial liberalization was over. The question was only how far backwards policymakers would go. For how could taxpayers be dragooned into rescuing this industry from the consequences of its incompetence without stronger regulation? Beyond these longer-term implications, immediate questions arose. Would the world economy avoid a depression? If it did, what sort of recovery could it enjoy? Policymakers put the full resources of their states behind the financial system. bankers had proved to be, in effect, merely exceptionally highly paid civil servants. In brief, the world soon saw huge fiscal deficits, far and away the most expansionary policies in the history of the developed countries, unlimited support for the liquidity and solvency of important financial institutions, and, where that was insufficient to revive lending, direct state funding of core financial functions, notably mortgage lending. This dependence of a supposedly free market financial system on the state can be neither forgotten nor ignored. Policymakers lived up to their promise to support what were judged systemically significant financial institutions by injecting capital, providing liquidity, and guaranteeing liabilities. Pier Giorgio Alessandri and Andrew Haldane of the Bank of England have estimated that the total value of the support offered to the crisis-hit financial system by the relevant central banks and governments as of mid to late 2009 was 18% of Eurozone GDP, 73% of U.S. GDP, 74% of UK GDP, and taken together, 25% of world GDP. The support was extremely heterogeneous in nature, consisting of direct capital infusions, money creation, used to purchase a wide range of different assets, guarantees, and insurance. According to the International Monetary Fund, the direct impact on gross public debt of post-crisis support for the financial sector up to early 2012 was 38.5% of GDP for Ireland, 6.7% for Belgium, 5.7% for the UK, 4.9% for the Netherlands, and 3.2% for the US. Yet it is impossible to measure the scale of the measures either by the sums promised or by the far smaller sums used. The full faith and credit of governments were put behind their financial systems. The only constraint was loss of creditworthiness by the governments themselves. The central banks also slashed their interest rates to unprecedentedly low levels. The Federal Reserve lowered its federal funds target rate, the Fed funds rate, from 5.25% in September 2007 to 0.25% in December 2008. The European Central Bank, the ECB, convinced for far too long that the crisis was largely an Anglo-Saxon affair, lowered its intervention rate, that is, its refinancing rate, from 4.25% in October 2008 to 1% by May 2009. It then, in an action of astonishing myopia, raised rates back to 1.5% in 2011 before lowering them in 5 quarter-point reductions to 0.25% in November 2013 and then to 0.15% in June 2014. The Bank of England lowered its intervention rate, that is, its base rate, from 5.75% in December 2007 to 0.5% in March 2009. To put this in context, prior to this, the lowest rate offered by the Bank of England in more than 3 centuries of history had been 2%. Meanwhile, the Bank of Japan stuck with the close to zero interest rates it had established in the 1990s. In essence, then, the developed countries' most important central banks offered free, or nearly free, money to their banks from 2009 or, in some cases, from slightly earlier than that. It was little surprise that this official largesse to banks, not matched by comparable largesse from banks to their own borrowers, indeed accompanied by foreclosures on a grand scale in some countries, became a source of significant popular resentment. In addition, central banks adopted a wide range of unconventional policies, including, notably, the policy known as quantitative easing, that is, expansion of the monetary base and central bank purchases of longer-term assets. Such unconventional policies were aimed at financing banks, lowering yields on government bonds, increasing the money supply, and easing credit supply. In domestic currency, the balance sheet of the ECB increased roughly threefold between 2007 and mid-2012, before shrinking modestly, while that of the Federal Reserve rose 3.5 times and that of the Bank of England more than fourfold between 2007 and early 2013. To take the most important example, the U.S. monetary base rose by $2.8 trillion between August 2008 and November 2013, a sum equal to 17% of annualized U.S. gross domestic product in the third quarter of 2013. Finally, consider the fiscal support. Fiscal deficits of a number of significant high-income countries rose to unprecedented peacetime levels when the crisis hit. Among the 6 largest high-income countries, U.S., Japan, Germany, France, UK, and Italy, these increases were particularly big for Japan, the UK, and the U.S. In the case of the U.S., the general government fiscal deficit soared from 2.7% of GDP in 2007 to 13% in 2009, an astounding rise. A number of countries ran fiscal deficits at levels previously experienced only in world wars. In the case of the UK, for which excellent historical records exist, this event will deliver the 4th biggest cumulative rise in public debt relative to GDP since 1700, behind only the Napoleonic Wars and the First and Second World Wars. In the U.S., too, the fiscal costs of this event rival only those of the Second World War. What explains this huge increase in deficits? The answer, contrary to conventional wisdom on the political right in the U.S. and the U.K., is not, to any great extent, discretionary fiscal stimuli, which are increases in spending or cuts in taxation designed to increase aggregate demand, a term that quite wrongly became taboo. According to the IMF's November 2010 analysis, the cumulative discretionary fiscal stimulus of these countries between 2009 and 2011 was far smaller than their actual deficits, with one, probably surprising exception: Germany. There, according to the IMF, the discretionary stimulus explained as much as 66% of the admittedly modest average deficits of 2.8% of GDP. Italy had no stimulus. In other cases, the discretionary stimulus explained at most a fifth of the actual deficits over these 3 years. In the UK, the discretionary stimulus, all of it applied in 2009, explained a mere 6% of the deficits. The explanation for the explosion in fiscal deficits, an immensely helpful way to cushion the immediate impact of the collapse in private spending, was simply the unexpected crisis itself. This lowered GDP far below trend, automatically raised spending on unemployment benefits and similar counter-cyclical income support, and even more important, lowered government revenue as consumer spending, income, and profits collapsed. In 2011, GDP was, quite unexpectedly, 13% below a continuation of its 1980 to 2007 trend in both the U.S. and the U.K. In fact, it was a pity that a form of sticker shock over the scale of the unexpected deficits frightened policymakers into not giving the discretionary fiscal support then needed and, subsequently, as we shall see further in a moment, into premature retrenchment. Nobody should be surprised by the huge fiscal deterioration that followed the crisis. In their seminal book, This Time is Different, Carmen Reinhart and Kenneth Rogoff argue that declining revenues and higher expenditures, owing to a combination of bailout costs and higher transfer payments and debt service costs, led to a rapid and marked worsening in the fiscal balance. In fact, they note from an analysis of crises in 13 countries, the cumulative increase in real public debt was 86%, close to a doubling. What happened after 2007 is in line with that prior experience. Indeed, with interest rates close to zero, the discretionary fiscal response needed to be far stronger. In such a deep crisis, relying almost entirely on the built-in stabilizers, by which is meant the counter-cyclical effect on the economy of the way fiscal deficits rise automatically in a recession, was insufficient, as the Nobel laureate Paul Krugman has argued in his powerful book, End This Depression Now. But together with support for the financial system and the monetary policy response, the willingness to let the fiscal deficit take the strain was effective, at least in halting the slide into a depression. Recovery in the big, high-income countries. How successfully, then, did the policy interventions of the big, high-income countries, the support for the financial system, the monetary loosening and the combination of the built-in fiscal stabilizers with modest discretionary stimulus, rescue the world economy? The answer is, fairly successfully, but not successfully enough, largely because the fiscal stimulus was both too small and prematurely abandoned. The immediate impact of the crisis was dramatic. Global trade, industrial output, and gross domestic product all fell off a cliff as confidence collapsed, demand shrank, and credit, including trade credit, froze. World industrial output fell as fast in the first year after its April 2008 peak as during the Great Depression, which began in June 1929, and the volume of world trade and world equity markets initially fell even faster than then. Thus, the volume of world trade fell by close to 20% in the 12 months from April 2008, against around 10% over the 12 months from June 1929. Again, world equity markets fell by around 50% over 12 months this time, against around 20% in 1929-1930. Fortunately, this time, strong policy action reversed the slide far sooner. The British historian Neil Ferguson was quite right to call this the Great Recession. Between the third quarter of 2008 and the first quarter of 2009, the annualized rate of decline in GDP in the 6 largest high-income countries ranged from 6.4% in France, 7% in the UK, and 7.1% in the US, to 10.2% in Italy, 11.7% in Germany, and 13.8% in Japan. But then, in the second quarter of 2009, the world economy started to turn around, diverging sharply from the disastrous experience of the Great Depression when global output and trade fell for 3 years. We may, in our folly, have permitted the emergence of a financial crisis rivaling that of the 1930s, but at least we did not repeat all the subsequent policy mistakes. The wave of banking collapses, the willingness to allow a collapse of money and credit, the toleration of a destructive deflation, and the determination to balance budgets, at once, to strengthen confidence. Avoiding a collapse in economic activity comparable to that of the 1930s was a success, but a qualified one. Global industrial output had recovered to about 10% above its pre-crisis peak by December 2011, though the volume of world trade was only modestly above its pre-crisis level. Above all, in the core high-income countries, the crisis threw a long shadow over output and employment. I leave aside the crises in smaller high-income countries to the discussion of the Eurozone crisis in Chapter 2. The 6 largest high-income economies all experienced deep recessions, with output reaching a trough in the first or second quarters of 2009. After that, the U.S. experienced much the most sustained recovery. By the fourth quarter of 2013, U.S. GDP was 7.2% above its level in the first quarter of 2008. That was significantly better than Germany's 3%. By then, France and Japan were back to pre-crisis levels. The economies of the UK, and far more so Italy, were still smaller than they had been prior to the crisis, as was the Eurozone as a whole. The U.S. economy had managed to grow steadily from 2009, if weakly, by its own historic standards. Germany recovered strongly in 2009 and 2010, but grew weakly again after the middle of 2011, as the Eurozone crisis worsened. German policy bears much responsibility for this outcome, as Chapter 2 will show. The French economy stagnated after a relatively mild recession in 2008 and 2009, while Italy's went into a second deep plunge from 2011 as the Eurozone crisis took hold. The UK economy stagnated from the third quarter of 2010 to the beginning of 2013 when recovery started, this hiatus in the recovery being in part due to the coalition government's ill-timed policy of austerity. Finally, the Japanese economy was remarkably volatile. Another measure of the effectiveness of policy is what happened to employment and unemployment. The data on changes in the ratio of employees to people of working age tells one more than changes in rates of unemployment. When people cannot find work, they often leave the labor force. But the plight of people who no longer even look for work is often worse than that of those who are still searching. The U.S. experienced a huge decline in the proportion of people aged 15 to 64 with jobs between 2007 and 2012. In Germany, by contrast, the proportion with jobs actually rose despite the recession. In 2007, the German employment ratio was nearly 3 percentage points lower than that of the U.S. 5 years later, it was nearly 6 percentage points higher. The explanation for this divergence is that the U.S. had soaring productivity, while Germany had falling productivity, particularly in the early years of the crisis. This contrast was partly because the U.S. lost many jobs for relatively unskilled men in construction, and partly because Germany subsidized short-time working to avoid layoffs. Underlying this contrast has been the rewards that U.S. shareholders give executives for protecting profits in a downturn at the price of laying off workers. German executives are not rewarded in the same way. Moreover, German corporate culture and institutions are very different from those in America. Particularly important is the division between the supervisory board, which includes worker representatives, and the executive board. How then does the outcome in crisis-hit high-income countries compare with what might have been expected from previous financial calamities? Again, the work of Professors Reinhardt and Rogoff is illuminating. In This Time is Different, they argue, the aftermath of banking crises is associated with profound declines in output and employment. The unemployment rate rises an average of 7 percentage points during the down phase of the cycle, which lasts, on average, more than 4 years. Output falls, from peak to trough, more than 9% on average, although the duration of downturn, averaging roughly 2 years, is considerably shorter than that of unemployment. Against such unhappy comparisons, the big high-income countries did relatively well. Only one, Japan, experienced a fall in GDP as large as the average indicated by Reinhardt and Rogoff, at 9.2%. The peak-to-trough fall of GDP was 4.3% in France, 4.6% in the U.S., 5.6% in the Eurozone, 6.3% in the UK, 6.8% in Germany, and 9.1% in Italy, which was still falling in the third quarter of 2013. All these were grim statistics. Yet even so, they were not as bad as the falls suffered on average in the earlier crises studied by Professors Reinhardt and Rogoff. Moreover, the declines were relatively brief. The troughs were reached in 4 or 5 quarters, whereupon a turnaround began. Similarly, the rise in unemployment was also far smaller than the average reported by Reinhardt and Rogoff. The rise in the monthly unemployment rate from the pre-crisis trough by May 2012 was highest in the U.S. at 5.6 percentage points. It was only 1.6% in Japan, 2.5% in France, 3.3% in the UK, and 4.3% in Italy. Germany's rise was just 0.9% in the early months of the crisis, but unemployment then fell to well below the pre-crisis rate. Even if the post-crisis performance of these economies was not dreadful by previous standards, the crisis proved painful and enfeebling. Why do financial crises do that? And why did the recovery stall or even go into reverse in some cases? To answer those questions, we need to understand balance sheet recessions. The Economics of Post-Crisis Deleveraging. Big financial crises cause painful recessions. Big financial crises that follow huge credit booms cause particularly painful recessions and long periods of weak growth. Professor Alan Taylor of the University of Virginia, a well-known economic historian, notes that a credit boom and a financial crisis together appear to be a very potent mix that correlates with abnormally severe downward pressures on growth, inflation, credit, and investment for long periods. At bottom, there are 5 things going on in post-crisis economies. Let's look at each one. First, and most important, prior to the crash, unsustainable increases in private debt, the stock, or leverage, the ratio of the stock to wealth and income, had occurred within several economies. One can debate whether the levels of debt ended up too high in all cases. One cannot reasonably debate whether the pre-crisis level of borrowing could be sustained. It could not be. It was rising debt, that is, continued net borrowing, that permitted some households and businesses to spend consistently more than their incomes. After the crisis, the debtors could no longer increase their debt. Indeed, borrowing became negative as they started to repay. So, erstwhile borrowers were forced to lower their spending dramatically, willy-nilly. Meanwhile, creditors found that their wealth and incomes were lower, or less certain, or usually both, than they had been before the crisis. So they did not want to spend more either. Bringing debt to sustainable levels is a long-term process. In an important study of post-crisis private sector deleveraging, the McKinsey Global Institute notes that this has taken between 4 and 6 years in previous cases, such as Finland and Sweden in the early 1990s. The second reason why the impact of a financial crisis is so prolonged is that the sustained rise in debt and associated spending distorts economies. Asset price bubbles encourage excessive investment in, for example, housing and commercial property. When the crisis hits and the borrowing dries up, some part of that investment will be abandoned, and the country's stock of physical capital will shrink. More important, the industries that provided the goods and services demanded by those undertaking the unsustainable spending will shrink, possibly dramatically. The most obvious example is the collapse in spending on construction in some crisis-hit countries. The incomes of bankers, commissions of estate agents or realtors in America, fees of lawyers, and so on and so forth, will also shrink. Furthermore, the weakness of the economy will itself slow potential growth, that is, the rate at which the capacity to produce itself grows, as investment remains subdued. Analysts have made substantial adjustments in estimates of the level and growth of potential output for many crisis-hit economies. In the UK, for example, in 2011, the Office of Budgetary Responsibility marked down forecast real potential output in 2017 by a massive 18% below its pre-crisis trend. The third reason why post-crisis economies are so weak is the adverse impact on the financial sector. Overloaded with bad debt and undercapitalized, financial institutions become far more cautious. Regulation tends to encourage such caution. Banks cease to lend. This forces further deleveraging on the rest of the economy. Moreover, banks automatically create money as a byproduct of their normal lending, a point explained in full in Chapter 6. That is a fundamental characteristic of banks. When they lend, they create a debt from their client to the bank and, simultaneously, a debt from the bank to the client. This is just double-entry bookkeeping. A debt from a bank to a client is a deposit, and a deposit is money. So, the growth of the stock of money in the hands of the public declines when the growth of bank lending falls. The fourth reason why post-crisis economies are weak is that inflation may become too low or, worse, deflation may set in. Deflation, or falling prices, creates the danger of what the great American economist Irving Fisher called debt deflation in the 1930s, rising real level of debt and debt service within a collapsing economy. Such debt deflation is already, alas, in progress in parts of the Eurozone. Yet, deflation is not only dangerous because of what it does to the real burden of debt, it is also dangerous if it pushes the real rate of interest too high. Equilibrium, real interest rates, may become strongly negative in a highly leveraged, crisis-hit economy. But with deflation, the real interest rate will be positive even if the normal rate that the central bank controls is brought down as low as zero. Moreover, longer-term rates will then be higher than short-term rates because of what Keynes called liquidity preference. Thus, if short-term and long-term rates were both zero, the owner of bonds would be foregoing the benefits of holding a liquid and riskless asset, money, for no compensating return. As a result, in a deflationary environment, it is even harder to make long-term real rates negative than short-term ones. In these conditions, therefore, deflation or even low inflation may prove highly contractionary for the economy. Deflation has created notoriously prolonged difficulties for Japan, which suffered a massive post-credit boom crisis in the 1990s. Japanese consumer prices then fell for more than 2 decades. As a result, Japan has suffered persistently positive real interest rates, even though the official short-term rate has been either close to zero or actually zero since the mid-1990s, while the long-term rate has been below 2% since 1999 and even below 1% since late 2011. This is why the first arrow of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's Abenomics has consisted of achieving an inflation target rate of 2%, agreed between the government and the Bank of Japan in early 2013. Big difficulties may even arise in a low-inflation environment, rather than in a deflationary one, if equilibrium, real interest rates, fall low enough. With inflation at 2%, for example, the real short-term interest rate cannot be less than minus 2% if one ignores the extreme possibility of negative nominal rates, which are feasible up to a point, though tricky to impose. Therefore, some economists, including Olivier Blanchard, chief economist of the International Monetary Fund, have argued that the now customary 2% inflation target turned out to be too low in the crisis. Thus, with short-term equilibrium rates possibly as low as -3 to -5% in badly hit economies, inflation needed to be closer to 4% in normal times. Finally, economies may end up in a state of sustained malaise. As John Maynard Keynes argued, this paralyzes what he called the animal spirits of businesses. That, then, may create a vicious spiral. Low investment means weak demand and low economic growth, and so justifies the decision to postpone investment. In the post-crisis world, the reasons for people to feel uncertain and act cautiously are legion. Populist politics is one source of uncertainty, notably in the U.S. with the rise of the Tea Party. More important are weak and volatile demand and continued financial fragility. The overall impact of such a crisis, therefore, is some weakening of supply relative to its pre-crisis trend, but, even more, a weakening of demand relative to the weakened supply. The danger is a prolonged period of what Richard Koo of Nomura Research calls balance sheet recession, in which the debt-encumbered private sector either tries or is forced to lower its debts, or, at the least, is unwilling or unable to increase them. What happened after the crisis to U.S. sectoral balances, that is, the balance between income and spending of households, corporations, the government, and foreigners, offers a classic picture of an economy going into such a balance sheet recession. Foreigners have run a surplus with the U.S. for a long time and continued to do so, on a slightly smaller scale, following the crisis. U.S. households ran a growing financial deficit, or excess of spending over income, up to 2005, as they borrowed ever more against the rising value of their houses. But this deficit began to shrink as soon as the house price bubble popped in 2006. That was predictable. Between the third quarter of 2005 and the second quarter of 2009, the financial balance of U.S. households, the relationship between income and spending, shifted towards a surplus of income over spending by the enormous total of 7.2% of GDP. Such a huge reduction in spending relative to incomes was quite sufficient to cause a depression on its own. But in the corporate sector, an almost equally large shift of 6.2% of GDP towards surplus started in the fourth quarter of 2008 in direct response to the crisis and ended in the third quarter of 2009. Sectoral financial balances must sum to zero by definition. This is saying no more than that one agent's income is another agent's spending. So, if one group of agents is spending less than their income, others must be spending more than theirs. This is simple accounting. In this case, the offset to these shifts towards austerity was the deterioration in the fiscal balance already discussed previously. That finished in the second quarter of 2009, long before any substantial policy action came into effect. The idea that deliberate stimulus caused the huge U.S. fiscal deficits is therefore nonsense. The deterioration in the fiscal balance was an automatic and helpful response to a collapse in private spending and a rise in private saving. In this case, the fiscal deficit did not crowd out spending by the private sector. On the contrary, the private sector cutbacks crowded in the fiscal deficit via the decline in GDP and consequent rise in spending and fall in revenue. Thus, the austerity forced on private individuals and businesses by the financial crisis caused rising fiscal deficits as private spending, output, and government revenue fell, while spending on unemployment benefits and other adverse consequences of recessions automatically rose. This is quite distinct from what happens when the fiscal deficit is expanded at full employment. In that case, interest rates rise as the deficit crowds out private spending. Reliance on the fiscal buffer, the ability to let the fiscal deficit rise in response to a private sector-led recession, was essential this time because even a strongly expansionary monetary policy was insufficient to prevent the shifts of the household and corporate sectors into surplus. We know it was insufficient because the monetary authorities initiated such a policy. This is a situation in which Keynesian fiscal policy becomes relevant. This is no more than to say that the economy was in a liquidity trap. At the lowest interest rate the central bank could create, the private and foreign sectors would have had a large excess of income over desired spending at full employment, the spending that would have occurred had the economy been at full employment, which of course it was not. This could be dealt with in only one of two ways, either by a collapse in income greater than the associated collapse in spending, that is, an outright depression, or by a large fiscal deficit. If the government had refused to run the deficits by slashing its own spending as the private sector was also doing, the result would have been a depression, possibly one as bad as the Great Depression. Viewing the government's finances as if they are those of a household or even a large company is nonsensical. Government must respond to what is happening in the private sector, above all during a severe crisis. This need to tolerate, even increase, the large fiscal deficits was widely, if not universally, accepted in the immediate aftermath of the crisis. But, Richard Koo argues, these fiscal deficits have to continue so long as the balance sheet adjustment in the private sector continues. This is because the attempt by private decision-makers to lower their debts forces them to spend less than their incomes and so generate financial surpluses, excesses of income over spending. By definition, if one ignores the external sector, a private financial surplus entails a fiscal deficit. That is just a matter of arithmetic. People find that argument difficult to accept, even if they understand it. Far too soon, policymakers wanted, or in the case of vulnerable Eurozone member states, were forced to cut fiscal deficits again, thereby slowing, or even short-circuiting, recovery. From stimulus to austerity. The leaders of the G20 countries embraced the argument for a strong policy response, including the strong fiscal response at their Washington, London, and Pittsburgh summits in 2008 and 2009. In Pittsburgh, on September 25, 2009, they stated that, "We pledge today to sustain our strong policy response until a durable recovery is secured. We will act to ensure that when growth returns, jobs do too. We will avoid any premature withdrawal of stimulus." In Pittsburgh, the leaders also stated, simply and correctly, of the package of policies adopted almost a year before, that it worked. Indeed, it did. The frightening economic downturn that had begun in 2008 was halted and reversed in 2009. This was an important achievement of modern policymaking. Yet, not long afterwards, at the Toronto summit of June 26th and 27th in 2010, the view had changed. The G20 summit now referred, in a worried tone, to the fact that recent events highlight the importance of sustainable public finances and the need for our countries to put in place credible, properly phased, and growth-friendly plans to deliver fiscal sustainability, differentiated for and tailored to national circumstances. Furthermore, the leaders continued, advanced countries have committed to fiscal plans that will at least halve deficits by 2013 and stabilize or reduce government debt-to-GDP ratios by 2016. In the middle of 2010, therefore, the leaders shifted away from their strong counter-cyclical action towards austerity. They did so, moreover, when their economies were still far from having fully recovered from the crisis. Nor was the new commitment to austerity mere rhetoric. Fiscal tightening did indeed begin in 2010 or 2011 in all the big countries. And that surely helps explain why a promising recovery started to wither. Fiscal austerity proved contractionary, given that post-crisis private demand was so weak and interest rates were very close to zero. So, why did this premature policy reversal occur? Part of the explanation was influential academic research on the limits to public indebtedness and the feasibility of expansionary contractions, to which I will turn further in Chapter 8. Another part was a mistaken belief that the recovery was already entrenched. Yet another was the simplistic and mistaken mantra that one cannot get out of debt by increasing it further. The crucial point, however, is that the new debtors are not the same as the old ones. It is necessary for the credit-worthy to borrow when those who are no longer credit-worthy cannot. If everybody tries to cut down on borrowing and spending at the same time, the result will be a depression. That is the paradox of thrift, a phrase first popularized by the late Nobel laureate Paul Samuelson. Yet another explanation was politics. In the U.S., for both electoral and ideological reasons, the Republican Party was irrevocably opposed to the idea that the government could do anything useful about the economy except by leaving it alone, and so could not tolerate the possibility that the Obama administration might prove the opposite in the aftermath of the biggest economic crisis for 80 years. It therefore dedicated itself in Congress to preventing the administration from doing anything that might improve economic performance. In the UK, the coalition government that gained power in May 2010 made fiscal austerity its raison d'etre, to differentiate itself from, and fix the blame for the crisis upon, its predecessor. Yet another and even more important event encouraged this shift towards retrenchment. That was the Eurozone crisis, which turned the Eurozone towards austerity and frightened policymakers elsewhere into following their example. The timid and the orthodox argued that every country with large fiscal deficits, even the U.S., would end up tomorrow where Greece was today. The Greek crisis, which will be discussed in the next chapter, left a toxic aftermath far greater than the size of the Greek economy, or the wider relevance of its plight necessitated. It was a Greek tragedy of a new and modern kind. Conclusion. The financial crisis was a calamity. But from October 2008, the collective response was, for about a year and a half, purposeful and effective. It could have been still bigger. However, what was done halted the immediate panic and then reversed the downswing that was well underway in late 2008 and early 2009. It succeeded in doing so even though the recession was initially as bad as it had been in 1930. Unfortunately, policymakers failed to sustain the policies required to support private sector deleveraging and so avoid a prolonged balance sheet recession. Largely as a result, the recovery proved weak or even withered away altogether in 2011 and 2012. For this unhappy outcome, the Eurozone crisis was partly responsible. It turned out to be the second act of the global financial crisis. It is, accordingly, the subject of the next chapter. Chapter 2. The Crisis in the Eurozone. Whatever role the markets have played in catalyzing the sovereign debt crisis, it is an indisputable fact that excessive state spending has led to unsustainable levels of debt and deficits that now threaten our economic welfare. Wolfgang Schäuble, German Finance Minister, 2011. Greece was the Eurozone's Lehman. While the worst of the post-Lehman crisis was both severe and relatively brief, the aftermath of the Greek crisis was less severe but longer-lasting. It triggered what turned out to be a long-running crisis, as fundamental weaknesses in the Eurozone's economies and institutional structure were laid bare. Far from bringing Europeans together, the Euro caused division, disarray, and despair. The Eurozone has turned out to be an unhappy monetary marriage from which divorce is almost unthinkable. Since the Eurozone is the world's second-largest economy after the U.S., its crisis has also endangered global stability. The existence of this fragile structure helped turn a significant financial crisis into an economic disaster. The rolling crises. The moment of truth for the Eurozone came in October 2009, when George Papandreou, the incoming socialist Prime Minister of Greece, told the world, and above all his country's long-suffering Eurozone partners, that its budget deficit for that year would be 10% of GDP. This was well above the 6 to 8% of GDP predicted only weeks earlier by the outgoing conservative government. It was still more dramatically above the draft target for 2009, reported by the European Commission in June 2008, which was for a deficit of only 1.8% of GDP, although that did include 0.75 percentage points in one-off deficit-reducing measures. In response, Jean-Claude Juncker, chairman of the finance ministers of the then 16-nation Eurozone group, said, "The game is over. We need serious statistics." In the end, the deficit reached 15.6% of GDP. What made the Greek fiscal position so bad was not that its spending was extraordinarily high by Eurozone standards, but rather that its revenue was so low, given the country's high spending. Thus, in 2009, the ratio of Greek public spending to GDP was 54%, according to the IMF. This put Greece into third position among Eurozone members, after France and Finland, but 7 Eurozone members had spending above 50% of GDP. Apart from the 3 already mentioned, these high-spending countries included Belgium, Austria, Italy, and the Netherlands. Out of the 7, only 2, Greece and Italy, subsequently fell into crises. Yet, The ratio of total revenue to GDP in Greece was a mere 38%, ahead only of Spain, Ireland, and the Slovak Republic, and far below the ratios achieved by the other high-spending countries. Finland, for example, raised 53% of GDP in revenue, and France 49%. It was the gulf between the Greek embrace of high public spending, much of it relatively wasteful, and the country's inability or unwillingness to raise taxes that lay at the root of its fiscal difficulties. This was ultimately a political failure more than an economic one, though a failure that membership of the Eurozone helped. Until the Greek moment of truth, continental European lenders tended to view the crisis as largely Anglo-Saxon, with epicenters in New York and London. Yes, their banks had been sucked into the maelstrom. This was, after all, a global financial system. But it was, they were sure, the sloppy regulation and incompetent responses of others that had caused the meltdown. They confidently criticized the actions of U.S. policymakers in September 2008, particularly the decision to let Lehman fail. They knew that they, too, would be affected by this crisis. How could they not be? They knew very well that they had to respond, but it was, they were sure, not their fault. They did protest too much. True, the ideas that had led to trust and financial liberalization had, as argued by the Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University in his book, Freefall, largely originated in the U.S. and the U.K. But European institutions, in both their U.S. and their European activities, had fully shared the misbehavior by banking institutions. Inside the Eurozone, Ireland and Spain had experienced huge housing bubbles and associated credit booms. Above all, the institutional defects of the Eurozone had nothing to do with the U.S. or the U.K. The euro was a continental invention for whose frailties not only the Eurozone but the wider world was about to suffer. In 2009 and 2010, the epicenter of the crisis moved inside the Eurozone, where it subsequently remained. Prior to the crisis, investors had viewed all Eurozone government bonds as equally risky, or rather, as equally safe. Why anybody should have imagined that Greek and German government debts were equivalent is not easy to comprehend. This was partly another of the follies of private investors, but it was also partly the result of the regulatory rules established by the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision and International Committee of Banking Supervisors. Basel I, the first of these regulations, was published in 1988. It allowed banks to treat government debt as risk-free, and therefore to fund such debt with zero equity. The view that government debt should be risk-free has a certain validity for countries that borrow only in money they create. At least the risk of outright default is very low in such cases, though not the risk of inflation. But it was certainly inapplicable to countries borrowing in euros created by a central bank over which they had next to no influence. That's something investors started to understand as soon as they became reacquainted with the temporarily forgotten idea of risk during 2007 and 2008. Increases in spreads started to emerge between German Bunds, the German word for bonds, and yields on weaker countries' bonds, this being a measure of perceptions of riskiness of the latter. By late January 2009, spreads of Greek government bonds over German Bunds had hit 280 basis points. That's 2.8 percentage points. 2 years before, they had been less than a tenth of that level. Market aversion to Greek debt continued to increase. By early April 2010, spreads over Bunds reached close to 4 percentage points. Effectively unable to fund itself in the market, the Greek government then asked for help, including, on the instructions of its Eurozone partners, from the International Monetary Fund. On May 9, 2010, the IMF agreed to provide a €30 billion standby arrangement, the name for a standard loan from the fund, while Eurozone members offered another 80 billion euros. In response to the agreement, Dominique Strauss-Kahn, the subsequently disgraced IMF managing director, remarked, "We are confident that the economy will emerge more dynamic and robust after this crisis, and able to deliver the growth, jobs, and prosperity that the country needs for the future." If Mr. Strauss-Kahn believed what he said, he was either unreasonably optimistic or the future he was contemplating must have been very distant. Greek spreads remained above, generally far above, where they had been before the program was launched up to and including January 2014. This was despite a large restructuring of private sector loans outstanding in February 2012, whose effects can be seen over the period where the Greek spreads over German bunds remained quite high, though down hugely from their peaks. Not long after Greece came Ireland, whose economy and public finances were drowning in the bad debt created by the collapse of its property boom. On December 16, 2010, the International Monetary Fund agreed to a 3-year lending arrangement worth €22.5 billion, part of an international package worth €85 billion. The rest came from Ireland's Eurozone partners via the European Financial Stabilisation Mechanism, the EFSM, and the European Financial Stability Facility, the EFSF, temporary financial facilities that the Eurozone had established in response to the crisis, together with bilateral loans from the UK, Sweden, and Denmark, as well as Ireland's own contribution of €17.5 billion. As with the program for Greece, the European Central Bank was involved as a provider of liquidity to the bankrupt Irish banking system. This turned out to be a successful program, from which Ireland exited in December 2013. In early January 2014, its spreads over German bunds were down to 1.5 percentage points. On May 20, 2011, another program was agreed, this time with Portugal, with €26 billion from the IMF out of total support of €78 billion over 3 years. Portugal, unlike Greece and Ireland, had enjoyed not a boom followed by a bust, but a lengthy period of stagnation, partly because it joined the currency union at an uncompetitive exchange rate. Accordingly, this package, in the words of John Lipsky, at that time the IMF's acting managing director, addresses the fundamental problem in Portugal: low growth, with a policy mix based on restoring competitiveness through structural reforms, ensuring a balanced fiscal consolidation path, and stabilizing the financial sector. Unlike Ireland, Portugal had a long-term lack of competitiveness and growth, in addition to its immediate fiscal and balance of payments difficulties. On May 15, 2013, after intense debate over the terms of the restructuring of its oversized banks, a 3-year program was agreed with Cyprus. The fund agreed to supply about €1 billion under its extended fund facility. This, however, was a small part of a €10 billion program, with the balance coming from the European Stability Mechanism, the newly established permanent Eurozone program for the rescue of crisis-hit economies, which replaced the EFSM and EFSF. The need for this program was partly the result of the prior restructuring of Greek debt, which hit risk-taking Cypriot banks hard. The program for Cyprus had 2 significant features. For the first time, it imposed losses on bank creditors, notably including depositors, 100% losses on amounts above €100,000 in the now-closed Leki Bank, and 60% losses on amounts over €100,000 in the larger Bank of Cyprus, many of whom were, not coincidentally, foreign, particularly Russian. And, no less important, it inflicted controls on transfers of euros outside the country. It became even clearer than before that some euros were more equal than others. A euro deposited in a dodgy bank backed by a weak sovereign was, and is, not the same as a euro deposited in a solid bank supported by a strong sovereign. This makes the Eurozone structurally vulnerable to bank runs, since it obviously makes sense to move accounts from banks backed by weak sovereigns to banks backed by creditworthy ones, particularly at a time of crisis. It is also why informed observers concluded that some kind of banking union was essential if the Eurozone was to survive in the long run. In 2011, a far more significant event occurred than this set of crises in small countries. Spain and Italy, two far larger economies, fell into similar financial difficulty, a remarkably dangerous turn of events. The risk of a meltdown of the Spanish or Italian public finances, banking systems, and economies was not easily contemplated, let alone managed. The four small countries with programs generated only 5.7% of Eurozone GDP in 2012. But Spain alone generated 10.8%, and Italy as much as 16.5%. Italy is both a member of the G7 and has the third largest public debt in the world after the US and Japan. A financial economic meltdown in Spain and Italy would affect even France. That might prove terminal for the euro itself. The rising spreads of Italy and Spain began in 2008 during the global re-rating of risk. But the dangerous increases in yields occurred in the summer of 2011. From then, the spreads in yields on the bonds of these two countries vis-à-vis those of Germany oscillated between 3 percentage points and over 6 percentage points. Such spreads had triggered the programs for Greece, Ireland, and Portugal. In June 2012, Madrid did ask for 100 billion euros to assist with the recapitalization of its ailing banks, which it received as a loan. But external rescue programs were not launched for Spain and Italy, despite the high spreads on their governments' bonds, partly because the governments of these countries were loath to accept a humiliating loss of independence, and partly because the resources required would be too large, particularly in the case of Italy. Nobody knows how costly these rescues would have been, but Italy's public debt is roughly 4 times as large as the total resources available to the Eurozone emergency rescue funds, much of which were already being used by other member countries. The IMF had less to offer than the European funds themselves. Italy was simply too big to save. In place of such an external rescue, prime ministers were removed. The Italian government, headed by the discredited Silvio Berlusconi, was ousted without an election in favor of one headed by a respected technocrat, Mario Monti, in mid-November 2011. Monti ended up being rather less popular with Italians than with the European establishment, as the general election of February 2013 demonstrated. The same thing happened in Greece, in the same month, with the defenestration of the hapless Mr. Papandreou in favor of brief rule by Lucas Papademos, former head of the Greek Central Bank and vice president of the ECB. After elections in May and June 2012, Antonis Samaras of the New Democracy Party became prime minister, his job being to implement the very program of austerity and structural reform he had opposed when in opposition. Subsequently, in Italy, Mr. Monti's government was succeeded by another coalition, headed this time by the center-left technocrat Enrico Letta, himself then overthrown in February 2014 by Matteo Renzi, a center-left politician. The personalities changed. The policies did not. In a financial crisis, creditors rule. In the Eurozone crisis, the creditor that mattered was Germany, because it was much the largest. The aims of any plausible German government, and certainly of one headed by Angela Merkel, the country's popular, cautious, and self-disciplined chancellor, have been relatively simple to understand. These are to preserve the Eurozone, but on Germany's terms. Germany wishes to preserve the Eurozone for both political and economic reasons. The economic reasons are that it gives Germany a big home market and a significantly more competitive exchange rate than it would otherwise enjoy. While not every German would accept these are big economic benefits, The dominant view in the business and financial elite is that they are. The political benefits of the Eurozone are that it is the capstone of the European project, to which Germany has been strongly committed since shortly after the Second World War. The German leadership has consistently viewed it as the best solution to the difficulty of managing the relationship between their own relatively powerful country and its many weaker neighbors. Again, not every German would agree with this view, and clearly the attachment to the European ideal has diminished since German unification in 1990. The results of the German general election of September 2013 confirmed the overall German orientation towards the EU and the Eurozone. Angela Merkel's Christian Democrats, the CDU, supported by the Bavarian Christian Social Union, the CSU, won 41.5% of the vote. The pro-Euro Social Democratic Party, the SPD, won a further 25.7% of the vote. This gave the old pro-European parties a dominant position in the Bundestag and allowed the formation of a grand coalition with an overwhelming majority. In this election, a new anti-Euro, though not anti-EU party, the Alternative for Germany, entered the fray. But it won only 4.7% of the vote, insufficient to enter the Bundestag. In Germany, extremist single-issue parties have done consistently badly since the Second World War. Arguably, the Greens have been an exception, but they broadened and moderated their views to achieve a relative success. Germans have consistently voted for the established parties and given them the mandate to pursue a pro-European policy on whose benefits a broad national consensus exists. The will towards moderation of an aging and conservative German electorate is no doubt, in part, a reaction to what happened in the 1930s, and in part a response to the perceived success of this strategy. Above all, the Eurozone now exists. Unraveling it would create huge economic and political disruption. Exit from the euro is illegal under European law. No legal provisions exist for undertaking it. Quite apart from that, an exit could not possibly be planned without the fact being leaked. This is not the sort of thing that can be done by a few people in secret. Any leak would cause a run on the existing country's liabilities, including its banks. This would need to be met by exchange controls and controls on withdrawals from banks. The panic would spread to other weaker member countries, creating waves of currency flight, and quite probably the imposition of protective controls. The euro liabilities of the country or countries about to depart would need to be redenominated. There would be waves of public and private defaults, notably on liabilities contracted outside the country or countries planning to leave. All this would create immense confusion and political stress. In truth, there would be havoc, possibly leading to the breakup of the EU itself. While a unilateral departure by Germany would be less economically traumatic, it too would create significant economic and political turmoil. Even if many Germans now think it would have been better never to create the single currency, it's too late for such regrets. Undoing something is not the same as not having done it in the first place. Yet the cost that Germany is prepared to bear to keep the Eurozone afloat is limited, or at least German leaders want to make others believe it is limited. Most Germans also strongly believe that the policies being imposed upon recalcitrant deficit countries are in the long-term interests of the latter. The economic ideology of ordoliberalismus, which had a profound influence upon the social market economy introduced after the Second World War by Ludwig Erhard, Germany's immensely influential economics minister and subsequent chancellor, also gives German attitudes to economic policy special characteristics. This is a free market ideology which emphasizes constitutional rules as against discretionary policy. It rejected the then highly influential Keynesian idea of discretionary macroeconomic stabilization from its inception in favor of a central bank dedicated to price stability. While Germans have accepted a welfare state since the 19th century, under Erhard's influence, they have also embraced the idea of market competition. One of the main roles of the state, in their view, is to promote competition. The solution to the Eurozone crisis from the German perspective, then, is to impose these principles throughout the Eurozone. That explains the emphasis on rule-making. It also explains the emphasis on austerity and structural reform. In the German view, this is a long game. Germany believes in tough love. This is also partly because it has been consistently fearful of moral hazard in international lending. The idea of moral hazard is that providing generous and, above all, unconditional insurance against mishap encourages unduly risky behavior. These concerns about incentives provided by insurance are legitimate. It's why insurance contracts include deductibles payable by the insured. In the end, Germany has shown itself willing to provide conditional and limited support, but only if vulnerable member states are prepared to toe their line. Those, then, are the conditions that accompany the insurance. Inevitably, Germany, like most creditor nations in history, insists that the difficulties of borrowers are entirely their fault. Its own current account surpluses have nothing to do with the difficulties of deficit countries. The latter are irresponsible. That is all. This is why it has emphasized fiscal deficits as the main problem, not current account imbalances, and so has also insisted that this is a fiscal crisis rather than a balance of payments come financial crisis in which its own financial institutions and regulators were complicit. Why it should be deemed responsible to lend to people who show gross irresponsibility in their willingness to borrow is a puzzle to which our discussion will return. Meanwhile, the Franco-German engine of European integration no longer really functions. It is a German engine with a queasy French passenger. This is partly because France's economic position is weaker than Germany's. It has lost competitiveness since the founding of the Eurozone. Its leaders, since the crisis, have either tagged along behind Germany, as was the case with Nicolas Sarkozy, president until May 2012, or flirted with the idea of opposition to German retrenchment, as was the case with his successor, François Hollande. Neither alternative proved successful. As one senior Eurocrat put it, the partnership merely serves to hide the strength of Germany and the weakness of France. If Germany felt it faced a head-on clash between its European goals and domestic monetary stability, it would probably choose the latter. Of the members of the Eurozone, it would probably face the smallest adjustment costs if it left the Eurozone, but it would still pay a high economic and political price. In any case, it has not come to that. German policy also assumes it will not come to that. In the end, the Eurozone's members will fall into line, and so become worthy of full membership of a more federal Eurozone run on German lines. That, in the predominant German view, is the price they have to pay in return for German willingness to surrender their treasured Deutschmark, the symbol of their country's post-Second World War stability and success. Thus, once Germany's government lost confidence in leaders of troubled debtor countries, those leaders had to go. But it did not always require a push from outside. Disgusted electorates dismissed the incumbents who had presided over the crisis in Ireland, Portugal, and Spain. Ultimately, however, the countries in difficulty had simple choices. Accept disorderly default, and possibly even departure from the euro, or adopt a combination of fiscal austerity and structural reform. In the end, those countries all chose the latter options. As the crisis engulfed Spain and Italy in 2011, investors became ever more worried about the destructive nexus between banks and sovereigns. The latter relied on the former for funding, while the former relied on the latter for rescue from crisis. Stressed banks and weak sovereigns behaved like two drunks trying to hold each other up. As doubts about the creditworthiness of sovereigns and fears for the Eurozone economy grew, so too did funding pressures on banks. In response to these pressures, the ECB announced its 3-year long-term refinancing operation, or LTRO, in December 2011. This offered €1 trillion of central bank credit in secured funding to stressed banks in 2 successive tranches. Unfortunately, the LTRO was a Faustian pact. It alleviated funding pressures on banks, but some of the new ECB lending to the banks was recycled by the latter into their government's bonds. That was the collateral the banks often used. In this way, the banks of countries whose sovereigns were under pressure became conduits for medium-term financing of less creditworthy governments by the central bank. This tied banks and sovereigns even more closely together. Moreover, the impact on the funding costs of governments of even the 3-year LTRO did not last. That led to a far more profound innovation: outright monetary transactions. In a now celebrated speech delivered in London on July 26, 2012, Mario Draghi, President of the European Central Bank, stated boldly that, "Within our mandate, the ECB is ready to do whatever it takes to preserve the euro, and believe me, it will be enough." He then went on to state that, "Then there's another dimension to this that has to do with the premia that are being charged on sovereign states' borrowings. These premia have to do, as I said, with default, with liquidity, but they also have to do, more and more, with convertibility, with the risk of convertibility." By convertibility, Mr. Draghi meant the risk of a breakup. He had found the reason, or one might argue the excuse, he needed for offering to buy the sovereign bonds of vulnerable states. The ECB then agreed to the new program, with the sole, though important, dissent of Jens Weidmann, president of the Bundesbank, but more significantly, the tacit acceptance of the German government. Mr. Draghi's statement that the ECB would do whatever it takes was a bluff, but an astonishingly successful one. It was not a bluff because the ECB could run out of money. A central bank can always create more money. But for political reasons, the OMT program offered unlimited but conditional ECB intervention in sovereign bond markets, with the conditions to be set by formal programs with the governments concerned. The need for conditions arose from the fact that the ECB was the central bank of many countries, not of one. It could not get away with providing unconditional support to a member, yet the contradiction between the two criteria is evident. Conditional support is, by definition, not unlimited. If a country were to violate the conditions of its agreed program, ECB support would cease. But this would also be when the market's panic was greatest. Thus, ECB support would be withdrawn when most needed. It's impossible in any case to believe the ECB could get away with unlimited intervention even if the conditions were met. The institution would probably fall into a kind of civil war before that happened. Further increasing the difficulty of actually implementing the OMT, if that were required, was the outcome of the case before the German Constitutional Court in February 2014. In essence, that court judged the OMT to be in violation of the German Constitution. True, the German court asked the European Court of Justice to rule on the legality of the OMT in European law, but this increases the doubts about the program. Furthermore, the German court could not well consider itself bound by any ECJ ruling. Given this situation, the willingness or even ability of any German government to support an EU program, which would be a necessary condition for implementation of the OMT, is in grave doubt, and so, therefore, is the workability of the OMT. Fortunately, at the time this book went to press, these contradictions had not been tested. Not just the announcement, but also its tacit acceptance by all member state governments had an extraordinary impact on markets, because it was seen as largely eliminating the tail risk of breakup. As the International Monetary Fund noted in its July 2013 report on the Eurozone, the ECB's commitment to do whatever it takes, including by establishing the OMT's framework, improved the functioning of monetary policy and safeguarded the viability of the euro. In particular, a marked and general decline ensued in spreads on the bonds of riskier sovereigns. The ECB won its victory without firing a shot. Whether the policy would work if its credibility were tested remained uncertain. But more than a year and a half after it had been launched, it remained untested. The success of the announcement of the OMT program appeared to vindicate the arguments of those who had long believed that the soaring spreads reflected panic-induced illiquidity in markets, or, more technically, the danger of multiple equilibria in markets. Paul de Grauwe, a distinguished Belgian economist, now at the London School of Economics, had long argued in favor of central bank intervention to eliminate the risk of self-fulfilling panics that place the cost of debt in a bad equilibrium. The success of the OMT supported these arguments. An alternative explanation also exists, however, one with much the same implication for the markets. It's that investors were unable to price these government bonds rationally because they were faced with a catastrophic and essentially incalculable risk, that of the breakup of the Eurozone. They could then take the ECB president's commitment and the launch of the ECB's new program with German acquiescence as indications that the Eurozone's leadership would not allow it to fail. In this way, the OMT made a crucial contribution to, possibly misplaced, confidence in the Eurozone's future, and, by lowering the spreads, made that confidence more plausible. It turned a vicious downward spiral of falling confidence into a virtuous upward spiral of rising confidence. Yet while the spreads did indeed fall sharply, they remained significant. For countries caught in a deflationary trap, these spreads might yet prove unmanageable. Moreover, the debt overhangs, high interest rates, banking sector weakness, and broken mechanisms for transmission of monetary policy, which are characteristic of all financial crises, inevitably led to deep recessions and high unemployment in the crisis-hit Eurozone countries. Furthermore, given their difficulty in borrowing and their lack of access to central bank financing, the crisis-hit countries could not offset these deep recessions, indeed, true depressions, with fiscal or monetary stimulus, at least without external support. That was not to be forthcoming on any significant scale. This was partly because Germany, supported by other creditor countries and the European Commission, argued that necessary structural reforms would not occur without remorseless economic pressure, and, for that reason, regarded greater external support as counterproductive. The fiscal and economic hair shirt would, the German government argued, force the guilty to behave better in the future. Beyond that, the creditor countries were also unwilling to ask for more money from their own parliaments in support of other governments that their electorates had come to view as contemptible profligates. Yet the bad economic conditions risked causing a political backlash, and so a further bout of financial stress. The Eurozone crisis had become a condition of chronic economic weakness, vulnerable at any moment to relapse. Nevertheless, the determination of the governments of crisis-hit countries to persist with austerity was remarkable. There were protests on the streets. There were electoral upheavals with the overthrow of all the governments that had been in charge during the onset of severe crises. There were protest movements and parties, such as Giuseppe Beppe Grillo's Five-Star Movement in Italy, and the neo-fascist Golden Dawn and far-left Syriza in Greece. But the Eurozone's orthodox center held. Whether it would continue to hold was unclear. Understanding the crisis. What caused this rolling crisis in the Eurozone? The proximate cause was very similar to the proximate cause of the global crisis of 2007 and 2008. Sudden stops in funding, this time not just of financial institutions, but of countries, though the connection between financial institutions and countries was, as noted, a close one. The crisis. Sylvia Merler and Jean Pisani-Ferry have traced out the story in a paper for the Bruegel think tank based in Brussels. The authors note, laconically, that the single currency was expected to make balance of payments irrelevant between the euro area member states. This benign view has been challenged by recent developments. Indeed, the single most important lesson of the crisis is that the balance of payments continues to matter just as much within a currency union as outside one. Given that currency adjustment has been eliminated, arguably the balance of payments matters even more within a currency union than it does for independent countries with floating currencies and their own central banks. Once a country inside a currency union becomes dependent on large net capital inflows, a sudden turnaround in these flows will cause an economic crisis. Such a crisis will be marked by a financial shock as external funding is withdrawn, and a deep recession as the imports on which the economy had come to rely can no longer be financed. The impact of a crisis is also highly asymmetrical. For surplus countries, it is an inconvenience, as the value of their financial claims on deficit countries comes into question. But for deficit countries, it's a matter of economic life or death, as the short-term impact of a sudden withdrawal of external funding devastates the economy. Thus, before the crisis, huge private capital flows went into a number of countries in southern Europe and Ireland, mostly from elsewhere in Europe, and also mostly in the form of debt, particularly bank debt. These flows came from countries with excess savings and weak demand for credit at home, and then flowed to the countries with buoyant demand for credit, which appeared to offer superior returns and at least reasonable safety. Strikingly, the pre-crisis spreads on sovereign bonds fell to very close to zero. Thus, Germany and Greece were, astonishingly, considered equally riskless. This may have been just a mistake by lenders, but it may also have been because the Eurozone was thought to provide a safety net under these flows. As it turned out, this perception was not altogether wrong. In the crisis, lenders to banks got out unscathed, and at least up to early 2014, only the Greek government restructured its debts, though the market value of the debt of other risky sovereigns did, for a while, fall sharply. These cross-border flows duly financed large current account deficits and so, by definition, large excesses of spending over incomes in the deficit countries. If we were to look at tables that would show the scale of the current account deficits and surpluses in the Eurozone just before the crisis, both in absolute terms and relative to GDP, with the exclusion of a few of the smaller member countries, the most striking element in that picture would be the scale of the German current account surplus, the second largest in the world, in absolute terms, after China's. No less striking is the huge Spanish current account deficit, not just in absolute terms, but also in relation to GDP. Portugal and Greece also had vast deficits relative to GDP, and Ireland an appreciable one. The role of foreign private capital, much of it from within the Eurozone, in funding spending in these deficit countries was, accordingly, enormous. Why this happened is discussed further in Chapter 5. It's also easy to see that the crisis-hit countries were the ones that had huge current account deficits relative to GDP prior to the crisis. Proponents of the euro might argue that these flows were exactly what the Eurozone was supposed to achieve. Without exchange rate risk, one would expect huge flows of capital from savings surplus to savings deficient countries. But just as risks in the financial system ended up being concentrated in the hands of those who least understood them, so savings ended up being borrowed by those who proved least able to use them. The Eurozone was poorly equipped to cope with the reversal in financing of deficit countries that occurred in a series of sudden stops, a point that I will discuss in just a moment. Once providers, that is, endowments, insurance companies, hedge funds, pension funds, private individuals, and even government agencies, realized in the course of the worldwide re-rating of risk after 2007 how big a mistake they had made. These huge cross-account surpluses and deficits can be viewed in three mutually consistent ways. First, they reflected private sector capital flows towards what were mistakenly believed to be higher return opportunities in more dynamic economies, such as construction in Spain. Alas, these higher returns turned out in many cases to be illusory, indeed the product of an asset price bubble. Moreover, by 2011, the net external liability position of several countries had become too large to manage. 103% of GDP for Portugal, 98% of GDP for Ireland, 92% of GDP for Spain, and 79% of GDP for Greece. These economies were primed for capital flight, which duly occurred in the succession of crises discussed previously. The second way in which the current account deficits and surpluses can be viewed is as an excess of income over spending, or a surplus of savings over investment, in surplus countries, and the opposite in deficit countries. And that's simply what a current account surplus or deficit means: an excess of income over spending, or an excess of spending over income, respectively. The important implication is that the two sides are always, at the level of the world economy as a whole, of equal and opposite sign. The surpluses entail deficits and vice versa. Because they are jointly determined, it is logically impossible to say that countries in deficit are responsible for their plight while those in surplus are guiltless. That is childish moralism. The third way is that the surpluses and deficits reflected strengthening external competitiveness in surplus countries and declining competitiveness in deficit countries. The real unit labor costs in the former group of countries, especially in Germany, stagnated, and real unit labor costs in the latter soared from the beginning of the euro. This was partly because of their strong economies, notably in Spain, which pushed up nominal wages, and partly because their labor markets were relatively inflexible and productivity growth was correspondingly weak, as in Greece, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. The most important reason for the relatively inflexible labor markets of Southern Europe was legislation, which made it extremely difficult to lay off long-term workers. Particularly large losses in competitiveness occurred in Spain, Italy, and Greece. Ireland, on the other hand, suffered no loss in competitiveness because of fast productivity growth in its output of tradable goods and services. Ireland has a flexible labor market and relies for exports on foreign companies, mostly American, with access to state-of-the-art technology. Moreover, these losses of competitiveness were inevitably associated with long-lasting changes in the structure of economies. In surplus countries, industries that produce tradable goods and services, particularly export-oriented manufacturing, expanded, as in Germany. In countries with external deficits, the opposite happened. Businesses oriented to the domestic economy, such as construction and retail, expanded, as in Spain. The reversal of the excesses requires change in all three dimensions, changes that are painful and will occur over very different time periods. Adjustment of the private capital flows can occur, and did indeed occur, almost overnight when the crises hit. But adjustments in the balance between saving and investment and changes in external competitiveness may take a decade or longer. This makes it impossible for a country to repay huge debts in the short run, or quite possibly even in the long run, since that requires it to shift at once into current account surplus. That requires the structural shifts in the economy explained previously towards increased production of tradable goods and services. When creditors try to get their money out quickly, one or more of three things must happen instead of repayment. 1. Repricing of assets. 2. Default. Or 3. Refinancing by official sources. In fact, a mixture of all these things happened in the crisis-hit countries. Post-crisis adjustment. Consider the post-crisis reversal of these unsustainable imbalances. The fact that inflation is low throughout the Eurozone, and surplus countries also intend to keep it that way, has made the external adjustment more painful. Moreover, if some countries are to reduce their deficits, others must reduce their surpluses if the external balance of the Eurozone is not to move towards surplus. If it does move towards surplus, as has been the case, the rest of the world has to adjust via some combination of higher spending and lower output. If it is the latter, the Eurozone crisis is exported. A clash must also arise within this low-inflation Eurozone between improving competitiveness and managing the debt overhang. This is because a rapid restoration in competitiveness of countries like Italy or Spain requires falling wages and prices. But falling wages and prices also raise the real burden of debt. The relatively high interest rates on both private and public debt that characterize these economies make the problem of managing debt even harder. This is debt deflation, a condition in which debtors are forced to save an ever higher share of their income in order to pay down debt because the latter's real value is rising over time. The more countries struggle to restore competitiveness, and the weaker their growth, the worse the debt trap into which they will fall. As the IMF's 2013 report on the Eurozone underlines, persistent financial market fragmentation, weak bank balance sheets, low demand, and creeping uncertainty, as well as structural weaknesses, all reinforce each other and contribute to the contraction of real activity. Not least, a financial crisis starves businesses, on which growth depends, of the credit they need to finance investment. Not surprisingly, a huge shrinkage of the vulnerable economies indeed occurred, making debt management ever harder. Between pre-crisis peaks and post-crisis troughs, Greek GDP fell by 23%, Irish GDP by 10%, Italian GDP by 9%, and Portuguese and Spanish GDP by 8%. The Irish, Portuguese, and Spanish economies appear to have bottomed early in 2013, though none enjoyed a really strong recovery by the third quarter of that year, Spain being the laggard. Italy's GDP was still falling in the third quarter, as was Greek GDP in the first quarter, the last quarter for which data were available as of January 2014. This is a Red Queen's race. Vulnerable countries are forced to run hard to stand still on their debts. They also have to run hard to improve their competitiveness, because the surplus countries do not stand still. Businesses in such countries are likely to cut their prices in response to the crisis-driven slowdown in demand for their products. Remember that they built up substantial capacity during the pre-crisis boom in exports. It is in their interest to use this capacity by cutting their prices and so promoting demand, provided the prices they are able to charge cover the variable costs of production, the labor and purchased inputs needed to create additional output, as well as any extra costs of maintenance of plant and machinery. The long-run fixed costs do not need to be covered in the medium run, since these are just sunk costs. At worst, established exporters may suffer lower than expected profits or need to restructure their debt. More fundamentally, the surplus countries may not develop the higher inflation needed to raise their costs and so facilitate the adjustment in competitiveness needed by deficit ones. Their financial and monetary authorities may, for example, use so-called macro-prudential policies, which are policies directed at financial stability in the economy as a whole, to halt credit expansion at home. If the surplus countries did indeed successfully halt adjustment in this way, the outcome in the Eurozone would be a more prolonged depression in erstwhile deficit countries. The shadow of managing longer-term adjustments hangs over the Eurozone, a topic to which I will turn in chapters 5 and 9. But the first of these adjustments, the disruption of private capital flows across the frontiers of the Eurozone, is no shadow. It is already here. It occurred swiftly, in a series of stops. There were 3 such episodes. During the global financial crisis of 2008, when the stops particularly affected Greece and Ireland. In spring 2010, which saw contagion from the Greek program to Ireland and Portugal. And finally, during the second half of 2011, when the stops reached Spain and Italy. Imagine that the Eurozone had not been a currency union, but a fixed exchange rate arrangement, possibly a hardened version of the pre-Euro exchange rate mechanism. A halt in the capital inflow would then eliminate the current account deficit, both brutally and quickly. Indeed, that is precisely what happened to Bulgaria, Lithuania, and Latvia during the crisis. As part of that adjustment, the domestic financial sector, asset prices, and spending would collapse, and the economy would fall into a depression. The fiscal position would also deteriorate. In the absence of lending from outside, the government would have to cut spending and raise taxes, further weakening the economy. If the financial and monetary authorities managed to sustain the pegged exchange rate despite the depression, adjustment would then occur via falling nominal wages and prices, what the Eurozone calls internal devaluation, emigration, and a write-down of the bad debt of insolvent banks, non-financial companies, households, and possibly even the government. In time, with competitiveness restored and debt restructured, the economy would recover. This used to happen in the 19th century. It has happened more recently in small open economies, such as Hong Kong after the Asian financial crisis and the Baltic states after the crises that began in 2007. This is, in effect, the old gold standard mechanism. If, however, the authorities let the peg go, the adjustment would be accompanied by a depreciation of the nominal exchange rate. That would obviate debt deflation and the need to cut nominal wages and prices. It's likely, though not certain, that the result would be a swifter and less painful adjustment without a tidal wave of defaults. All this would have been a big economic mess, but it would not have generated a continent-wide maelstrom. Under such an adjustable peg exchange rate system, economic adjustment would have occurred, and life would have gone on. It did after crises in the ERM. It did so after the devaluations of sterling in 1949 and 1967, and again after sterling's departure from the ERM in 1992. Consider the opposite possibility, that the currency union was a modern federal state like the U.S. In that case, the banking system operates across the union. The federal government finances a large part of government spending directly. Workers move easily across the federation. In this situation, the collapse of even a large property boom in a particular region, in Florida, for example, cannot bring down the banking system there, since the federal government helps ensure its survival. There is also no currency risk in lending to Florida, since the possibility of secession from the dollar area does not arise. The U.S. fought a brutal civil war in the 19th century to make it clear that secession was impermissible. There is no capital flight from Florida for the same reason. Viable companies located there continue to have access to credit. The state government might retrench sharply, but federal spending is sustained. The combination of ongoing credit, support for the banking system, lower federal taxation, and higher federal spending inside Florida sustains economic activity and finances the current accounts deficits that nobody bothers to measure. In time, people emigrate, wages fall, and new activities emerge. The crisis is painful, but of no enduring moment. The European currency union lies between these two extremes. Indeed, it represents the worst of both worlds. Members are not on their own, as are sovereign countries with fixed exchange rates, while the credibility of the currency arrangement is also greater than that of a unilateral commitment. But members also do not benefit from most of the automatic risk-pooling features of a modern federal state, while their currency union is less credible than one embedded in such a federation. The currency union does, however, have one functioning federal institution: the central bank. The ECB responded to the sudden stops in capital flows effectively and automatically. As cross-border lenders withdrew funds and asset prices fell, banks in vulnerable countries experienced deteriorating balance sheets and drains on funding. To prevent a chain of collapse, their national central banks acted as lenders of last resort, with the constant of the ECB. These national central banks created new central bank money, this being the liability side of the central bank balance sheet, and lent it to their troubled banks against a wide range of, often doubtful, albeit also discounted, collateral, such as their own government's bonds. Such funds, in turn, allowed the commercial banks to continue to lend to their customers. Indirectly, these activities financed current account imbalances inside the Eurozone and then emerged as Target 2 imbalances within the European System of Central Banks, the ESCB, which is the aggregate of the ECB and national central banks. By definition, deficit countries also had ongoing excesses of spending over income, that is to say, large current account deficits. After the crisis, they also suffered substantial capital flight by both non-residents and residents. A settlement imbalance then emerged between Greek, Portuguese, Irish, Spanish, and Italian banks on the one hand, and the banks of Germany, the Netherlands, and remaining surplus countries on the other. Transfers of balances at central banks are how such imbalances among banks are settled. These settlements show up inside the Target 2 settlement system, the interbank payment system owned and operated by the Euro system, the monetary authority of the Eurozone, which consists of the ECB and member central banks. This generates large cumulative net claims in the central banks of surplus countries and correspondingly large liabilities in the central banks of deficit countries. In August 2012, the surplus of the German Bundesbank was 751 billion euros, and that of the Dutch Central Bank 125 billion euros, making a total of 876 billion euros. In the same month, the aggregate liability position of the Greek, Irish, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish central banks was 891 billion euros, 429 billion for Spain, and 289 billion for Italy. But by November 2013, as the OMT restored confidence, the surpluses of the Bundesbank and the Dutch Central Bank had fallen to 545 billion and 59 billion, respectively, while those of the 5 crisis-hit countries had also fallen to 595 billion, 254 billion for Spain, and 216 billion for Italy. Thus, euros created by the national central banks of deficit countries settled the payments shortfalls of their countries. That, in turn, allowed these countries to shrink their large current account deficits over several years, not at once, despite the collapse of private financing. In this way, the European system of central banks, the ECB plus national central banks, the ESCB, provided an essential cushion. By funding the banking system, it also financed payments in balances. This was an inefficient, because indirect, way of financing external and fiscal deficits in the medium run. But it worked, more or less. Yet, as Peter Garber of Deutsche Bank warned presciently as far back as 1998, there must be doubts whether the national central bank of a surplus country would be willing to provide unlimited credit to the weak national central banks through the target system in this way, not least because it would probably suffer large losses in the event of a breakup. The fear of such losses might even precipitate such a breakup by halting the supply of credit to the weak central bank. In theory, members of the Eurozone would bear these losses in proportion to their shares in the ECB. In practice, it seems unlikely that the deficit countries would pay, particularly if they were convinced the breakup was not their fault. Mr. Garber concluded that, as long as some doubt remains about the permanence of Stage 3 exchange rates, that is, the currency union, the existence of the currently proposed structure of the ECB and target does not create additional security against the possibility of an attack. Quite the contrary, it creates a perfect mechanism to make an explosive attack on the system. Such an attack could take the form of a run on banks in a vulnerable country, or actions, short selling of bank stock, for example, that would cause such a run. Thus, the creation of gigantic creditor and debtor positions inside the ECB might destroy the credibility of the system. The actions of the central banks helped countries in difficulty, but they have not provided much, if any, direct support for public debt. Direct financing of deficits was ruled out by the founding treaties of the currency union because of the concern, particularly in Germany, that this would prove a short route to hyperinflation, as had happened in 1923. As a result, the prices of government bonds fell sharply in deficit countries and rose in surplus ones between 2008 and 2012. With foreigners increasingly concerned about liquidity, solvency, and even the risks of breakup, the funding of vulnerable governments came to depend on their domestic banks, which were themselves heavily dependent on national central banks. Thus, the ESCB ended up, indirectly, funding governments. That has, in turn, further impaired the availability of credit to the private sector of deficit countries. Smaller private businesses in crisis-hit countries found it almost impossible to obtain bank loans. As the IMF noted in July 2012, despite low policy rates, credit conditions vary widely among euro area countries. This was mainly due to starkly diverging perceptions of sovereign and banking risks, as well as drastic decline in interbank activity as banks reduce cross-border funding, shore up capital and liquidity buffers in their jurisdiction, and accumulate overnight deposits at the ECB. As a consequence, financing conditions are now the least supportive in countries where the crisis is most acute. The IMF made much the same point in 2013, though conditions improved somewhat after the announcement of the OMT. The explanation for such divergences in monetary conditions is that the currency union, unlike federal unions, is not a banking union. Each country is responsible for its own banks. In countries loath to let banks fail under any circumstances, banks are as strong as the creditworthiness of the governments that back them and whose debt they hold. The emergence of huge divergences in sovereign creditworthiness has inevitably fragmented banking. Thus, as cross-border flows dried up, member countries found themselves in very different fiscal positions, and so the risk of breakup rose. In addition, the Eurozone no longer had a single set of monetary conditions, as one would normally expect in a currency union, but distinct national monetary conditions. The IMF has noted that small business loans became much more expensive in Italy, Spain, and Portugal than in Germany. Meanwhile, the Eurozone provided fiscal support to governments no longer able to borrow in markets, first via temporary facilities, the European Financial Stability Facility, and the European Financial Stability Mechanism, and then, via a permanent new arrangement, the European Stability Mechanism, which went into operation in October 2012. The EFSF was created following a decision on May 9, 2010, at the same time as the Greek program. It had a lending capacity of 440 billion euros, raised in the markets but guaranteed by governments. The EFSM added a further 60 billion euros borrowed by the European Commission and on-lent to members. The ESM is a replacement for the EFSF and the EFSM. It has a lending capacity of 500 billion euros. That sum is insufficient to take the larger countries, particularly Italy, out of the markets if they lost access. For this reason, some proposed that the ESM be given a banking license and so be able to borrow, like any other bank, from the ECB. That idea was rejected as far too dangerous. At a leverage ratio of 20-1, normal in banking, it could have lent 10 trillion euros, making it much the biggest bank in the world. Instead, as discussed previously, the ECB agreed to its Outright Monetary Transactions Program, a promise that, as explained previously, is to provide unlimited but conditional support to governments that find it difficult to borrow from markets on manageable terms. The purported aim of this program is to restore a degree of normality to monetary conditions in crisis-hit countries, so making ECB monetary policy effective once again. The ECB is the only institution with the firepower needed to halt a panic in the sovereign debt markets of a country as big as Italy. If that were indeed to happen, the ECB would have to try to make the OMT operational. But the question remains whether it could do so in practice. The ECB has the firepower, but it's not clear that it would be allowed to fire its broadside, or that the OMT itself would prove an effective way of doing so, given its internal contradictions. In addition, the Eurozone already agreed, when preparing the Greek program, probably wisely, to include the IMF, and therefore IMF resources, and conditionality in its rescue plans. The IMF's engagement also encouraged it to seek additional resources of its own, which it did successfully. The main contribution of the IMF, however, was not financial, but technical, and so also political. It is more credibly independent than the European Commission. The ECB has been determined to have the IMF engaged because it lacks confidence in the Commission, which it views, rightly, as more of a political body captured by national governments than a technocratic organization able to impose its views upon them. The German government has a similar view of the Commission. Yet, the IMF's engagement has also been controversial, and in some eyes, particularly those in emerging economies, has tainted its credibility. The fund's own ex-post valuation of the Greek program of 2010 was, rightly, critical of what never looked to be a credible plan. But the fact that the IMF has been brought in, again underlies the fact that the Eurozone is more of a currency arrangement among nations than a federal union. In sum, the Eurozone has one strong internal institution, the central bank, but its banking industry has remained largely national, and cross-border fiscal support has remained limited and controversial in the creditor countries. The labor markets of many member countries are highly inflexible. They are also segmented along national lines by language, culture, laws, social institutions, and the structure of welfare states. Pension arrangements, for example. This structure was unable to handle the financial crisis smoothly. Instead, the members sought to redesign their aircraft while it was crashing. It proved extremely difficult to convince private decision-makers, investors, bankers, corporate bosses, even ordinary people, that the single currency was irrevocable, largely because the commitment of the member countries to support one another is inevitably circumscribed by domestic political resistance. Indeed, discussion of the possibility of the departure of member states was open and even came from the highest levels. On September 11, 2011, for example, Mark Rutte and Jan Kees de Jager, Prime Minister and Finance Minister of the Netherlands, wrote an article in the Financial Times in which they declared that, in future, the ultimate sanction can be to force countries to leave the euro. That was a hedged statement. But if a country were forced, or at least encouraged, to leave, the consequences for the credibility of the euro could prove devastating. Exit would not affect the exiting country alone. It would have large spillover effects on other countries, and indeed on the entire system. One would certainly expect some capital flight from other valuable countries and quite probably devastating financial and economic crisis within them. Indeed, it was the realization of this threat that persuaded even Germany's government, in the course of the summer of 2012, that it should keep Greece inside the Eurozone, if at all possible. It's understandable that creditor countries don't want to be chained to those they deem waste rules. But as they also have realized, as soon as the possibility of breakup becomes real, mayhem threatens. The Eurozone could then no longer be viewed as an irrevocable currency union. Once it is no longer seen as irrevocable, some of the principal benefits of the union must vanish. The willingness to make long-term investments will shrink, in both surplus and deficit countries, because of uncertainty about the future. Willingness to lend money to financial institutions in vulnerable deficit countries will disappear, and at worst, capital flight will ensue. Financial markets will become segmented, and the willingness to lend money to governments of vulnerable countries will evaporate, and interest rates of such governments will become elevated. If all these things were to happen, the chances of full adjustment inside the Eurozone would diminish, and the plausibility of breakup would rise. The more credible the possibility of exit, the stronger countervailing commitments need to be. Yet the ultimate assurance that the system would always stick together, however big the pressure, is just not credible. The willingness to commit much, but not everything, to the project is a permanent invitation to crisis. That is the danger the Eurozone confronts. Whether it can overcome it will be considered in Chapter 9. Misunderstanding the crisis. The story just told is one of a crisis triggered by huge current account imbalances, followed by a sudden stop in the cross-border private financing that allowed those imbalances to emerge. The central bank responded to the stops, but not by enough to bring order to either monetary conditions or the financing of governments across the Eurozone, and on its own, it cannot bring about the needed internal adjustments. The currency union has been subject to such huge stresses largely because it is an incomplete and imperfect union. It is unclear whether it can survive. But the greater the loss of credibility, the bigger the stresses, and so the greater the chances of failure. This is a vicious spiral. One reason why failure is still possible is that the view advanced previously of the proximate causes of the crisis is not universally shared. This view implies that both lenders and borrowers made huge mistakes, that large current account imbalances are destabilizing, particularly in an imperfect union with limited insurance mechanisms, and that post-crisis adjustment needs to fall on both surplus and deficit countries. There is, however, an alternative view expressed by Wolfgang Schäuble, the German finance minister, in the quotation that heads this chapter. It is that the crisis is the result of sloppy fiscal policy, that the fault lies with the countries that indulged in such policies, and that the solution is fiscal austerity in the short run and far tighter fiscal rules in the long run. This view is powerful because the country that believes it holds the purse strings. It is also influential because the crisis in Greece in 2010 frightened policymakers, even many outside the Eurozone, into believing, or at least saying that they believed, "There but for the grace of God go we." The result was not just a Eurozone shift towards fiscal austerity, but one elsewhere as well. This view is not only misleading, but dangerous. That it is held by the Eurozone's strongest country is frightening. The countries that are now in great difficulty had very divergent fiscal performances before the crisis. Greece did have extremely high average fiscal deficits, and Portugal's were at least relatively high, though not that far above the Maastricht Treaty's limit of 3% of GDP. But Italy's average fiscal deficit was only very modestly higher than those of France and Germany, while Ireland and Spain showed a remarkably good fiscal performance. Thus, unlike the current account position, average fiscal deficits between 2000 and 2007 do not predict whether or not a country fell into a crisis. Exactly the same is true of the ratio of net public debt to GDP. Greece had the highest ratio at 105% of GDP in 2007. Italy came second at 87%. These two countries give support to the view that it was mainly a fiscal problem. But Portugal's net public debt ratio of 64% of GDP was close to the French ratio of 60%. Ireland and Spain had exceptionally low ratios of public debt to GDP of 11% and 22% of GDP, respectively, far below Germany's 50%. Indeed, if one looked at the fiscal data alone, one would not have concluded that Germany was going to prove the safe haven. Neither its public debt nor its historic deficit performance was in any way exceptionally good. The difference was that Germany was a surplus country. It was the current account, stupid. A subtle analyst might respond that yes, it is true that the Irish and Spanish fiscal position looked very robust at the time, but that was an illusion. The structural deficit was in fact quite large because the countries were in unsustainable booms. If that had been understood, they should have run much bigger fiscal surpluses than the ones they actually did run. This sounds convincing. Indeed, in an obvious sense, it is true, but it is also highly misleading, on at least two levels. First, nobody knows what the structural or cyclically adjusted balance is. Worse, it is least knowable precisely when such knowledge is most essential, namely when the economy is experiencing a boom. The evidence for this is overwhelming. The IMF itself provides the proof. In April 2008 and April 2012, it made widely divergent estimates of the average structural fiscal balance of Ireland and Spain between 2000 and 2007. It made this huge change because subsequent events, the crises, forced it to reconsider its earlier assessment of the structural position of economies. Note that neither of these was a forecast. They were estimates of what had happened in the past. Unfortunately, in April 2008, almost no economists understood how harsh would be the light that events would shed on what had happened in the recent past. In the 2008 estimates, the IMF declared that Ireland had run a healthy average structural surplus of 1.3% a year between 2000 and 2007. This, it should be stressed, was an estimate intended to take account of the fact that Ireland had enjoyed a huge boom. Spain was believed to have enjoyed an average structural surplus of 0.5% a year over this period. Both countries, in other words, were believed to have had a solid fiscal position that emanated from a long period of disciplined fiscal policy. Then, 4 years later, the IMF decided that for that very same 8-year period, Ireland's average annual structural fiscal balance for 2000 to 2007 was 4 percentage points worse than it had thought in April 2008. That over that period, Ireland had been running an average structural fiscal deficit of 2.7% of GDP. For Spain, the picture was much the same, just not as extreme. The difference between the April 2008 and April 2012 estimate of the 2000 to 2007 average structural fiscal deficit is 1.7% of GDP annually. The earlier surplus has turned into an average structural deficit of 1.2% of GDP. Again, that is a big difference. Given these huge retrospective revisions, next to no possibility exists of making a reliable estimate of the structural fiscal balance in real time, particularly during a credit boom. This is one important reason why the Eurozone's new fiscal treaty, which went into effect in January 2013, and is built around achieving a balance in the estimated structural fiscal deficit, is most unlikely to work. Ireland and Spain were both thought to have had structural fiscal surpluses prior to the crisis, so the new rules would not have prevented these disasters. Second, the fiscal surpluses these countries would have had to run to protect themselves against the calamity that befell them would have been almost unimaginably large, and the pre-crisis debt target correspondingly low. Assume, for example, that the aim was to run a pre-crisis fiscal policy so tight, in the light of what we now know, it would have kept gross public debt down below the Maastricht Treaty limit of 60% of GDP, at least up to 2013. In Ireland, the gross debt ratio is forecast to rise by 98% of GDP between 2007 and 2013. In Spain, this rise is forecast to be 57% of GDP. These huge increases in public debt were due to unexpectedly deep recessions, and particularly in the case of Ireland, the fiscal costs of the calamitous decision to bail out all the creditors of its banks. To have avoided going over the Maastricht Treaty ceiling of 60% of GDP in 2013, with everything else remaining the same, Ireland's gross debt ratio in 2007 would have needed to be minus 38% of GDP, instead of the actual level of 27%. In the case of Spain, the gross debt ratio needed in 2007 to keep the ratio below 60% of GDP in 2013 would have been 3% of GDP, instead of the actual level of 36%. That outcome could have been achieved if the Irish government had accumulated assets after it had expunged its debt. To have gained this position, Ireland's annual fiscal surplus between 2000 and 2007 would have needed to average nearly 8% of GDP more than it did. Spain's fiscal surplus would have needed to average 4% a year more than it did. Of course, these are almost certainly overestimates, since with tighter fiscal policy, pre-crisis booms and post-crisis busts would have been smaller. But the direction is clear. A tighter fiscal policy than the one actually pursued would certainly have been helpful. But the fiscal action needed to protect an economy against a boom and bust of the scale experienced by Ireland and Spain would have been difficult to achieve and hard to justify to electorates prior to the crisis. Instead of putting the blame mainly on fiscal policy, it would make more sense to put the blame on the stupidity of creditors. The great 19th century British journalist, Walter Bagehot, describes what happens perfectly. At particular times, a great deal of stupid people have a great deal of stupid money. At intervals, the money of these people, the blind capital, as we call it, of the country, is particularly large and craving. It seeks for someone to devour it, and there is a plethora. It finds someone, and there is speculation. It is devoured, and there is a panic. As I've noted previously, the main feature the deficit countries had in common was the ability to fund large and, in some cases, enormous current account deficits at very low interest rates. It turned out that it did not make that much difference if the domestic counterpart of these deficits was entirely a huge private sector financial debt, as in Ireland and Spain, or a mixture of private and public deficits, as in Greece and Portugal. Italy did not have large external or fiscal deficits. Its problems were mainly due to the scale of the public debt accumulated in the 1980s and 1990s before it joined the euro. This, in turn, had been the result of prolonged fiscal indiscipline. It did not make much difference whether, in pre-crisis times, the counterpart of the surplus of the foreign sector, that is, of the flood of capital into the country and the huge consequent current account deficit, was a private or a fiscal deficit, that is, an excess of spending over incomes in the private or public sectors. The reason is simple, crucial, and widely ignored. Once the crisis hit, the private sector financial deficit disappeared swiftly, whereas the fiscal deficit soared. The explanation for the latter is that government revenue fell dramatically, crisis-related government spending automatically rose, and the banks were also rescued, which was particularly costly in Ireland. Moreover, when private spending collapses, as happened in Ireland and Spain, the fiscal deficit always rises more quickly than the external deficit falls, provided there continues to be some foreign funding, as there was in the Eurozone, largely via the ECB. That's because the external deficit is dictated in part by the productive structure of the economy, which does not change all that swiftly. Spain and Ireland, whose private sectors were particularly badly hit by the financial crisis, experienced shifts in the financial balance of the private sector of close to 15% of GDP. The rise in the fiscal deficit is the direct consequence of this crisis-driven leap of the private sector into austerity. Private austerity entails fiscal profligacy. These are two sides of the same coin, given the relatively slow adjustment of the external balance. Germany's focus on the alleged fiscal crimes of countries now in crisis was an effort at self-exculpation. As the Eurozone's largest supplier of surplus capital, its private sector bore substantial responsibility for the excesses that led to the crisis. As Bagehot indicates, excess borrowing by fools would have been impossible without excess lending by fools. Creditors and debtors are joined at the hip. A country that chooses to run current account surpluses, indeed one that has built its economy around generating improved competitiveness and increased external surpluses, has to finance the counterpart deficits and must, accordingly, bear responsibility for the wastage of funds. After all, the evidence of what was going on inside deficit countries was not hidden. What this might mean for future German policy will be considered further in Chapter 9. Some might respond that, if the fiscal situation is not the root cause of the crisis in sovereign debt, why have the interest rates on the debt of some Eurozone sovereigns been so high? There are two answers to this question. The first answer is that the fiscal position did become a big problem after the crisis. Fiscal indiscipline may not be the reason for crises, but crises certainly cause what will look like very serious fiscal indiscipline. That is one reason why it is important to avoid such crises. The second and more directly opposite answer is that rates of interest on sovereign debt seem to be surprisingly high. Indeed, these very high rates have almost certainly been a consequence of defects in the Eurozone structure and operation. Professor de Grauwe noted this in an important and influential paper published in 2011. He showed that Spain and the UK had a similar profile for public debt, but the UK's long-term interest rates diverged far from Spain's, starting in the spring of 2010, reaching a maximum divergence of more than 6 percentage points in the summer of 2012, before falling after the announcement of the OMT. How does one explain this apparent anomaly? There are three possible explanations. The first, advanced by Professor de Grauwe, is as follows. Suppose that investors begin to fear a default by, say, Spain. They sell Spanish government bonds, and this raises the interest rate. If this goes far enough, the Spanish government will experience a liquidity crisis. The Spanish government cannot force the Bank of Spain to buy government debt, and although the ECB could provide all the liquidity in the world, the Spanish government does not control that institution. This can be self-fulfilling, since if investors think that the Spanish government might reach this endpoint, they'll sell Spanish bonds in a way that turns their fears into a reality. It doesn't work like this for countries capable of issuing debt in their own currency. To see this, rerun the Spanish example for the UK. If investors began to fear that the UK government might default on its debt, they would sell their UK government bonds, and this would drive up the interest rate. After selling these bonds, the investors would have pounds that most probably they would want to get rid of by selling them in the foreign exchange market. The price of the pound would drop until somebody else would be willing to buy these pounds. The effect of this mechanism is that the pounds would remain bottled up in the UK money market to be invested in UK assets. Put differently, the UK money stock would remain unchanged. Part of that stock of money would probably be reinvested in UK government securities. But even if that were not the case, so that the UK government cannot find the funds to roll over its debt at reasonable interest rates, it would certainly force the Bank of England to buy up the government securities. Thus, the UK government is ensured that the liquidity is around to fund its debt. This means that investors cannot precipitate a liquidity crisis in the UK that could force the UK government into default. There is a superior force of last resort, the Bank of England. That's a compelling explanation of why interest rates on Spanish bonds were so much higher than on UK bonds. It's the result of not having a central bank of one's own. This can lead to multiple equilibria. Once a country's debt markets are stuck in a bad equilibrium, only a powerful force such as determined intervention by the central bank can move it to a good one. I find this argument persuasive. Yet, there are two other likely explanations. One is that there is a risk of breakup in the Eurozone. Thus, in the case of Spain, the possibility existed of a catastrophic redenomination of debt into a new currency. While there is also a risk of a meltdown of the pound, perhaps as a result of the hyperinflation that many, quite wrongly, find imminent, this is, in truth, a remote possibility. The second explanation is that if the Eurozone were not to break up, Spain would be stuck in a low-growth trap caused by a permanently overvalued real exchange rate. For this reason, investors had more confidence that the UK authorities would ultimately get its fiscal position under control than they had in the ability of the Spanish authorities to achieve the same thing. In other words, Spain is damned if it leaves, and damned if it stays. Interestingly, the turnaround for yields on Spanish debt came when the ECB announced its OMT program. This strongly supports de Grauwe's argument, but it also supports the view that the risk of breakup mentioned explicitly by Mr. Draghi in justifying the OMT program matters. But Spanish yields still remained higher than UK ones throughout 2013. This suggests that the loss of monetary autonomy continues to matter, notwithstanding the OMT program. Having a more proactive Eurozone central bank is not as good as having one's own central bank. What is the conclusion? The existence of the single currency enormously increases the chances of devastating fiscal crises. That is an inevitable consequence of one interest rate fits all. Before the crisis, the monetary policy that made sense for the Eurozone as a whole turned out to be too tight for some countries, notably including Germany, and too loose for others, notably including Greece, Ireland, and Spain. The result was a massive divergence in credit growth, wages, prices, and external balances that ended up in a crisis. Participants have to be aware of these dangers and reduce the risks. This will only happen if people realize the underlying problem was not fiscal profligacy, but irresponsible lending, partly induced by the unavoidable defects of a single monetary policy, followed by sudden stops. Slashing fiscal deficits in countries under pressure is a recipe for a depression. It is impossible to get fiscal deficits under control when the private sector is unable to borrow, without huge turnarounds in the external balance. Such turnarounds have indeed happened, but the path to this outcome has gone via depressions, forced austerity, failure to reduce fiscal deficits as planned, unwinding of the Eurozone's financial integration, persistent doubts over the solvency of banks, huge divergences in the cost of credit, and yet further economic decline. The economic consequences of the crisis. The sudden stop in capital flows created huge crises in countries that had previously borrowed massively abroad. One might say that the victims were devastated by the very things that prompted the creation of the single currency. The single monetary policy and the desire to integrate financial markets and eliminate exchange rate risk. But the flows reversed at the first sign of trouble, as one would expect of capital flows to emerging countries. Then the non-financial private sector, the financial sector, and the governments of erstwhile capital recipients all fell into deep trouble. The ECB eased the adjustment, but it also permitted the Eurozone economy as a whole to stagnate, thereby making the post-crisis adjustment far more difficult. The crisis has demonstrated that a currency union that is not a banking union and lacks some way of managing liquidity problems in public debt markets ceases in a crisis to be a true monetary union. It was every national economy for itself, though with strong spillovers among the weak and from the weak to the strong. While everybody was affected, the institutions needed to manage such spillovers were lacking. Meanwhile, the overriding pressures were towards fiscal retrenchment. All the vulnerable countries were forced to cut structural fiscal deficits rapidly after 2009. Indeed, vulnerable countries such as Cyprus, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Portugal, and Spain had little choice, since they could no longer fund themselves. But the combination of private and public retrenchment generated deep recessions. These made it more difficult for those countries to achieve the reductions in fiscal deficits demanded by the assistance programs for Cyprus, Greece, Italy, and Portugal, and by the European Commission for Italy and Spain. The most important social consequence of the weak economies has been massively elevated unemployment. In Spain and Greece, unemployment rates were recorded at 27% in May and April 2013, respectively. The fundamental question is how long such depression conditions will last before society rebels. Will society stick together long enough to implement the policies expected of them? In the end, after all, political accountability is national, not European. The distance between the locus of democratic politics and that of effective decision-making is wide. This is what the political philosopher Larry Seidentop, formerly of Oxford University, calls the democratic deficit. The likelihood that politicians who reject the policies demanded by the outside world, and particularly by Germany, will be elected at some point is great. It nearly happened in Greece in 2012. With a need for multi-year economic adjustment ahead, the stresses are likely to grow. Above all, it has to be dangerous for its future that the project of European integration is now identified not with prosperity and stability, but with mass unemployment and economic crises. Conclusion. The crisis of the Eurozone changed what would, in any case, have been an enormous shock into a far more serious global crisis. The Eurozone, it turned out, was disastrously ill-equipped to cope with the sudden stops in private capital flows that its creation had encouraged. Given that breakup seems unthinkable, the question is whether there exist plausible reforms that would make it work better. The discussion will turn to that question in Chapter 9. Meanwhile, one of the most important global consequences of the crisis has been that the difficulties of Greece and the rest of the vulnerable countries were taken to be representative of the threats confronting high-income countries outside the Eurozone. This, in turn, justified the premature swing towards austerity across the high-income countries in 2010 that has surely slowed the recovery. But as de Grauwe has argued, countries like the US and the UK were never threatened by a collapse in support for their government bonds. Being sovereign monetary areas, their position was entirely different. Meanwhile, inside the Eurozone, Germany and other creditor countries benefited via exceptionally low interest rates on their long-term bonds from the difficulties of their partners. They showed no gratitude. That windfall gain did not increase their willingness to help their partners in difficulty. The opposition to any policy likely to stimulate demand in the Eurozone remains resolute. The result is a slow and painful recovery. Chapter 3. Brave New World. We're in the midst of an international currency war, a general weakening of currency. This threatens us because it takes away our competitiveness. Guido Montega, Brazilian Finance Minister, 2010. Something remarkable happened during the successive waves of financial crises discussed in chapters 1 and 2. Or, remarkably, something did not happen. The emerging and developing economies did not fall into serious crisis. On the contrary, they survived largely unscathed. Indeed, it has turned out that the recovery of the high-income countries is possibly more dangerous to the emerging countries than the crises they suffered. The post-crisis success of emerging economies demonstrated that they had become significantly more resilient in the years prior to the crisis. Yet it certainly does not mean that they have decoupled from what happens in high-income countries. The latter remain too important as markets, as sources of finance, and as employers of temporary and permanent immigrants for that to have happened. The recent recession that followed the worst of the financial crisis, in late 2008 and early 2009, hit many emerging and developing countries hard. Those who were least hit, China above all, had to make bold policy decisions to offset the impact of the shock upon their economies. Those decisions also created troubling longer-term challenges. The result, nonetheless, was an acceleration of the already rapid shift in the balance of the world economy from the high-income countries to the emerging countries, particularly China. This in turn reflected the increased resilience of emerging and developing countries. As important, however, was the fact that China had emerged as a new center of the world economy. Yet, China's economy is sure to slow from its trend growth rate of 10% a year between 1980 and 2012. If it slows modestly, the impact on economies dependent upon its demand, notably for commodities, should not be significant. After all, 7% growth in 2013 would mean the same absolute increase as 10% as recently as 2009. If, as some fear, China's growth were to slow far more sharply, the impact on the world economy would be more serious. Crisis and recovery in emerging economies. In the 5 years up to and including 2008, the average annual growth of emerging economies was an amazing 7.6%. Asian, developing, and emerging economies led the way, with average growth of 9.5%, pulled along by China and, to a lesser extent, India. The Commonwealth of Independent States, the CIS, the bulk of the former Soviet Union, also grew quickly, at an average rate of 7.6%, pulled along by Russia's oil boom, itself largely driven by rising world commodity prices. Behind them came sub-Saharan Africa, also pulled along by the commodity boom, with growth averaging 6.5%. The Middle East and North Africa benefited from the oil boom too, averaging growth of 6.3%. Central and Eastern Europe also enjoyed a boom, averaging growth of 5.6% in the 5 years up to and including 2008, though this boom blew up in 2008. Latin America and the Caribbean grew at an average rate of 5.3%. Meanwhile, the advanced economies grew at an average rate of 2.4%. The world economy as a whole grew at an average rate of 4.6%. In 2009, the world economy shrank for the first time since the Second World War. But this decline was by no means universal. The gross domestic products of only 4 regions declined: the high-income economies, Central and Eastern Europe, and the Commonwealth of Independent States, the CIS. Growth slowed sharply in sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East, and North Africa, though it remained positive. Most important, the slowdown in emerging and developing Asia, the last including the emerging and developing countries of East, Southeast, and South Asia, which contains slightly over half of the world's population, and in the 2 Asian giants, China and to a lesser extent India, was barely noticeable. Then came the remarkable recovery of emerging economies in 2010. Thereafter, most emerging regions grew reasonably well, the exceptions being Central and Eastern Europe and the CIS. The divergence in economic growth rates over the course of the crisis also meant rapid shifts in the relative size of economies. Between 2007 and 2012, economies of the high-income countries expanded by a grand total of 3%. Over the same period, the economies of emerging and developing countries grew by 31%, and of those, developing Asia by 46%. China's economy expanded by an even more remarkable 56%, and India's by 37%. The second fastest-growing region of the world economy was sub-Saharan Africa at 27%. This, then, has been a brave new world. Despite a big financial crisis, which hit the high-income economies hard and rendered them virtually stagnant over a period of 5 years, the emerging economies not only survived, after a swift recession or in some cases just a slowdown in 2009, but even thrived. This suggests something important had changed. Not only were most emerging and developing economies quite resilient to the financial shock, but they returned to rapid growth relatively swiftly. This is quite different from the experience in the 1990s, when the epicenter of big financial crises was often in emerging countries. What explains these successes, and are they likely to endure? These are the questions to be addressed in the rest of this chapter. What the answers tell us about the future of the global economy is a question to be addressed in the third part of the book and its conclusion. The resilience of emerging economies. During 2003 to 2007, growth in emerging markets and developing economies accelerated, even though growth in advanced economies was weak. Then, as underlined by the International Monetary Fund, during 2009, the year that immediately followed the worst of the global financial crisis, more than half of emerging market and developing economies experienced negative growth, but they quickly bounced back, and during 2010 to 2011, many of them grew at or above pre-crisis rates. As a result, they now account for virtually all of global economic growth. This performance came after what had already been a substantial improvement. Between 1970 and 1989, the median annual growth of emerging economies was only 1.5%. Between 1990 and 2007, it reached 3.4%. Between 1970 and 1989, the median growth rate of low-income countries had been a calamitous minus 0.1%. In the subsequent period, it reached 1.5%, low but still a huge improvement. The variability of growth also fell substantially between the two periods. An optimistic view is that the ability of many emerging and developing countries to cope with the biggest financial crisis since the 1930s reflects improvements in policies and changes in economies, particularly diversification of the composition and direction of trade, of the sources of inflows of capital, and of their entire economies. A pessimistic view is that recent growth has been supported by capital inflows, strong credit growth, booming commodity markets, and, in the crucial case of China, an unsustainable growth of poor quality investment. All this, pessimists note, is becoming far more challenging. Optimists have evidence on their side. Something has indeed changed for the better. Emerging and developing economies have been spending more time in expansion, while their downturns have become shallower and shorter. Their monetary policies have improved. Stronger fiscal positions have also facilitated the use of counter-cyclical fiscal policies. Where countries have fixed their exchange rates, they have built up substantial foreign currency reserves as an insurance against shocks. Not surprisingly, the statistical analysis of the IMF shows that countries with superior policies and better underlying positions, in terms of monetary policies, public debt, fiscal deficits, and foreign currency reserves, also enjoyed longer expansions and stronger recoveries. The reduction in the frequency of shocks explains about 2/5 of the improved performance of emerging and developing economies. But greater policy space, that is, the ability to use monetary and fiscal policy relatively freely because of strong initial conditions, and better policy frameworks, account for the remaining 3/5 of the improvement in their performance. In many respects, emerging and developing countries appear almost to have changed places with the high-income countries in the 2000s. The latter have suffered huge financial crises, big recessions, and, correspondingly, large rises in fiscal deficits and debt. This is the sort of picture we used to see in emerging and developing countries. One crisis came on the heels of another, notably the Latin American debt crisis of the 1980s, the tequila crisis in Mexico, and then other Latin American countries in the mid-1990s, the Asian financial crisis of 1997-98, and the crises in Russia, 1998, Brazil, 1998-99, and Argentina, 2000-2001. But emerging countries suffered far fewer banking crises in the 2000s than in the 1980s and 1990s, largely because few had experienced big credit booms in the earlier 2000s. That left them in a good position to expand domestic credit in response to the crises of 2008 and 2009. Thereupon, after the immediate collapse in external demand was over, they mostly tightened credit again. Better policies have, it appears, brought substantial rewards. Yet it is also vital to put these improvements in context. Not all emerging and developing countries have done well. Moreover, in many cases, the improvement may prove, or has already proved, unsustainable. India's performance deteriorated sharply after 2010, and Brazil started to stagnate. What makes it more likely that the improvement will prove unsustainable, in many cases, is that the greater resilience of the emerging and developing countries is, at least in part, a mirror image of the loss of resilience of the high-income countries. This might be called the law of the conservation of crises. If one group of economies escapes the credit booms that are one of the brief precursors of crises, it is because another group has embraced them. Over the last 4 decades, the world economy does not seem to have functioned without huge financial excesses somewhere. Mirror images in economic performance. Why might one envisage such a negative relationship? After all, the prosperity of others normally enhances one's own by providing improved opportunities for trade. If that were always true, no reason for concern would exist. The faster growth of the emerging and developing countries, far from being detrimental to high-income countries in any way, would be a benefit. Certainly, it is normally true that countries benefit from the prosperity of others. As Lawrence Edwards and Robert Lawrence argue in an excellent study of the beneficial economic impact of the rising wealth of emerging economies upon the U.S. This is true, with one crucial proviso. Cross-border finance must be reasonably stable and efficient. Alas, this has not been, and is not, the case. If so, as the high-income countries become stronger, once again, many emerging and developing countries will become weaker. How might this happen? The question can be addressed by looking at the emerging and developing countries that performed poorly during the crisis. The two regions that did worst economically during the crisis were the Commonwealth of Independent States and Central and Eastern Europe. The former is a special case since its aggregate performance is dominated by that of Russia, a very large commodity exporter. The fate of the latter, however, is interesting. For the salient characteristic of the countries of Central and Eastern Europe was their pre-crisis reliance on capital inflows, as shown by their enormous current account deficits, far larger on average than those of other regions of emerging and developing countries. Like the countries of Southern Europe, discussed in Chapter 2, the countries of Central and Eastern Europe became vast importers of capital, at least relative to the size of their own economies. That did not end well. During the crisis, the finance they depended upon dried up. This was another sudden stop, very much the same as those that afflicted Ireland and Southern Europe at that time. For investors, flight to safety is almost always also a rush back home, except if the economy to which the capital previously flowed is the home of a reserve or near-reserve currency, and possesses AAA or close to AAA status as a sovereign borrower, such as the U.S. The countries of Central and Eastern Europe did not possess those attributes. So, the money took flight, whereupon these countries were forced to retrench suddenly and brutally. The result was deep recessions with few exceptions. Poland did well during the recession year of 2009, but its current account deficit was also relatively small in the period before the crisis. We can confidently assert that most Central and Eastern European countries did not show strong resilience in 2009. On the contrary, the recessions in this region were very deep. The explanation is that large current account deficits are generally associated with asset price bubbles, unsustainable domestic spending, strong surges in domestic credit, rising wages, construction booms, unsustainable increases in public spending, and declining external competitiveness. If the boom is strong enough, the fiscal accounts may temporarily appear robust. But once the private sector credit boom ends and spending collapses, the fiscal accounts will worsen, as happened to the crisis-hit Eurozone members, as we saw in Chapter 2. Large net capital importers lack resilience, therefore, because they are vulnerable to sudden stops in capital inflows. This also helps explain why emerging and developing countries had become more resilient in the years before the crisis of 2007-2008. Emerging economies became capital exporters overall between 2000 and 2007, as did the most important emerging regions. The IMF's database shows that a sizable number of small and very poor developing countries did run large current account deficits between 2002 and 2007. This was to be expected because these countries are recipients of large aid flows. But the larger emerging countries mostly ran surpluses or quite modest deficits. On average, current account balances were close to zero or in surplus in the cases of Argentina, Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Iran, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, and Russia. The economies of Central and Eastern Europe were somewhat exceptional among the more advanced emerging economies, though Turkey also ran a large external deficit. So the improved resilience of emerging countries is, in part, explained by the development of their balance of payments. This development was not an accident. It is largely explained by the responses of emerging and developing countries to the waves of financial crises they suffered in the 1980s and 1990s. This involved a deliberate policy of reducing vulnerability to external instability. This partly involved making domestic financial institutions better capitalized and better regulated in response to earlier financial crises. Some important countries, notably China and India, also retained exchange controls. But the most crucial and widespread policy was the decision to accumulate foreign currency reserves on an enormous scale and so keep exchange rates down. Surjit Bala, an Indian economist, argues in a recent thought-provoking book that this was excellent development policy. Deliberate undervaluation of exchange rates promotes prosperity. By accident or design, many emerging and developing countries followed this policy in the 2000s, above all in East Asia, and notably including China. In this way, many emerging economies turned themselves into net capital exporters. More precisely, they both recycled the inflow of foreign direct investment and ran substantial current account surpluses. The most important of these economies were China and the oil exporters, including Russia. But if emerging economies became net exporters of capital in aggregate, other economies had to become net importers of capital. The most important of these net importers were the U.S. and countries on the western, Ireland and the UK, southern, Greece, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, and eastern, more precisely central and eastern, peripheries of Western Europe. All the large net importers of capital turned into epicenters of the crisis, though countries reliant on them for markets, such as Germany and other European surplus countries, were also hit by their recessions indirectly. Once the crisis had occurred, the attraction of erstwhile capital importers to investors diminished or even disappeared altogether. The central banks of the troubled economies also slashed interest rates. The outcome was upward pressure on the exchange rates of emerging and developing countries. To the Brazilian finance minister, Guido Mantega, this, quite understandably, looked in 2010 like a currency war. In reality, it was a natural process of rebalancing after the crisis. Yet he was also correct on a crucial point. Emerging and developing countries did face a dilemma. Should they accept higher exchange rates, reduced external competitiveness, and large current account deficits, or should they resist that shift, intervening in currency markets, thereby risking a loss of monetary control, excessive credit growth, inflation, and financial disorder? Against this backdrop, the big question was whether the resilience lauded by the IMF was going to prove as evanescent as the Great Moderation, celebrated by Mr. Bernanke and others, before the crisis. The challenges ahead. Emerging economies did extremely well in the aftermath of the crisis, but they now confront at least 4 closely interrelated challenges. The first is the normalization of monetary policies of the high-income economies. The second is an economic slowdown that has structural roots. The third is the slowdown in China, the world's most powerful engine of economic growth. The last is the search for export-led growth by high-income economies, particularly in the Eurozone and Japan. Let's now look at each one of these 4 in closer detail. The monetary normalization of high-income economies. In May 2013, Ben Bernanke touched publicly on the mere possibility of tapering, or reducing the rate at which the Federal Reserve was expanding its purchases of U.S. Treasury bonds, which were then $85 billion a month. This, note, was not an announcement of any reduction in the rate at which the Fed would purchase assets. That was not to come until December, when the Fed announced that it would reduce the rate at which it purchased assets by $10 billion a month. Also note that this was not an actual tightening. It was, rather, public speculation about a future reduction in the rate at which the Fed increased its holdings of assets. Nevertheless, the impact was an immediate rise in longer-term yields. Between the beginning of May and the end of June, yields on 10-year Treasury bonds rose by just over 80 basis points to 2.5%. This triggered a taper tantrum as markets reacted worldwide to the possibility of an end to the policy of ultra-easy money. This possibility had a particularly severe impact on emerging economies. A sudden turnaround in financial flows to emerging economies followed. This triggered a substantial repricing of assets, notably bonds, equities, and currencies. Significant, and in the longer run probably helpful, declines in exchange rates occurred between January and September 2013, notably for the Russian ruble, Indonesian rupiah, Indian rupee, Brazilian real, Turkish lira, and South African rand. The impact caused by a non-event, after all, nothing happened for 6 months, is partly because it indicated the imminence of a turning point in monetary policy in the U.S. But also, and more significantly, it revealed vulnerabilities in emerging economies. One set of factors explaining the vulnerabilities revealed by Bernanke's musings about tapering are financial developments. Domestically, many emerging economies experienced possibly unsustainable credit growth relative to GDP. Important examples were Brazil, China, India, and Thailand. Ratios of private credit to GDP were particularly high in China, at around 120% of GDP in 2012, according to the IMF. Any shock likely to slow credit growth, let alone large-scale losses, and an actual reduction in credit outstanding, as happened in high-income economies after 2007, risked causing a sharp slowdown in growth in economies whose prior expansion was, to a significant extent, credit-driven. In addition, argues Hyun Song Shin of Princeton University, among the world's foremost financial economists, the growth of demand for the private sector bonds of emerging economies has created new external vulnerability. External finance of emerging economies has changed in two ways since the crisis, he argues. Non-banks have become bigger borrowers relative to banks, and debt securities have largely replaced loans. Much borrowing is also done abroad. An indication is the widening gap between borrowing by place of residence and by nationality. Chinese companies, for example, issue foreign currency bonds in Hong Kong, not the mainland. Brazilian and Indian companies have also floated bonds abroad. The purchasers of these bonds have been searching for yield in the world of ultra-easy monetary policy by making riskier loans. The sellers, for their part, have taken advantage of the lower cost of bonds denominated in foreign currency. In the process, they have assumed a currency mismatch, foreign currency debt against domestic currency assets. These borrowers are speculating on their domestic currencies. Students of the Asian financial crisis of 1997-98 will find this disturbingly familiar. Once the funding conditions turn, such trades may become lethal. As the Fed proceeds with tightening, the dollar might rise further, prices of dollar bonds are likely to fall, and dollar funding might reverse, all of which was seen in the summer of 2013. As their bonds lose value, borrowers would be forced to post more domestic currency as collateral. That would squeeze cash flows and trigger a downturn in corporate spending. A fall in the exchange rate would exacerbate the squeeze upon them. Highly indebted non-financial corporations might go bankrupt, endangering domestic creditors, including banks. Such a pattern of currency and risk mismatches partly explains the volatility in the summer of 2013. That stress is likely to return. Thus, even asset managers of high-income economies may prove to be a source of cyclical instability if they, too, behave pro-cyclically, just as banks have always done. The story underlines a point that emerged in previous crises in emerging economies. National balance sheets matter. Currency mismatches have repeatedly proved devastating to emerging economies, whether they have occurred in the government sector, the banking sector, or the non-financial corporate sector. What, finally, are the policy implications beyond the fact that the combination of the most expansionary monetary policies in history with the private sector's reach for yield was sure to create fragility? One is that controls on capital inflows count for little if companies are allowed to borrow offshore. Another is that currency adjustments, albeit vital for managing our volatile world, as the IMF argues, will expose currency mismatches. Above all, managing a return to normal monetary conditions in high-income countries without further global instability will be tricky. The structural slowdown of emerging economies. The impact of the discussion of tapering on emerging economies seems also to be related to something even bigger than financial vulnerabilities: the recognition of deteriorating growth performance. In the World Economic Outlook for October 2013, the IMF noted that projections for 2016 real GDP levels for Brazil, China, and India have been successively reduced by some 8 to 14% over the past 2 years. Together, the downward revisions for these three economies account for about three-quarters of the overall reduction in projections for medium-term output for the emerging market and developing economies as a group. According to the IMF's World Economic Outlook for October 2013, Brazil's growth fell to 0.9% in 2012 and a forecast of 2.5% for 2013, down from an already modest 2.7% in 2011. China's growth fell to 7.7% in 2012 and a forecast of 7.6% for 2013, down from 9.3% in 2011. India's growth was a mere 3.2% in 2012 and a forecast of 3.8% for 2013, down from 6.3% in 2011 and 10.5% in 2010. Russia's growth was 3.4% in 2012 and a forecast of 1.5% in 2013, down from 4.3% in 2011. South Africa's growth was 2.5% in 2012 and a forecast of 2% for 2013, down from 3.5% in 2011 and 10.5% in 2010. In all, the slowdown has been severe, with China the only economy still growing quickly. Now, turn to the broader picture. In 2011, emerging economies grew by 6.2%. In 2012 and the forecast for 2013, this was down to 4.9% and 4.5%, respectively. In developing Asia, growth rates were 6.4% and forecast at 6.3%, respectively, for 2012 and 2013, down from 7.8% in 2011. In Latin America and the Caribbean, growth rates were 2.9% and forecast at 2.7%, respectively, for 2012 and 2013, down from 4.6% in 2011. In Central and Eastern Europe, growth rates were 1.4% and forecast at 2.3%, respectively, for 2012 and 2013, down from 5.4% in 2011. In the Commonwealth of Independent States, growth rates were 3.4% and forecast at 2.1%, respectively, for 2012 and 2013, down from 4.8% in 2011. In sub-Saharan Africa, the slowing was modest. Growth rates were 4.9% and forecast at 5%, respectively, for 2012 and 2013, down from 5.5% in 2011. In all, according to the IMF, 80% of emerging economies have been slowing since 2011. Analysis by the IMF suggests that the slowdowns are both cyclical and structural. Cyclical because the post-2009 recovery was unsustainably fast in many emerging economies, and structural because the sources of previous rapid growth have frequently been exhausted. Past tailwinds, such as the commodity boom, high growth of trade, and easy financing conditions, have become headwinds. But there are also deeper structural issues in many countries, which interact unfavorably with the more adverse external conditions, such as poor quality of labor forces, aging of the populations, slowing growth of productivity, and rising external imbalances. Sustaining growth means continued reform. In its absence, sources of rapid growth weaken. That is probably a sizable part of what we are seeing. Managing China's inevitable slowdown. The challenge for emerging economies is not just managing the global rebalancing. It is also that of adapting to what might become a big slowdown in the Chinese economy. One of the reasons many emerging economies did so well after the crisis is that China itself did so well. It's not only the world's second-largest economy, but significantly bigger than Brazil, India, and Russia together. It is also the world's biggest source of demand for commodities. Its continued rapid growth helped both itself and the rest of the world through the crisis. Particularly important was the fact that, after 2007, China's growth was driven by domestic, not external demand. During the period from 2000 to 2007, in contrast, net exports had been an important source of demand for China. These rose from 2.1% of GDP in 2001 to the extraordinarily high share of 8.8% of GDP in 2007. At that point, China's trade and current account surpluses were far and away the biggest in the world. The crisis put an end to net exports as a driver of demand for the Chinese economy, as the Chinese authorities realized at once. So, what took its place? The solution they adopted was a massive credit-fueled investment surge, which brought the share of gross investment in GDP close to 50%. Meanwhile, between 2007 and 2012, the share of private consumption remained around 35% of GDP, an extremely low ratio by the standards of all other economies. Fortunately, the surge in investment fully offset the negative impact upon China's economy of declining net exports, particularly in 2009. Thereafter, the contribution of investment fell, as did economic growth itself. This extraordinary role of investment as a source of demand in China is unsustainable, for two reasons. The first is a long-run one. Ultimately, the goal of production is consumption. Investment is merely an intermediate form of production. It makes no sense in the long run for investment to grow faster than consumption. If it does, it's likely that investment is excessive. Excess capacity is extreme, and economic returns on investment are falling. The second is a shorter-run reason. The level of investment itself depends on the rate of economic growth. The higher the growth rate of an economy, the higher the share of investment in GDP is likely to be. As the Chinese growth rate slows, as everybody, including the government, expects, now that the country no longer enjoys the benefits of huge amounts of surplus labor and has become a middle-income country, the need for investment is likely to fall sharply. But that's also going to take away a crucial prop to demand. The financial stresses discussed previously are likely to accelerate the slowdown in China. The rapid growth of credit in the economy in recent years was driven by expectations of profits from continued ultra-fast growth. If growth disappoints and asset prices fall, much of this credit may prove unserviceable. While the Chinese government is certainly able to manage any conceivable losses, the experience may make it far more cautious about credit expansion in the future. In short, the chances of a sharper-than-expected slowdown in the Chinese economy in the short to medium term, followed by a significantly slower trend in growth, are quite significant. If so, this would affect not just China, but the world economy. A particularly important possibility is weakness in real commodity prices after almost a decade of elevated levels. If so, that would certainly have a sizable impact on commodity exporters, many of which are emerging in developing countries. Global rebalancing. The emerging economies confront one final challenge: global rebalancing after the crises. They were able to take advantage of strong demand growth in high-income economies before then. Afterwards, they had room, for a while, to promote their own domestic demand. But the weakness of demand in the high-income economies is likely to be permanent, not temporary. Indeed, under Germany's tutelage, the Eurozone is forcing itself into export-led growth. The emerging economies have to generate domestic demand-led growth, while financing resulting current account deficits in a sustainable manner. The world economy, as currently constituted, may be unable to manage such rebalancing successfully. This would probably require, among other things, a substantial reform of global institutions, which is most unlikely to occur. Conclusion. The success of emerging and developing countries in navigating the crisis is remarkable by historical standards, but these countries now confront big challenges. One derives from the fact that their post-crisis resilience was a mirror image of what made many high-income countries fragile: strong external payments positions. The fate of many countries in Central and Eastern Europe, which ran huge current account deficits before the crisis, suggests that robust external positions were indeed an important reason for the resilience of many emerging economies. But between 2007 and 2012, 97 emerging and developing countries, out of a total of 151 for which IMF data were available, experienced a shift in their current account balances towards smaller surpluses or larger deficits. Many emerging and developing countries are going to find themselves increasingly vulnerable once again. Another huge challenge is managing the return to something closer to normality in monetary policy and interest rates in the high-income economies. Making this more difficult will be what is happening to China. More than 3 decades of 10% annual growth has come to an end. Managing such a slowdown smoothly is extremely difficult, particularly in an economy that is so dependent on an ultra-high investment rate for its demand. Financial excesses increase the danger of a sudden collapse in investment, growth, and solvency. Yet, China is not the only big emerging economy to confront such big challenges. Brazil, India, and Russia have also been performing far worse. I will return in Part 3 to the challenges of sustaining growth in emerging economies as high-income countries rebalance. But first, I turn in Part 2 to the biggest question of all. Why did this series of huge crises happen at all? Was it, as many apparently believe, just the result of a failure of the financial system? Or was there, as I will argue, something much deeper at work? Namely, huge shifts in the world economy. Part 2. The Shifts. Prologue. Why did the world's leading economies fall into such a mess? The answer, in part, is that the people in charge did not believe that they could fall into it. By people in charge, I don't just mean the policymakers. One has to include those running financial institutions and those influencing how they ran. But these mistakes did not come out of the blue. They were, no doubt, themselves influenced by the incentives decision-makers faced. Incentives to hope for the best and ignore the possibility of the worst. Incentives for what I call rational carelessness. That carelessness worked at many levels, from the policymakers via the regulators and on to those running financial institutions, those working in these institutions, those influencing how they were run, particularly outside investors, and not least, economists. People did not understand the risks, partly because they really did not understand them, and partly because they did not want to understand them. The story is, however, not just about the failings of the financial system, important though these are. There was also the emergence of significant macroeconomic imbalances, revealed in huge net flows of savings across frontiers. Some argue that this was just the product of a credit boom caused by mistaken monetary policy. This is to confuse a symptom with a cause. The underlying cause was the emergence of a global savings glut, or, which comes to the same thing, investment dearth. The response of policymakers in a number of high-income countries was to tolerate, even encourage, an unsustainable credit boom, which then led to the interlinked global and Eurozone crises. The existence of the Eurozone exacerbated the financial and economic crisis, but did not cause it. You'd merely increased confidence before the crisis and removed certain adjustment mechanisms after it. When the financial crisis then broke, the global savings glut became far worse, as investment fell and former borrowers were forced to save. This is shown by the simple fact that the high-income world hit the zero-rate lower bound in short-term interest rates, and real interest rates became close to zero or even negative. Moreover, that happened even though the public sector became a massive dissaver, by which is meant those who invest more than their annual flow of savings. If it had not, the high-income countries would surely have moved into a depression. The cause of this second and more severe manifestation of the savings glut was the unsustainable balance sheets bequeathed by the way policymakers had responded to the first manifestation, namely allowing or even encouraging a credit boom. Making this worse were structural excess savings in the corporate sectors of important countries. All this means that escaping from the crisis back to financial health may be more difficult than many suppose. This crisis was the product not just of easily fixable failings in the financial sector discussed in Chapter 4. It was also the product of failings of the global economic system, to which the discussion will turn in Chapter 5. Moreover, both are among the consequences of fundamental shifts in the world economy. The links between these shifts and financial and economic shocks are central to our story. It is possible to identify three huge shifts. The first is liberalization, the reliance on market forces across much of the world economy, including notably in finance. The second is technological change, in particular the information and communications technology revolution, which turbocharged the integration of economies, again, quite particularly, financial markets. The third is aging, which transformed the balance between savings and investment in a number of high-income economies. These underlying forces, the great shifts of our time, permitted or created significant further changes. Among the most important have been the emergence of a globalized world economy, soaring inequality in most economies, the entry of gigantic emerging economies, China above all, into the world economy, the evolution of a liberalized and innovative global financial system, to be discussed in Chapter 4, and a huge rise in net capital flows across frontiers, to be discussed in Chapter 5. In brief, we have a world that is in the midst of historic shifts towards a more market-oriented, financially driven, and globalized world economy. This new world is generating large increases in inequality within most countries, and notably so within the U.S. It is a world that has seen huge shifts in the relative size of economies and in the direction and scale of capital flows. It is a world that has seen downward shocks to the rate of inflation. It is also, it turns out, a world that is hugely crisis-prone. How that has worked out is the topic of Chapters 4 and 5. Chapter 4. How Finance Became Fragile. At this point, the troubles in the subprime sector seem unlikely to seriously spill over to the broader economy or the financial system. Ben Bernanke, June 5, 2007. When the music stops in terms of liquidity, things will be complicated. But as long as the music is playing, you've got to get up and dance. We're still dancing. Charles Chuck Prince, former chairman and chief executive of Citigroup, July 9, 2007, in the Financial Times. You never know who's swimming naked until the tide goes out. Warren Buffett. Simply stated, the bright new financial system, for all its talented participants, for all its rich rewards, has failed the test of the marketplace. Paul Volcker, 2008. What is most fascinating about the now notorious remarks by Chuck Prince, the man who led Citigroup into the disaster, is that he understood what might happen, and yet felt he could do nothing to prevent it. Such was the pressure he was under, both from shareholders and the analysts to whom they listened, that he dared not try to prevent one of the world's biggest, most complex, and most highly interconnected financial groups from going ever closer to the waterfall he could see ahead. By the time the boat went over the edge, a month later, it was too late. The government ended up having to rescue the boat, while he had to walk the plank, albeit with the consolation of a payoff reported at $38 million. Yet, in understanding the risks, Mr. Prince seems to have been well ahead of Ben Bernanke, the world's most important regulator and central banker. The former appreciated the dangers of doing what he was under pressure to do. Yet even 2 months before the crisis broke upon a largely unsuspecting world, the chairman of the Federal Reserve had next to no idea what was about to hit him, his institution, and the global economy. To be blunt, he was almost clueless. The same was true of other important central banks, such as the European Central Bank and the Bank of England. True, warnings were given of financial excess, but none of these central banks understood the magnitude of the dangers, or if they did not warn of them with adequate force. The central banks, particularly the Federal Reserve, responded well when disaster hit, as pointed out in chapters 1 and 2. But they did not anticipate the nature or scale of the looming problems. This was certainly true of Mr. Bernanke. It was arguably even true of his predecessor, Alan Greenspan, Fed chairman from 1987 to 2006. So, what caused such a huge crisis? And why was the danger missed? There are two closely linked answers. One, shifts within the financial system, and two, shifts in the wider social and economic environment. This chapter discusses the former. The next chapter discusses the latter. Why financial crises are endemic. In what Gary Gorton of Yale University calls the quiet period between 1934 and 2007, during which the U.S. experienced financial shocks but no systemic financial crises, policymakers and economists came to believe that such calamities were of pure historic interest or only befell benighted countries. In the first part of this quiet period, finance was repressed. That certainly prevented crises. In the second part, from the 1970s onwards, finance was increasingly freed. It was during this latter period that confidence in the financial system's stability and the size of the system grew excessively. This insouciance about what was happening was widespread. In its Global Financial Stability Report of April 2006, the IMF stated that there is growing recognition that the dispersion of credit risk by banks to a broader and more diverse set of investors, rather than warehousing such risk on their balance sheets, has helped make the banking and overall financial system more resilient. This spectacularly mistaken view was a symptom of the dangers, not a sound analysis of the lack of them. Strangely, just before the publication of this report in the summer of 2005, Raghuram Rajan, the IMF's economic counselor, chief economist, wrote in a now celebrated but then heavily criticized paper asking, "Has financial development made the world riskier?" His prescient answer was that it had, because technological change, market liberalization, and institutional change, while creating opportunities, also bring additional risks, particularly in the presence of perverse incentives. Professor Rajan was attacked at the Jackson Hole Conference organized by the Kansas City Federal Reserve, where he presented this paper. His colleagues at the IMF ignored him. He has now become the governor of the Reserve Bank of India, where he has the opportunity to put his ideas into practical effect. As Alistair Milne of the Cass Business School at City University London remarks, financial markets are inherently unstable, veering from excessive optimism to excessive pessimism. So, why are markets unstable, and why does that instability make crises endemic and epidemic features of free market finance? The answer comes from the links between debt, money, and credit. The advantage of debt, as against equity, is that lenders don't have to monitor what borrowers are doing, which is inherently costly. Most lenders do not have the resources to do so. But once lenders learn that important classes of borrowers are close to or in default, they are likely to become nervous. If enough lenders become nervous at the same time, interest rates will jump and the market value of tradable loans will collapse. Lenders will then provide funds on ever shorter maturities. Such maturity mismatches, situations in which liabilities have shorter terms than the assets they fund, make finance inherently unstable. If lenders want to free themselves still further from the cost of monitoring borrowers, they can instead provide their funds to institutions, banks, that will borrow and relend their money while promising to redeem it at short notice and at the same nominal value as the original deposits. Such debt is money. Money is a means of payment. Above all, money guarantees one can pay one's way, whatever happens. That is why people hold money, despite the costs of doing so, relative to high-yielding assets or desirable goods and services. Money needs to be safe. Indeed, people keep their money in banks because this is normally safer and more convenient than if it's under a mattress. Moreover, people don't just deposit the money they have in banks. As Mr. Milne also reminds us, banks create money by lending. Indeed, nearly all the money in a moderately sophisticated modern economy is a byproduct of bank lending, the creation of credit, by these private businesses. Banks, in turn, are profit-seeking, risk-taking financial intermediaries. Inevitably, these institutions are least safe during a crisis, which is precisely when everybody is most concerned about their safety. From time to time, worried people will flee to assets deemed safer and more liquid than bank money, such as gold in a world of commodity money, or cash and short-term government liabilities in a world of fiat, that is, government-created, from the Latin word for let it be made, money. As Professor Gorton explains, financial crises are en masse demands by holders of bank debt for cash, panics. Without a lender of last resort, a bank-based financial system will then implode. Since the banking system provides most of the economy's money and credit, it is too vital to fail in toto. Since no society will accept a dissolution of the banking system, ways have to be found to keep the system functioning in panics. In the 19th century, the Bank of England emerged as a lender of last resort, a process described and justified in Walter Bagehot's classic Lombard Street. The U.S. also found ways to deal with panics, despite lacking a central bank for most of the time between its founding and 1913, when the Federal Reserve was created. The most important such mechanisms were concerted stays of payment, a decision to allow banks to halt payment to depositors. The challenge for policymakers has always been to contain panic and the irresponsibility that breeds it, without stopping banks from taking risks. The state makes banks safer. Bankers respond by making banks riskier. As Pier Giorgio Alessandri and Andrew Haldane of the Bank of England note, the three longest-standing state insurance devices for the banking system are liquidity insurance, deposit insurance, and capital insurance. Of these, liquidity insurance is the oldest. It is the central bank's role as lender of last resort, which consists of ensuring that solvent banks have access to the money they need to meet depositors' demands. Deposit insurance consists of a guarantee of deposits up to a pre-specified limit, even if the bank itself fails. Capital insurance consists of the state's willingness to inject capital into a bank in order to prevent a disorderly bankruptcy. All three of these devices were employed in the most recent crisis. But the other side of insurance is regulation. Society tries to contain the consequences of the insurance it feels obliged to provide, but the institutions its agents seek to regulate work hard to evade restraints on their ability to exploit the opportunities they enjoy. One way in which policymakers try to respond is to distinguish between a generalized panic, when they will intervene, and the failure of a particular institution, when they will not. That is, between general and idiosyncratic risk. But such a distinction is difficult to draw in practice. Indeed, it emerges only after the consequences of failure become clear. Financial systems also generate credit booms and busts. This is the chief reason for the instability of market economies. The late and, until recently, disregarded Hyman Minsky, with whom this book began, described the broad features of such booms and busts. This is the chief reason for the instability of market economies. The late and, until recently, disregarded Hyman Minsky, with whom this book began, described the broad features of such booms and busts. A fundamental characteristic of our economy, wrote Minsky, is that the financial system swings between robustness and fragility, and these swings are an integral part of the process that generates business cycles. Minsky identified 5 stages in a bubble. 1. Displacement, a trigger event, such as a new technology or falling interest rates. 2. Boom, when asset prices start rising. 3. Euphoria, when investors' caution is thrown to the wind. 4. Profit-taking, when intelligent investors start taking profits. And 5. The panic, a period of collapsing asset prices and mass bankruptcy. Displacement is an event that raises optimism, such as an innovation, access to new economic resources, or maybe a decline in the cost of funds. As the cycle unfolds, credit expands relative to the economy. This allows more people to borrow, normally against collateral and often against property collateral. The borrowing is used to buy assets and spend on investment and consumption. The former raises asset prices. The latter stimulates the economy. Both effects encourage people to borrow and spend even more. Borrowing and spending create more borrowing and spending. As the happy days continue, this time is indeed thought to be different, partly because such times always are in some plausible respects. The pressure on prudent managers of financial institutions to participate is intense. The greater the competition, the greater the pressure to join Mr. Prince's dance. Participate now, and maybe perish later, or perish now, seems to be the choice. People working for financial institutions are both the most expert and the most deeply invested in the solidity of the boom. Trees do not reach the sky. Ultimately, the bubble will expand no longer. When new buyers can no longer borrow, prices stop rising. From ceasing to rise to starting to fall takes but a moment. Nobody wants to hold assets that nobody wants to buy. This is the Minsky moment, a term coined by Paul McCulley, formerly of the Pacific Investment Management Company, PIMCO. Once the supply of greater fools has dried up, those who have borrowed in the expectation of further price rises will be forced to sell. The institutions who have financed them will try to get their money back, and those who have lent to such institutions will also want their money back. That triggers the panic, the systemic crisis, and the recession. The financial sector and the economy crash. The Minsky cycle is complete. Fraud is an inherent element of the fragility of finance. Finance involves transactions in complex instruments whose characteristics will often not be known until long afterwards. This makes it ripe for fraud. In Minsky's good times, when people are prone to believing just about anything, the level of fraud rises, but it mostly remains invisible. In bad times, when people want their money back, the fraud is revealed. The late John Kenneth Galbraith caught the process in his celebrated concept of the bezel, introduced in his book on the 1929 stock market crash. He wrote, "In good times, people are relaxed, trusting, and money is plentiful. But even though money is plentiful, there are always many people who need more. Under these circumstances, the rate of embezzlement grows, the rate of discovery falls off, and the bezel increases rapidly. In depression, all of this is reversed. Money is watched with a narrow, suspicious eye. The man who handles it assumed to be dishonest until he proves himself otherwise. Audits are penetrating and meticulous. Commercial morality is enormously improved. The bezel shrinks." Yet while fraud accompanies booms, it does not cause them. And while the discovery of fraud accompanies crashes, to the rage of the body politic, it does not cause them either. Fraud should be seen as an exacerbating consequence of the fragility of a system based on trust, and so liable to excesses of both trust and mistrust. In such a system, the unscrupulous always find a place, and again, in a boom, the regulators are most likely to allow them to do so. The most recent boom and bust were no exception. In their book, All the Devils Are Here, Bethany McLean and Jonas Serra remark of Ameriquest, one of the most notorious subprime lenders, that fraud was an everyday occurrence. You'd look over and there would be a guy altering W-2s, which are the Internal Revenue Service wage and tax statements, says Mark Bombchill, a loan officer. Yet that is not the heart of the story. Vastly more important than the outright fraud that always accompanies credit booms is what is legal. Ninja loans, which is an acronym for no income, no job, no assets, the right to repackage such loans into complex products, many of which were granted a AAA rating by the ratings agencies, the ability to hold such assets off balance sheet, the right to sell such complex products across the world, and the ability to operate with a leverage of 50-1. Crises, then, are rooted in the interaction between the financial system and human nature. The system is always fragile. From time to time, it becomes extremely fragile. That is what happened this time. The shift towards fragility. What is exceptional about the recent crises in the U.S. and the U.K., the countries in which the world's two premier financial centers, New York and London, are located, is that the preceding booms were so lengthy, and the previously large busts occurred before living memory. In the U.S., the last truly systemic crisis was in the early 1930s. In the U.K., it was arguably as long ago as 1866. Greed is hardly a good explanation for the scale of the crisis, since it is a perennial. With the fact that the last big crises in the U.S. and U.K. occurred so long before, helps explain why the crisis became so huge. Unfamiliarity bred complacency. But so did the way the financial system evolved in 5 key aspects: liberalization, globalization, innovation, leverage, and incentives. We'll now examine each one in detail. Liberalization. The most important single reason for the end of what Gorton calls the quiet period was simply financial liberalization, itself an element in the general move towards free markets discussed briefly in the preface. This movement was one of the dominant, arguably the dominant, social, economic, political and philosophical shift of the past 4 decades. Though challenged by the post-2007 crisis, it has not reversed. Politically, this shift is associated with the names of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, President of the U.S. and Prime Minister of the U.K. in the 1980s, though our progeny might associate it more closely with the name of Deng Xiaoping, the paramount leader of China after 1978 and progenitor of the program of reform and opening up that brought such a profound transformation to China and the world. Historically, this shift is also associated with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Empire in Central and Eastern Europe, and with it the left-wing revolutionary tradition born out of the French Revolution 2 centuries before. In the history of economic ideas, the shift is associated with a decline of belief in Keynesianism, and so of the influence of Keynes, and the rise of belief in monetarism and the free market, and so of the influence of the Nobel laureates Milton Friedman and Friedrich Hayek. At a yet more fundamental level, the shift reflects the rise of individualism and belief in the autonomous and self-reliant person over the collectivism and social solidarity born of the emergence of the industrial working class in the 19th and early 20th centuries, 2 world wars, and the Great Depression. Once the general shift towards trust in markets over governments occurred, the rise of the liberal financial market was inevitable. Indeed, the latter closely accompanied the former. If governments are not to allocate resources, markets must do so. The logic is impeccable. Moreover, the passage of time and the experience of a long period of financial stability had robbed the Western world of the terror of financial instability born in the 1930s. At the same time, economics provided theories justifying the proposition that free markets would allocate resources optimally. We saw the rise, for example, of the efficient market hypothesis, associated with Chicago University's Nobel laureate Eugene Fama, and of belief in shareholder value maximization, associated with Harvard University's Michael Jensen. Beyond these intellectual arguments in favor of financial liberalization, there were also practical arguments against regulation. Over time, it was found increasingly difficult to make the regulations that existed stick, as financial actors increasingly found ways around them. The general move towards more open and market-driven economies that had already proceeded a long way in the 1950s and 1960s greatly increased this difficulty. By the 1980s and 1990s, a veritable bonfire of regulations was underway, along with a general culture of laissez-faire. The assumption increasingly was that markets knew best, while regulators knew next to nothing. This cultural context, more than specific regulatory practices, was the most important influence upon the financial sector. And so, increasingly, the activities of the financial sector became dominant, its rewards became exceptional, and its most successful practitioners became heroes. Globalization. A second and closely related transformation was globalization, itself a natural concomitant of liberalization. The globalization of finance, in turn, was a natural concomitant of the globalization of the economy. Big financial crises are almost always international, usually because a number of countries are affected by similar conditions. And that was very much true in the case of the post-2007 crises. But there are often also microeconomic reasons for the cross-border spread of fragility. That was also true in this case, for 3 principal reasons. First, funding was global. This was particularly true of wholesale funding. The Turner Review of 2009 describes what happened in the UK as follows. The import of capital into the UK, funding the rapid growth of credit, in part took the form of foreign purchases of UK credit securities, in particular retail mortgage-backed securities, known as RMBS. Before 2000, unlike in the US, Securitized credit had played a small role in the UK mortgage market, but by 2007, 18% of UK mortgage credit was funded through securitization. But the UK also saw the rapid growth of on-balance sheet mortgage lending, with UK banks expanding their loan books more rapidly than deposit bases, placing increasing reliance on wholesale funding. At the aggregate level, this implied a significant increase in overseas bank financing of the UK current account deficit. A crucial feature of the UK system in the run-up to the crisis was therefore the rapid growth of a number of specific banks: Northern Rock, Bradford and Bingley, Alliance and Leicester, and HBOS, which were increasingly reliant on the permanent availability of a large-scale interbank funding and/or on their continuous ability to securitize and sell down rapidly accumulating credit assets, particularly in the mortgage market. Second, banking went global. This was true for many institutions and countries, but it was dramatically true of the UK. The balance sheet of the UK banking system grew from about 50% of GDP for the century prior to 1970 to a little over 200% in the late 1980s and over 500% of GDP immediately before the crisis of 2007. This partly reflected the increased debt within the UK economy, particularly household mortgage debt. But between the late 1990s and 2008, the consolidated foreign claims of UK-headquartered banks also rose from less than $500 billion to $4 trillion, or about 150% of GDP. Part of this was because of increased trading activity, and part of it was because of mergers, particularly the 2007 takeover of the Dutch banking group ABN AMRO by the Royal Bank of Scotland. Ben Broadbent, a member of the UK's Monetary Policy Committee, remarked in 2012 that the major UK-owned banks have lost around 15 times on non-UK mortgages what they have in the domestic market. Overall, around three-quarters of aggregate losses have been on their non-UK balance sheets. This is a consequence of going global. It is also a consequence of a third phenomenon. Holdings of the newly created assets also went global. Thus, not only banks but other investors found themselves holding toxic assets created by the originate and distribute model of finance that increasingly replaced the traditional lend and hold model in the U.S. in the run-up to the crisis. Thus, institutions made loans to be packaged into composite securities and sold on to outside investors, instead of holding those loans on their own books as they used to. As we have seen, the argument for this wide distribution of assets had been that they would end up being held by those best able to understand the risks. In practice, however, many of them ended up being held by those least able to understand the risks. This is asymmetric information at work. This was partly, no doubt, because better-informed sellers emphasized the upside of complex products, but did not go out of their way to make clear their downside. It's partly because the combination of greed with ignorance is a perennial feature of customers in financial markets. The good side of the wide distribution of the risks was that the total loss-bearing capacity of the investors who held doubtful assets was greater. The bad side, when it came, was that the panic affected far more institutions and countries than it would otherwise have done. Moreover, as the Nobel laureate George Akerlof of the University of California at Berkeley argued in a classic paper, once buyers realize sellers know much more than they do about the products they are selling, the market may disappear altogether. That is exactly what happened to complex structured products. Innovation. The third reason for the emergence of such a high degree of financial fragility was a series of intellectual and organizational innovations. Innovation usually increases fragility because unfamiliarity is itself confusing. Innovations transformed the way the financial system operated. It became an around-the-clock and around-the-globe bazaar, selling ever more complex products. Making these innovations possible was the revolution in information and communications technology. The most important innovation was, arguably, in the allegedly mathematically rigorous pricing of derivatives, which are financial assets that derive their value from the prices of underlying assets, such as stocks or bonds, indices, or interest rates. But it should be noted, Nassim Nicholas Taleb, famous for the black swan, referring to an unforecastable event, views the theories underlying the pricing of derivatives as intellectually fraudulent. But, aided by rising computing power, this almost universally accepted intellectual innovation led to an explosion in the invention and trading of ever more sophisticated products, including the infamous collateralized debt obligations, known as CDOs, synthetic collateralized debt obligations, and CDOs squared, which triggered the global financial crisis of 2007-2008. These instruments are explained further in just a moment. According to the Bank for International Settlements, between June 1998 and June 2008, the notional value of outstanding over-the-counter derivatives exploded from $72 trillion to $673 trillion, whereupon it stagnated, the latter being just under 11 times global gross product. The market value of such derivatives is, by necessity, far less than their notional face value, because a derivative is not a direct but a conditional claim on an underlying asset. There is nothing inherently fraudulent or inappropriate about the relationship between notional and market values, but even the market value of derivatives rose from $2.6 trillion to $35.3 trillion in December 2008, itself more than half global output. This had become a very large market. Along with new products came organizational innovations. Much, though not all, of this is captured in the phrase shadow banking. Its inventor, Paul McCulley, defined it as the whole alphabet soup of levered-up non-bank investment conduits, vehicles, and structures. This new system was revolutionary. It created a parallel financial system that performed the functions of conventional banking. But few people realized that it was vulnerable to the risks of conventional banking, and it lacked both a lender of last resort and a competent regulator. Worse, conventional banks were also implicated in central aspects of shadow banking: the creation of and trading in complex securities and borrowing in short-term collateralized debt markets, which replaced conventional bank deposits for many big lenders. As is true of most revolutionary systems, the implications of shadow banking were widely misunderstood. It created new forms of non-deposit near money, notably money market funds, predominantly held by households, which financed supposedly safe short-term securities, and repos, which are repurchase agreements, a form of secured lending by corporate treasurers to investment banks and to the investment banking operations of universal banks, which are banks that provide both retail and investment banking services. It allowed companies increasingly to issue commercial paper instead of relying on conventional bank loans. It converted conventional loans into tradable asset-backed securities and CDOs, which are versions of asset-backed securities in which the repayments were tranched or divided, with the highly rated paper receiving the first payments and the lower rated paper receiving the later payments, if any. It created instruments that insured such assets, known as credit default swaps, often deemed an adequate substitute for the capital required by regulators, even though they did not in any way increase the capital in the system. It led to the dissolution of the boundary between retail banking and wholesale markets. It created intense and non-transparent networks of financial relationships among institutions, both vertically and horizontally, in place of the vertically integrated silos characteristic of more traditional banking. It introduced far more competition into the financial sector. Not least, it facilitated enormous growth in credit and debt in the U.S. and elsewhere. A particularly important component of the growth in debt occurred within the financial system. While debt was once held within vertical institutions, such as retail banks or mortgage lenders, it was now held through a chain of market relations among independent players. This was a measure of perhaps the most striking feature of the new financial system: its complexity. The gross debt of the U.S. financial system, much of this consisting of loans among financial institutions, grew from 20% of GDP in 1979 to 120% in 2008. In the UK, the gross debt of the financial system reached 2.5 times GDP in 2007. According to the official report of the U.S. Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, over the past 30-plus years, we permitted the growth of a shadow banking system, opaque and laden with short-term debt, that rivaled the size of the traditional banking system. This novel set of arrangements was of negligible size in 1980, but the total assets of shadow banking reached close to $13 trillion in 2007, about 90% of U.S. GDP. The shadow banking system became bigger than the traditional system in the early 2000s, and remained so until after 2008, even though the traditional system also grew substantially. The most important aspect of the new market-based system is that it was vulnerable to panic for exactly the same reasons as the traditional banking system: maturity and risk mismatches, but here magnified by the opacity and interconnectedness of the system. Unlike in traditional banking systems, with which policymakers were familiar, no effective insurance of the enormous quantity of liquid liabilities in the new system existed in a deep crisis. Indeed, in one of the best-informed analyses of the crisis, Perry Merling of Columbia University argues that it is not just the shadow banks, but, more important, the larger capital market-based credit system that failed. And it is that failure that we must understand if we are to put the system back together again, and on more solid foundations this time. This financial crisis is not merely a subprime mortgage crisis, or even a shadow banking crisis. It is a crisis of the entire market-based credit system that we have constructed since 1970. From the point of view of vulnerability to runs, a vital feature was that a new form of credit-backed money emerged. A working paper from the International Monetary Fund in 2012 summarized what happened. In part, it read, "In recent decades, with the advent of securitization and electronic means of trading and settlement, it became possible to expand greatly the scope of assets that could be transformed directly, through their use as collateral, into liquid or money-like assets. The expansion in the scope of the assets that could be securitized was in part facilitated by the growth of the shadow financial system, which was largely unregulated, and the ability to borrow from non-deposit sources. In the event, central banks were driven to intervene. Yet at its core, the failure was quite traditional. The excesses of a combination of financial innovation with mismanaged risk-taking generated a panic that devastated liquidity. As I recounted in Part 1, the markets froze. Leverage. A fourth dimension of increased fragility, emphasized in a marvelous book, The Banker's New Clothes, by Anat Admati of Stanford University and Martin Hellwig of the Max Planck Institute for Research on Collective Goods, was unprecedented leverage, or gearing, by which is meant ways of funding investments that multiply the returns to investors on the upside and the losses to investors on the downside. Leverage increased on 3 dimensions: leverage of non-financial borrowers, such as house buyers, who borrowed more relative to the value of houses; leverage embedded in new instruments, particularly derivatives; and leverage inside the financial sector itself, which became extraordinarily high in many institutions. Leverage generates profits on the way up, but also huge losses on the way down. That well-known fact is why panic hits when the possibility of such losses becomes immediate. Many borrowers leveraged themselves dramatically during the 2000s. This was true in the US and the UK, but also in Iceland, Ireland, Spain, and parts of Central and Eastern Europe. It was true of households and companies, particularly investors in property, property developers, and those engaged in leveraged buyouts. With more debt relative to equity and overvalued asset prices, the outcome was extreme vulnerability to crisis. In addition, the market-based financial system embedded an enormous amount of leverage inside financial instruments. Collateralized debt obligations, CDOs, are an excellent example, with leverage inherent in the process of tranching cash inflows. Synthetic CDOs, which are created by pooling and tranching credit default swaps on asset-backed securities and other bonds, involve much the same process. Think of the simplest possible CDO, one in which the underlying interest payments and mortgage repayments are divided into just two securities. The lower risk of these two securities would be entitled to receive the first 50% of all the payments and repayments. The higher risk of these securities would get the rest. Even if half the underlying borrowings ended up in default, the lower risk security would remain serviced, but the higher risk security would be wiped out. Thus, relative to investing in a single security in which losses would be shared equally, holders of the riskier of the two new securities made a highly leveraged bet. Their proportional losses would be twice as high as those on the underlying mortgages. Of course, they would demand a higher return on such a higher risk security. Leverage generates higher expected returns and higher risks. In general, investors seem to have been unaware that the leverage embedded in lower-rated collateralized obligations was far greater than in comparably rated corporate bonds. The new financial system generated leverage in other ways. A particularly important one was inside the financial system via reliance on risk-weighted capital. Real capital could, and did, fall prior to the crisis as measured risk-weighted capital rose, because the perceived riskiness of the portfolio declined. Since the underlying models of risk were conceptually and empirically flawed, conceptually because the presumed distribution of outcomes was wrong, and empirically because the data were for vastly too limited a period, this had perverse results. In 2011, the UK government's Independent Commission on Banking showed that the ratio of risk-weighted assets to unweighted assets for the four largest UK banks, among the largest banks in the world, fell from close to 55% to close to 35% between 2004 and 2008. In other words, bankers, and apparently complacent regulators, deemed their assets progressively safer, just as they were, in fact, becoming riskier. That underestimation of risk was in turn directly due to the lengthy prior period of economic and financial stability. The Great Moderation, in fact. Perhaps the most elegant demonstration of the scale of the error in the models came from David Viniar, risk management officer of Goldman Sachs before and during the crisis. He remarked in August 2007, shortly after large losses on Goldman-managed funds, but also long before the worst of the crisis, that we were seeing things that were 25 standard deviation moves, several days in a row. Goldman was not alone in seeing this. The response was to de-risk the institution as swiftly as possible. When repeated across the financial industry, it exacerbated the shocks Goldman and others observed and to which they responded. This is an excellent example of the idea of reflexivity promulgated by George Soros, the well-known investor. The risk management models were wrong. These assume a certain distribution of possible outcomes. A measure of the dispersion of possible outcomes is the standard deviation. And one of the most frequently assumed distributions of outcomes, the so-called normal distribution, Moves up to 3 standard deviations away from the mean in either direction would cover 99.8% of all possible outcomes. How likely, then, is a 25 standard deviation outcome? Not once, but several days in a row? A paper from Nottingham University notes, if we observe a profit or loss once a day, then a mere 8 sigma, that is, 8 standard deviations of the distribution, event should occur less than once in the entire history of the universe. What, then, are the chances of experiencing a 25 sigma event 2 days in a row? It is as likely as winning the UK's national lottery 42 times in a row. The supposed bad luck of Goldman Sachs and its peers, which is what it would have had to have been if their models were correct, makes Job appear a man blessed by good fortune. The alternative, and correct, explanation was that the models Goldman Sachs used to evaluate the riskiness of its strategies were totally wrong. These financial emperors were naked. They were clothed not in a silken weave of sophisticated mathematics and solid evidence, but in moonbeams. Trust in such mistaken models of risk fueled the embrace of high leverage within the financial sector. It was thought that a well-managed institution would not need much capital since it could assess its risks precisely. This proved to be a delusion, partly because of the incentives for managers, traders, and even shareholders to take risks, and no less because of their lack of understanding of the risks. Lulled into complacent sleep, the UK banks and regulators allowed their median leverage ratio, which is the ratio of their total assets to fully loss-bearing equity, to more than double, from around 20 to 1 to nearly 50 to 1 in the years immediately before the crisis. In April 2007, just before the financial crisis, the Bank of England's Financial Stability Report noted, the major UK banks remain highly profitable, with a median return on equity of 22% in 2006. Published capital ratios are well above regulatory minima. But those regulatory minima were themselves based on the highly unreliable risk weighting of assets. Complacently, the opening words of the same report were that the UK financial system remains highly resilient. Because regulators were, like the firms themselves, trusting inaccurate measures of risk, they were also looking at misleading measures of leverage. This is an important respect in which stability destabilized, as Minsky argued. Regulators have still not fully rectified their mistaken reliance on risk weighting, as will be noted in Chapter 7. Subsequent work at the Bank of England has shown that the increased leverage was also the principal source of the increased returns on bank equity reported in the period before the crisis. This work concluded, much of the productivity miracle of high return on equity in banking appears to have been the result not of productivity gains on the underlying asset pool, but rather a simple leveraging up of the underlying equity in the business. It's a simple, but dangerous way to try to become rich. It involves no innovation other than more borrowing, that is, more risk-taking. Incentives. Behind many of the changes was a shift in incentives towards greater risk-taking. The most important changes were the shift from partnerships to public companies on Wall Street in the 1980s and 1990s, the embrace of stock options, and the payment of bonuses, frequently linked to a single year's performance, with little or no clawback in the light of subsequent events. Accounting rules that allowed for recognition of profits on signing the deal rather than over its life also shifted incentives towards the short term. With each firm under pressure to perform, their employees increasingly mobile, and the end of partnerships, management found it difficult to avoid entering the race for ever more generous rewards. As Mary Shapiro, chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, told the U.S. Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, published in 2011, many major financial institutions created asymmetric compensation packages that paid employees enormous sums for short-term success, even if these same decisions result in significant long-term losses or failure for investors and taxpayers. These changes in incentives for employees, including management, came on top of those inherent in limited liability companies, particularly those with very high leverage, in which shareholders take the upside while the downside losses are capped. In an important paper, Lucian Bebchuk and Holger Spaman of Harvard University argue that aligning the interests of employees with those of shareholders is dangerous for this reason. Thus, while such measures could eliminate risk-taking that is excessive even from shareholders' point of view, they cannot be expected to prevent risk-taking that serves shareholders but is socially excessive. The problem became extreme in banking because taxpayers took a large portion of the equity risk via the, as it turned out correct, expectation that they would bail out creditors. In other words, the taxpayer is the shareholder of last resort, relieving creditors of the need to examine the quantity of equity in the business, and so encouraging more one-sided risk-taking. Conclusion. Crises are an inherent element of the market-based financial system as we know it. They follow periods of rising fragility created by the rise of apparently hugely profitable risk-taking generated within the system. So it was this time. Success bred excess, and excess bred collapse. How policymakers failed. Where were the policymakers? Questions can be raised about policy in three hugely important areas: regulation, monetary policy, and crisis intervention. Let's look at each one. Regulation. Regulators made errors of omission and commission. Sins of omission are the result of excessively permissive regulation and supervision. They occur when regulators choose to ignore either gross malfeasance or excessive risk-taking. Sins of commission arise when regulators and lawmakers encourage financial institutions to take risks for social or political reasons. In the run-up to the crisis, both forms of mistake were made. Moreover, it is partly because both such mistakes were also made that making the regulatory regime work was so hard. In explaining the origin of the sins of omission, Adair Turner, chairman of the UK Financial Services Authority, noted in his eponymous review in 2009 that, at the core of assumptions guiding pre-crisis regulation has been the theory of efficient and rational markets. 5 propositions with implications for the regulatory approach have followed. 1. Market prices are good indicators of rationally evaluated economic value. 2. The development of securitized credit, since it is based on the creation of new and more liquid markets, has improved both allocative efficiency and financial stability. 3. The risk characteristics of financial markets can be inferred from the mathematical analysis, delivering robust quantitative measures of trading risk. 4. Market discipline can be used as an effective tool in constraining harmful risk-taking. And 5. Financial innovation can be assumed to be beneficial, since market competition could winnow out any innovations which did not deliver value added. Each of these assumptions is now subject to extensive challenge on both theoretical and empirical grounds, with potential implications for the appropriate design of regulation and for the role of regulatory authorities. Behind all this was the assumption that self-interest would, via Adam Smith's invisible hand, ensure a stable, dynamic, and efficient financial system. This is the view that Alan Greenspan, probably the most influential spokesman for that point of view, recanted when he told a congressional committee in October 2008 that he had found a flaw in his thinking on markets. He then accepted that the pursuit of self-interest, however beneficial in the economy as a whole, does not necessarily lead to financial stability, because shareholders of financial institutions are either unaware of the risks their institutions are running or are prepared to let management make big gambles. By then, that was perfectly obvious. The application of these naive ideas proved extraordinarily dangerous. Treating the financial system in the same way as, say, retailing does not make sense. No other industry has the capacity to create such widespread economic and social damage, and, for this very reason, no other industry benefits from such large, implicit subsidies. Andrew Haldane of the Bank of England has elucidated the costs. He has argued that the present value of lost output caused by the recent financial crisis may be anywhere between 1 and 5 times annual GDP. As Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman observed, to call these numbers astronomical would be to do astronomy a disservice. There are only hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy. Economical might be a better description. Furthermore, adds Mr. Haldane, the state provides a huge implicit subsidy to the financial sector by insuring it against failure. For UK banks, the average annual subsidy for the top 5 banks over these years, 2007 to 2009, was over £50 billion, roughly equal to the UK banks' annual profits prior to the crisis. At the height of the crisis, the subsidy was larger still. For the sample of global banks, the average annual subsidy for the top 5 banks was just less than $60 billion per year. These are not small sums. This time may not be different, but finance is different. It was extraordinarily foolish to forget this. Yet, as the Federal Reserve's General Counsel, Scott Alvarez, told the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, the mindset was that there should be no regulation. The market should take care of policing, unless there already is an identified problem. We were in the reactive mode because that's what the mindset was of the 90s and the early 2000s. Moreover, added the Commission's report, the strong housing market also reassured people. Alvarez noted the long history of low mortgage default rates and the desire to help people who traditionally had few dealings with banks become homeowners. Similarly, in his review of the UK experience, Adair Turner argued that the FSA's regulatory and supervisory approach before the current crisis was based on a sometimes implicit but at times quite overt philosophy which believed that 1. Markets are in general self-correcting, with market discipline a more effective tool than regulation or supervisory oversight through which to ensure that firms' strategies are sound and risks contained. 2. The primary responsibility for managing risks lies with the senior management and boards of the individual firms who are better placed to assess business model risk than bank regulators, and who can be relied on to make appropriate decisions about the balance between risk and return, provided appropriate systems, procedures, and skilled people are in place. And 3. Customer protection is best ensured not by product regulation or direct intervention in markets, but by ensuring that wholesale markets are as unfettered and transparent as possible, and that the way in which firms conduct business, for example, the definition and execution of sales processes, is appropriate. Thus, as the shadow banking system evolved, the regular banking system joined it. These were not 2 distinct financial systems, but one with 2 aspects: traditional retail banking and a more dynamic component built around structured finance and wholesale finance. Traditional retail banks participated fully in the latter, via conduits and special-purpose vehicles, and, more fundamentally, via the integration of investment and commercial banking. The former historically focused on trading and securities, and the latter focused on lending. Changes in the law happened along the way in the U.S., including the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act in 1999, which had previously separated investment from commercial banking. The arguments for repeal were that the law had become either irrelevant or inefficient. Irrelevant to the extent that it increasingly failed to prevent the entry of commercial banks into investment banking, and inefficient to the extent that it still posed an obstacle to the entry of commercial banks into such activities. Yet sins of omission were not the only mistakes. There were also sins of commission. 2 might have been particularly significant. The first was the zero-risk weighting of sovereign debt under the so-called Basel I, which turned out to be so problematic inside the Eurozone. The assumption, convenient for governments but very dangerous in certain circumstances, was that governments would not default. It's true that governments are unlikely to default in their own currencies, though even that is not absolutely certain. But governments frequently default in other countries' currencies, or more precisely, currencies they are unable to create at will. This now includes all Eurozone members, with results discussed previously in Chapter 2. The second sin of commission was the strong encouragement of lending for home purchase, notably in the U.S. A particular complaint concerns the role of the government-sponsored enterprises, the GSEs, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Peter Wallison of the American Enterprise Institute, in his dissent to the majority report of the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, even argues that the sine qua non of the financial crisis was U.S. government housing policy, which led to the creation of 27 million subprime and other risky loans, half of all mortgages in the United States, which were ready to default as soon as the massive 1997 to 2007 housing bubble began to deflate. If the U.S. government had not chosen this policy path, fostering the growth of a bubble of unprecedented size and an equally unprecedented number of weak and high-risk residential mortgages, the great financial crisis of 2008 would never have occurred. It is certainly possible to accept that enthusiastic government promotion of home ownership, and in particular the GSEs, played some role. But the view that this was the principal cause is entirely unconvincing for 4 reasons. First, Keith Hennessy, Douglas Holtz-Eakin, and Bill Thomas, also Republican nominees to the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission, note in their own dissenting comment, "The report largely ignores the credit bubble beyond housing. Credit spreads declined not just for housing, but also for other asset classes like commercial real estate. This tells us to look at the credit bubble as an essential cause of the U.S. housing bubble. It also tells us that problems with U.S. housing policy or markets do not by themselves explain the U.S. housing bubble. There are housing bubbles in the United Kingdom, Spain, Australia, France, and Ireland, some more pronounced than in the United States. Some nations with housing bubbles relied little on American-style mortgage securitization. A good explanation of the U.S. housing bubble should also take into account its parallels in other nations. This leads us to explanations broader than just U.S. housing policy, regulation, or supervision. Evidently, this argument applies with just as much force for the argument of their fellow Republican nominee, Mr. Wallison, who argues as if this were solely a U.S. crisis and solely a subprime mortgage crisis. Second, the view that the GSEs played a central role in encouraging the private sector to enter into the subprime housing mania is false. Nobody forced sophisticated private financial institutions to enter into the transactions that made up the originate, securitize, rate, and distribute model. Mr. Wallison also relied on the research of a colleague at the American Enterprise Institute to argue that Fannie and Freddie made a great many subprime loans and other high-risk mortgages. But it turns out that these other high-risk mortgages were vastly safer than private subprime lending because they did not in fact share the same characteristics. Indeed, the expansive definition of high-risk mortgages, on which Mr. Wallison relies, is extremely idiosyncratic. The number of such mortgages in this expanded definition is over 5 times bigger than that used in a 2010 report by the U.S. Government Accounting Office. Above all, the loans supported by the GSEs that Wallison's AEI colleague labels high risk did not in fact have anything close to the failure rates of the subprime mortgages promoted by private lenders. Indeed, even Mr. Wallison's fellow Republican commissioners did not buy his argument that Fannie and Freddie created the subprime crisis. As Bethany McLean and Joe Nocera, make quite clear, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were, in fact, latecomers to the subprime party, followers, not leaders. Third, some argue that the villain of the piece was the U.S. Community Reinvestment Act, designed to prevent redlining, a term used for blanket bans on lending in particular areas by U.S. banks. On this, the U.S. Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission remarked that only 6% of high-cost loans, a proxy for subprime loans, had any connection to the law. Loans made by CRA-regulated lenders in the neighborhoods in which they were required to lend were half as likely to default as similar loans made in the same neighborhoods by independent mortgage originators not subject to the law. Finally, accept for a moment that Mr. Wallison is right. He is not. Then, the biggest financial crisis for 80 years, one that caused a worldwide recession and a prolonged slump, was all due to the desire of the U.S. government to raise home ownership. If true, the financial system is indeed hopelessly fragile and unstable. But the entire point of Mr. Wollaston's argument is that it would not be were it not for the government's role in housing policy. His position is self-refuting. The fact that an alleged error in U.S. housing policy can bring down the Western world's financial system demonstrates the hopeless fragility of the latter. It does not vindicate it. It condemns it. My conclusion, then, is that the role of regulation was principally one of omission. Policymakers assumed the system was far more stable, responsible, indeed honest, than it was. Moreover, it was because this assumption was so widely shared that so many countries were affected. Monetary policy. The second aspect of policy closely related to financial fragility is monetary policy. Much of the discussion of this issue will be left to Chapter 5, which looks at the economic origins of the crisis. Yet one thing is clear. Policymakers thought stable inflation would deliver economic stability. They were wrong. Central banks did deliver stable inflation, but what ensued was still the biggest financial and economic crisis for 80 years, followed by a long-lasting economic malaise. The Great Moderation proved to be a snare and a delusion. Mark Gertler of New York University described the dominant pre-crisis recommendations of central bankers and orthodox macroeconomists in his comments on the critical paper submitted by Claudio Borio and William White of the Bank for International Settlements at a 2003 symposium organized by the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. He said, in part, "Use prudential policy to prevent undesired financial risk exposure from building up. Then use active monetary policy to mitigate any harmful effects of a downturn. A flexible inflation targeting framework, in conjunction with a cogent prudential policy, accomplishes exactly this goal. It induces a central bank to take the appropriate policy actions in response to financial market volatility, and does so in a way that properly takes into account the real informational constraints the central bank faces. In particular, the central bank does not have to get into the business of figuring out fundamental market valuations, nor does it have to figure out how the market will respond to policy actions or its perceptions of proper market valuations. Since, in my view, the Federal Reserve in recent years has acted as an implicit inflation targeter and done so in a way that has clearly mitigated any harmful effects from market volatility, it seems that recent events have only served to support our position." This point of view does not hold up so well as a decade later. Maybe it would have worked if the right prudential policy had been used, though it's quite hard to believe that such a policy would have made the difference. In any case, a successful inflation-targeting monetary policy proved entirely compatible with a huge financial crisis and consequent economic instability. Indeed, the complacency it induced in the form of the idea of the Great Moderation played a big role in causing the crisis. Crisis intervention. The final question concerns how the policymakers responded to the crisis when it hit. In the panic, they were caught between two opposing pressures. The first was the view that those who made mistakes should be allowed to fail, to minimize moral hazard, the risk that insurance makes the insured take greater risks. The second was the need to respond to a panic. The concern about moral hazard is greatly exaggerated. Nobody argues there should be no fire department because the knowledge that it exists encourages people to take the risk of smoking in bed. We have fire departments mainly because of the spillover impact on innocent people. If someone's house burns down, we may end up with the Great Fire of London, as happened in 1666. Likewise, the economic costs of systemic financial crises are mostly borne by people who had nothing to do with the decisions that led to it. Allowing a systemic financial collapse is no more the right way of dealing with a financial crisis than letting London burn down would be the right response to a domestic fire. The right way of dealing with the risk of fire is precisely what we do. Have a fire department, fire regulations, and household fire insurance, secure in the knowledge that people still have a strong incentive to avoid a fire on their premises. In the same way, the right response to the risk of a systemic financial crisis is to prevent a collapse, impose financial regulations, and offer deposit insurance, secure in the knowledge that important decision-makers would still suffer significant losses. Thus, policymakers were right to halt the systemic financial collapse of 2008 because of the immense damage it would have done if allowed to proceed unchecked. They were right to seek to tighten financial regulations subsequently to prevent dangers from building up to extreme levels again. And they were right to impose rules that ensure shareholders, decision-makers, and unprotected and uninsured creditors would bear losses in the future. What this means will be discussed further in Chapter 7. In retrospect, policymakers paid too much attention to moral hazard at the beginning and too little attention to stopping the financial blaze. In a systemic crisis, the danger of an overshoot in valuations of assets that generates mass insolvency of intermediaries is so great, as Bagehot argued, policymakers must intervene. Indeed, Bagehot offered a classic description of the role of a central bank in his book Lombard Street. He wrote, "A panic, in a word, is a species of neuralgia, and according to the rules of science you must not starve it. The holders of the cash reserve must be ready not only to keep it for their own liabilities, but to advance it most freely for the liabilities of others. They must lend to merchants, to minor bankers, to this man and that man, whenever the security is good. In wild periods of alarm, one failure makes many, and the best way to prevent the derivative failures is to arrest the primary failure which causes them. The way in which the panic of 1825 was stopped by advancing money has been described in so broad and graphic a way that the passage has become classical. We lent it, said Mr. Harman, on behalf of the Bank of England, by every possible means and in modes we had never adopted before. We took in stock on security. We purchased exchequer bills. We made advances on exchequer bills. We not only discounted outright, but we made advances on the deposit of bills of exchange to an immense amount. In short, by every possible means consistent with the safety of the bank, and we were not, on some occasions, over-nice. Seeing the dreadful state in which the public were, we rendered every assistance in our power. After a day or two of this treatment, the entire panic subsided, and the city was quite calm. Critics of the policy response in 2008 would argue that the failure to understand the consequence of a panic led to a far greater disaster than necessary, particularly in the autumn of 2008 after the failure of Lehman. Anatoly Kaletsky argued in his thought-provoking book, Capitalism 4.0, Lehman precipitated a complete collapse of confidence among the depositors and creditors of every major financial institution, in effect a run on every bank around the world. The corollary is that the world economy would probably have not suffered a serious recession had the Lehman bankruptcy not been allowed to trigger the world's greatest financial panic. This panic could have been avoided in two ways: by saving Lehman, or by putting in place immediately after its failure comprehensive and unconditional guarantees for other financial institutions, which governments all over the world introduced anyway, but a crucial month too late. The view that there was a panic that could and should have been prevented is consistent with what we know about financial crises in general, and this crisis in particular. It is also consistent with evidence on the pricing of assets that were at the heart of the crisis. A substantial recovery of the AAA rating tranches has occurred since the huge collapse in the price of subprime asset-backed securities. The panic, which saw values of these tranches fall to 60% of par in early 2009, was overdone, as is usual. At the same time, the panic was due to something real, as the pricing of lower tranches shows. This also is usual. But it was a panic, and that, as Bagehot had argued, had to be halted. It was halted in the end, but only after it had caused huge damage. Many argued, both at the time and afterwards, that the panic should have been allowed to take its course, anything else being a bailout. That's an understandable, but grossly mistaken judgment, since allowing the panic to take its course would have caused a deep depression and so vast damage to innocent bystanders. They would have been to repeat the mistakes of the early 1930s. Once in history is enough. The real difficulty was not over the principle of intervening to halt a panic, but over deciding when to do so. It was only the consequences of Lehman's failure that created the political conditions in which subsequent action against the panic became possible. Saving Lehman would have been difficult because the case for doing so still rested on a hypothetical. What would have happened if it had been allowed to fail? Not saving Lehman turned the hypothetical into a reality. That then made it far easier to act. So even if it might, in theory, have been far better to save Lehman, it was the failure to do so that made the crisis sufficiently bad to warrant the necessary actions. In that case, what happened was more a tragedy than a blunder. Tragedies are, alas, often inescapable in the realms of the hypothetical. Conclusion. How then should we try to understand the origins of the panic that built up in 2007 and overwhelmed the financial markets in 2008? What does this disaster teach us? First, the financial system is inherently fragile. It is prone to error and, of course, to fraud, but fraud is a natural concomitant of the processes that lead to crises. The financial system is also vulnerable to panics that exaggerate the underlying reasons for a crisis. This fragility is integral to the system and generated by it in periods of boom and bust. Second, the view that stabilizing inflation was a sufficient condition for economic stability has been proven grotesquely wrong. The truth is the opposite. A time of macroeconomic stability is precisely when the financial system is likely to become more fragile, because that is when people feel safe in taking on more risk. Third, again, the view that market forces would make the financial system stable has also proved egregiously wrong. Market forces generate euphoria and panics, as was understood by Bagehot and his forebears, notably Henry Thornton, author of the classic book An Inquiry into the Nature and Effects of the Paper Credit of Great Britain, 1802. This is largely because the assets upon which private households and businesses depend for their day-to-day lives are also, overwhelmingly, the liabilities of profit-seeking, risk-taking private businesses. When the creditworthiness of these businesses comes into question, as it did in 2008, panic is likely to ensue among uninsured short-term creditors. There will, in brief, be runs on the market. What then makes these panics systemic is the interconnection among institutions and their vulnerability to similar risks. Fourth, The ignorance and arrogance of academics and policymakers, and the short-sightedness and grossly misdirected incentives of managers and traders made the Western financial system increasingly fragile in the decades leading up to the crisis. The crisis became so severely large because so many people thought it impossible. Fifth, policymakers failed to act sufficiently decisively until the crisis reached its worst in the second half of September and October of 2008. Until then, they acted as if they had not understood the dangers. But they may have had little choice. It's difficult to get support for decisive action before it becomes evident to ordinary people that something has to be done. Remember that even after the crisis reached its climax, it took 2 attempts to get the Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, which gave the U.S. government the funds it needed to rescue the financial system, through the House of Representatives. Sixth, possibly most disturbing, was, and is, the ability of the financial industry to use its money and lobbying clout to obtain the lax regulations it wanted and wants. This has not ended. On the contrary, the pushback against post-crisis regulation demonstrates that it is very much with us. This is one of the reasons why crises will recur. Regulation will be eroded, both overtly and covertly, under the remorseless pressure and unfailing imagination of a huge, well-organized, and highly motivated industry. This is not about fraud narrowly defined. It is more about the corruption of a political process in which organized interests outweigh the public interest. Finally, regulators will never keep up with all this. They lack the resources, the motivation, and, in the last resort, the knowledge to do so. The only solution is to create a financial system whose failure the world economy would survive relatively unscathed. How to do so will be a theme of Part 3 of the book, and its concluding chapter. Yet it's not enough merely to learn from past mistakes and then assume economies will swiftly go back to the old normal. They have to go to a new normal. Even without the crisis, pre-crisis trends in the global economy were unsustainable in certain important respects. This being so, the world cannot embrace its old future. It has to go forward to a different one. The crisis did not cause that necessity, but revealed it. In this sense, we cannot simply state that the post-crisis malaise is the consequence of the crisis. It would be better to say that it also represents the consequence of the end of the unsustainable processes that caused the crisis. In the next chapter, the discussion will turn to these deeper macroeconomic roots and consequences of the financial crises. Chapter 5. How the World Economy Shifted. To think that 2 and 2 are 4, and neither 5 nor 3. The heart of man has long been sore, and long 'tis like to be. A. E. Housman. The crisis takes a much longer time coming than you think, and then it happens much faster than you would have thought. Rudiger Dornbusch. The financial system of the high-income economies shifted from stability to extreme fragility over the decades before the crisis. Nobody now disagrees about this. The question is why? The answer, suggested by Chapter 4, is that the instability developed within the financial system itself. The profit-seeking behavior of people motivated to take certain sorts of risks made the system as a whole enormously more fragile. It's not clear whether they were aware of the risks they were creating. It is plausible that many were not. But that makes no difference. Even if they understood the risks they were taking, they hoped to be able to ride the waves, and some indeed did. Whether the bosses were aware or not, it was hard for any individual institution to stop dancing, as Chuck Prince, former head of Citigroup, suggested. If Prince had tried to stop Citigroup from doing so, he would probably have been sacked in favor of someone who would not. This, then, was the failure of a system, not of individuals. This chapter puts the point in a far wider context. It argues that the failure does not lie only, or even mainly, within the financial system or with financial regulators. The crisis had wider economic causes and consequences. This matters because it would have been far more difficult to prevent the crisis than many now suppose. It matters perhaps even more because it means that the world economy cannot go back to the status quo ante, to where it was before. That will be the topic of Part 3 and the conclusion. That is not to suggest that a more robust financial system would not have helped. It would have helped a great deal. It would surely have avoided the extreme disruptions of 2008-2009. Yet the path the world economy was on before the crisis could not continue. As the late Herbert Stein, former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisers to Richard Nixon, famously remarked, "What cannot go on must stop." The challenge is to understand what was unsustainable and then work out how to respond. The purpose of this chapter is to answer the first part of this question. The purpose of the rest of the book is to answer the second. Nobody doubts the crisis has had macroeconomic consequences, the difference being only over what they are and how long-lasting they will prove to be. But the view that the crisis had macroeconomic roots is controversial. Michael Dooley of the University of California at Santa Cruz and Peter Garber of Deutsche Bank, two of the authors of the influential Bretton Woods II hypothesis, which explained and justified the fixed exchange rate regimes adopted by many developing countries, notably China, as a sensible way of achieving rapid export-led industrial growth, reject the notion out of hand. They argue that the blame lies with ineffective supervision and regulation of financial markets in the U.S. and other industrial countries driven by ill-conceived policy choices. This chapter will argue, in opposition to this view, that understanding the underlying economics of the crisis is crucial. It notes, however, that those who agree on this advance two distinct views on what those macroeconomic roots were: savings glut and credit glut. These alternatives partly reflect different perspectives on how the economy works, differences that the crisis has brought out into the open. I will argue that the views are not as contradictory as many suppose. Indeed, they share common roots in a series of profound and interconnected transformations of the world economy since around 1980. The shift into the global savings surfeit. Ben Bernanke, when still a mere governor of the Federal Reserve, laid out the savings glut hypothesis in a speech he gave in 2005. In this, he stated that, over the past decade, a combination of diverse forces has created a significant increase in the global supply of saving, a global savings glut, which helps to explain both the increase in the U.S. current account deficit and the relatively low level of long-term real interest rates in the world today. Michael Pettis of Peking University has written an excellent book that elaborates this hypothesis. He writes, "For almost any serious student of financial and economic history, what has happened in the past few years as the world adjusts to deep imbalances is neither unprecedented nor should even have been unexpected. The global crisis is a financial crisis driven primarily by global trade and capital imbalances, and it has unfolded in almost a textbook fashion." In his speech, Mr. Bernanke laid out three contributions to this savings glut. The first was the aging of the high-income countries. But, he noted, that was a long-run condition, which had not changed in the recent past. The second was the then recent rise in oil prices, due to a combination of strong growth in demand, notably from China, and other fast-growing emerging economies, and stagnant supply, partly because close to 2 precious decades of low prices had undermined the incentive to invest in exploration and the development of new capacity. These higher prices greatly increased the surplus savings of oil exporters, at least in the medium term. The third and most important reason for the emerging savings glut was the reaction of emerging countries to the financial crises of the 1990s. In particular, they engineered surplus savings, as we saw in Chapter 3, to reduce their vulnerability to what they had learned to view, rightly, as destabilizing private capital inflows. Above all, debt-creating flows. As a matter of definition, observed savings must equal observed investment. So, how does one identify a savings glut? Indeed, why should one call it a savings glut rather than an investment dearth? The answer to the second question is that one cannot. It is a matter of interpretation of the evidence. Often it is more sensible to talk of an investment dearth than a savings glut. The answer to the first question is that one cannot identify the savings glut or the investment dearth directly. It can be observed instead in some combination of the reward for savings, that is, the interest rate, and the level of economic activity, that is, the degree of excess capacity. In brief, if people desire to save, that is, not spend, more than people desire to invest, the economy will adjust in a combination of two ways, via interest rates or via output and incomes. What is desired will not necessarily occur. The way the economy adjusts to bring desired savings and investment together will determine the actual outcome. In general, the economy will adjust via prices, the interest rate, if the price can adjust. But in a slump, with interest rates as low as they can go, it will adjust via levels of income and output. Under the first of these alternatives, the interest adjustment, the supply of savings meets demand from would-be users in the market for loanable funds. When the supply of savings rises, the rate of return falls and vice versa. If the demand from users of funds rises, the rate of return rises and, again, vice versa. The return on savings is the interest rate. Since we're talking here about savings and investment in real terms, that is, without considering inflation, the relevant rate of interest is the real rate, the rate after inflation. Keynes introduced the second alternative to economic theory, adjustment via the level of output and incomes in a slump when short-term interest rates are zero and long-term rates are as low as they can go because of liquidity preference. The point at which people prefer to hold cash to bonds because the yield on the latter is too low to make holding them attractive, particularly since there is then a strong likelihood of falling bond prices when the economy recovers. The immediate impact of higher desired savings, he noted, is then to lower demand and so lower output and incomes. A part of this reduction in incomes will fall on desired consumption and a part will fall on desired savings. So, both will shrink. Output and incomes will then go on falling until desired savings again match intended investment. Unhappily, as the economy weakens, desired investment might fall further. In that case, the economy could just go on shrinking. A greater desire to save could then well be highly unwelcome, since it may result in a prolonged and deep recession. This is the paradox of thrift. The standard ways to address the danger of a recession are for the central bank to cut interest rates and for the government to spend more or cut taxes. A difficulty arises for the first of these solutions if short-term interest rates are close to zero, as they are at the time of writing. Note that Japan's central bank has been offering near zero interest rates since 1995. The other three central banks, the Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank, and the Bank of England, have been offering ultra-low interest rates since late 2008 or early 2009. Japan's monetary stimulus did not bring a strong recovery to its debt-laden economy. Much the same has been true of the more recent monetary stimuli offered by the other three central banks in response to the waves of financial crises since 2007. The alternative policy option is fiscal stimulus. That, as we will see in Chapter 8, makes good sense if interest rates are close to zero and yet are inducing no strong recovery in demand. In brief, Mr. Bernanke's global savings glut would be visible in a combination of two phenomena: weak economies and/or low interest rates. Today, this combination is precisely what we see in the high-income countries: ultra-low interest rates and recessionary conditions with high unemployment. A global savings glut is also a condition of chronic excess supply. In a provocative recent book, Daniel Alpert, an investment banker, properly calls the present the age of oversupply. The ultra-low short-term interest rates are offered by the central banks. Longer-term interest rates on safe bonds are set in the market in the light of expectations of the short-term rates set by central banks. Expectations of inflation and of the real interest rates needed to achieve economic stability govern these expectations of future short rates. By economic stability, I mean a level and growth of economic activity consistent with the stable rate of underlying inflation. This, by now standard definition of stability, harks back to the notion of a natural state of unemployment advanced by Milton Friedman and Edmund Ned Phelps in the 1960s. This being the rate of unemployment consistent with stable inflation. As we now also know, economic stability, thus defined, is consistent with substantial financial instability. That is one of the dilemmas addressed by this book. Thus, the simplest indicator of a savings glut in non-recessionary times is not the level of savings or investment. It is the level of interest rates, or, more precisely, the level of the real interest rate on what are thought to be the safest assets. Several important governments, notably including the U.S. and the U.K., have been selling index-linked bonds for quite a time. The yields on these securities provide the most direct measure of real interest rates. In theory, the real interest rate on the liabilities of highly rated governments should be the same in an integrated global capital market. The only qualification is that a country might have a lower real rate of interest than another if its currency is expected to appreciate in real terms, and vice versa. Since January 2003, the yield on U.S. Treasury index-linked securities, known by the acronym TIPS, and UK index-linked gilts have tracked each other closely. This encourages us to accept that the longer-running UK data should offer a reasonable indication of the global real rate of interest without solvency risk. All this data would fall into three periods: up to July 1997, from July 1997 to August 2007, and from August 2007 until early 2014. In addition, there was a spike centered on October 2008. Thus, up to July 1997, the average yield on UK index-linked gilts was 3.8%. Between July and August 1997, the average yield was 2.1%. After August 2007, the average yield on UK index-linked gilts was 0.4%, and on U.S. TIPS, 0.9%. During the October 2008 spike, yields briefly reached 2.5% on UK index-linked gilts and 2.8% on TIPS. Subsequently, yields even became negative. Remarkably, real interest rates remained extraordinarily low into early 2014, when recovery seemed well entrenched. Conventional bonds, for which, naturally, much more complete data exists, show similar movements. Thus, between June 1997 and January 1999, the yield on U.S. conventional 10-year Treasuries declined by 2 percentage points, on German bonds declined by 2.1 percentage points, and on UK bonds declined by 2.8 percentage points. The announcement of Bank of England independence in the middle of 1997 probably explains part of the relatively large UK fall. Then again, between the beginning of September 2008 and the middle of 2012, the yields on the same conventional bonds fell by 2.2 percentage points in the U.S., 2.6 percentage points in Germany, and 2.8 percentage points in the UK. Thus, the conventional bond yields fall into the same three periods as the index-linked yields, provided we start in the mid-1990s. Before that, inflation was a bigger concern and affected conventional bond yields more than index-linked yields, as one would expect. So, what explains the periods noted previously? July 1997 marked the beginning of the Asian financial crisis, the last and most significant of the succession of large financial crises in emerging economies. August 2007 marked the beginning of the global financial crisis, which reached its worst point in October 2008. The picture on real interest rates then suggests that the Asian crisis nearly halved the equilibrium real interest rate on safe securities. The yield on UK index-linked securities never recovered to where it had been pre-July 1997. Then, after August 2007, the yield collapsed again to close to zero, with a lengthy period of negative real rates. Finally, during the worst of the crisis, a panic rush into the most liquid government securities occurred, which generated a short-lived, panic-driven spike in index-linked rates. It is hard to think of any explanation for these massive shifts in real rates, other than declines in the equilibrium price of savings in three successive states of the world economy, one being buoyant demand for savings, while emerging economies were willing to be large net importers of capital up to the late 1990s, a second being weak demand for savings, while emerging economies, those with the best investment opportunities, became large net exporters of capital in the early 2000s, and the third being collapsed demand for savings, when high-income economies went into a contained depression after 2007. A fall in the global rate of interest will normally lower the real yield on other long-lived assets and so raise their prices. This is the inevitable result of arbitrage in the market, as investors shift from lower-yielding government bonds to higher-yielding alternatives. They drive up the prices and so lower the yields of the assets they buy. The longest-lived real asset is property. Not surprisingly, therefore, the impact of the fall in real interest rates was to raise the real price of property. And that is exactly what happened in three important countries, all of which then experienced house price booms: the U.S., the U.K., and Spain. Again, not surprisingly, the rise in real house prices began in 1997, or shortly thereafter, as the real interest rate collapsed. The fall in real interest rates that coincided with the Asian crisis was what Minsky called a displacement event, the trigger for a runaway rise in asset prices and credit. It began a rise in house prices that put in motion exceptionally large credit booms and associated overshoot of the relevant asset prices. The risk of such an overshoot derives from a very simple fact. A decline in real interest rates, which foretells a fall in long-run real returns in the economy, will initially raise the prices of long-term assets. This confuses people. They start to see the rising prices of assets as a long-term upward trend, instead of what it really is, a one-off adjustment. Furthermore, the rise in prices and subsequent overshoot can only occur in countries that allow or encourage an expansion in mortgage-related lending, because few people possess the cash to buy properties outright. They need access to elastic credit markets. Again, because of the nature of property assets, which are traded in small parcels in relatively illiquid markets, the adjustment in prices is relatively slow compared, say, to the prices of equities. In countries with a relatively elastic supply of building land, such as the U.S. and Spain, rising house prices will then lead to expanding supply, and sooner or later, this will lower prices once again. In the long term, therefore, the effect of the fall in interest rates is to increase the supply of new housing, not its price. That is indeed what happened in the U.S. and Spain, though it took a decade to get there. So if the real rate of interest rate falls, the prices of favorably located pieces of land should rise permanently, but the prices of houses on average should not do so. The experience in a country such as the UK, with restricted planning controls on land for house building, should be different. House prices rose more durably there, or so at least it appeared in 2014, because housing has been made artificially scarce. Some argued that the failure to expand housing supply is not because of artificial planning constraints, but because land is absolutely scarce in England. This is a myth. In fact, only 10.6% of England is urban, and that includes urban parks and gardens, which themselves make up 79% of the urban area. It would be easy to expand supply, if that were desired. In the short run, then, a lower real interest rate raises asset prices. In the medium run, it generates credit booms and increased construction. And in the long run, it leads to house price collapses and financial stress. In a world of perfectly equilibrating markets with full foresight, none of these excesses would happen. This is not our world. In the actual world, as Minsky foretold, they do. The shift into the global imbalances. At the global level, then, a savings glut would show itself as a fall in the real interest rate. It has done just that. But a global savings glut is unlikely to be evenly distributed across economies. On the contrary, some countries are likely to have big savings surpluses, while others do not, as Bernanke noted. Such country-specific savings surpluses show up in current account surpluses, surpluses of exported goods and services over imports of goods and services. Indeed, realized savings surpluses can only show themselves in current account surpluses, which are identical, but of opposite sign, to a country's net exports of capital. What is striking in this case is that huge increases in global current account surpluses and deficits did indeed occur in the decade after the Asian crisis, peaking shortly before the global financial crisis. Growth of the global imbalances. Between 1996, just before the Asian financial crisis, and 2006, these imbalances increased roughly 5 times relative to world output. 3 categories of large net capital exporters emerged: China and emerging Asia, aging high-income, export-oriented economies such as Germany and Japan, and the oil exporters, the Gulf countries, Russia, Norway, and so forth. There also emerged just 2 groups of large net capital importers, the U.S. and peripheral Europe, meaning Western, Southern, and Eastern Europe. It's no coincidence that the global financial crisis that began in 2007 hit these capital importing economies hardest. Note the scale of what happened. In 1996, the cumulative current account surpluses of all countries with surpluses added up to $298 billion, of which the top 10 countries contributed $228 billion. By 2006, the total had risen to $1,527 billion, of which the top 10 contributed $1,037 billion. In 1996, the largest surplus country was Japan, with just $66 billion, followed by Italy with $39 billion, and the Netherlands with $22 billion. In 2006, the largest surplus country was China, with $232 billion, followed by Germany with $182 billion, and Japan with $171 billion. Current account balances, and so net capital flows, the mirror image of the current account balances, were transformed. As Peter Temin of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and David Vines of Oxford University note in an enlightening book on the macroeconomic origins and consequences of the crisis, the ideal way to think about why this happened is in terms of an economy's internal and external macroeconomic balances. By internal balance, we mean that the economy operates at close to full employment, in modern parlance, at a zero output gap, or the position at which underlying inflation is expected to be stable. By external balance, we mean that the economy has a sustainable external position, net trade or net capital flows, these just being 2 sides of the accounts, since net inflows of capital finance current account deficits. A sustainable deficit is one that can be financed on affordable terms indefinitely. If the required net inflow of foreign financing is too large, financing will become increasingly expensive and may stop altogether, possibly suddenly. That is what happened to Greece in 2010, as noted in Chapter 2. A sudden stop is the consequence of a collective decision by investors that deficits are indeed unsustainable. A stop has the characteristics of a bank run, since the decision by individual investors to withdraw funding is triggered by the perception that others are doing so. Sustainability is, therefore, ultimately a subjective, not an objective phenomenon. As Hamlet tells us, there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Unfortunately, and crucially, external sustainability is asymmetrical. It is possible for a country to run a large current account surplus and so accumulate net claims on the rest of the world virtually without limit. It is usually impossible for a country to accumulate net liabilities the same way. Sooner or later, its people run out of credit. Indeed, a central element of the Eurozone crisis, as argued in Chapter 2, was the discovery that this is true even inside a currency union, contrary to the widespread and foolish belief that a currency union abolished the need for concern about the balance of payments. But it has not been true for the U.S., at least not so far. As issuer of the world's main reserve currency, it enjoys exceptionally elastic credit. To summarize, after the Asian crisis, global macroeconomic balance increasingly coincided with severe divergences between income and spending within significant economies. The same was true inside the Eurozone. But this form of macroeconomic balancing turned out to be fragile, leading ultimately to a global financial crisis. Drivers of the global imbalances. To understand how the global imbalances emerged, let us start with what drove the countries that shifted into surplus. Immediately after the Asian financial crisis of 1997-98, investment fell by about 10% of gross domestic product in the crisis-hit countries Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, South Korea, and Thailand. This was an investment dearth. Elsewhere, however, the phenomenon was more of a savings glut, particularly in Germany and the oil-exporting countries. In Germany, investment was weak, while profits and household savings were high. In the oil-exporting countries, the income from higher prices, which mostly accrued to the government, was almost automatically saved. China's was a mixed picture. The rise in investment in the 2000s was remarkable, but that in savings even more so. Justin Lin, the Chinese economist who became chief economist of the World Bank, argues that the structure of China's economy explains the extraordinarily high national savings rate, which far exceeded 50% of GDP in 2008. Government and corporate savings account for some 60% of these savings, with households making up the rest. Corporations, in particular, accounted for some 40% of gross national savings. This is because of an array of policies and structural features of the economy that shift income from households to corporations. Professor Lin emphasizes among these the virtually non-existent taxation of profits, low royalties on natural resources, the use of the monopolistic state-owned financial sector as a way of taxing savers via low interest rates on deposits, and the monopoly power of financial and telecommunications industries. Yet, as Professor Pettis argues, currency intervention also increases corporate profitability by keeping the real exchange rate undervalued. A crucial element in the story was massive intervention in currency markets by governments, mainly of emerging countries. It is possible to distinguish 4 reasons for this. The first, particularly relevant to the oil exporters, was accumulation of supposedly high-quality foreign assets, often government bonds. In this case, a government is switching an asset in the ground, oil, for an asset abroad. The second was pursuit of export-led economic growth, the most successful of all development strategies. The outcome of the Asian financial crisis was to increase the incentive to pursue this strategy, particularly by the Asians themselves. The third was supporting a high-investment, high-profit, high-savings development strategy. According to Pettis, this strategy, pioneered by Japan, is characterized by systematically undervalued currencies, relatively low wage growth and so low wage shares in national income, and financial repression in which the state allocates credit and the central bank forces interest rates to below their natural or equilibrium rate. Asian countries needed export surpluses to export the surplus output and surplus savings that were the direct consequences of these strategies. This was particularly true of China in the 2000s. The last reason was increasing insurance against financial crises, partly by accumulating foreign currency reserves and partly by reducing dependence on net inflows of fickle foreign finance. Many emerging countries had learned, painfully, that large net imports of financial capital were likely to drive property bubbles and irresponsible lending, at great cost to their people. They had also learned that in such a crisis they would receive inadequate help from the outside world, and worse, be subject to humiliating demands. Many then decided to smoke in global financial markets, but not inhale. A better alternative was to recycle the capital inflow out again as foreign currency reserves. The Chinese authorities, aware of past humiliations, surely felt this particularly keenly. Under no circumstances would they allow their country to become the plaything of international bureaucrats or U.S. officials. The failure of the Western financial system to transfer resources into emerging countries in a responsible and sensible way in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s led to blowback. Once upon a time, the financial institutions of high-income countries exported crises. More recently, they have imported them. Emerging economies are not the only ones to have pursued savings and export surplus growth strategies. Germany and Japan have done the same thing for much of the period since the Second World War. Professor Rajan describes the results as follows. So long as large countries like Germany and Japan are structurally inclined, indeed required, to export, global supply washes around the world looking for countries that have the weakest policies or the least discipline, tempting them to spend until they simply cannot afford it and succumb to crisis. Why these countries have ended up with structural savings surpluses and a concomitant tendency towards running substantial current account surpluses is unclear. It may be that they put greater weight on production than on consumption. It may be that they see a need to reduce risks by becoming net creditors, as has also been true of China. It may be that they see success in export markets as a triumph in a form of peaceful economic warfare. It may be that the export-driven growth after the Second World War shaped their subsequent economic structures. In the German case, it may be because of a resolute rejection of demand management, and so a need to rely on changes in net exports as a way to balance demand and supply, as explained in Chapter 2. In fact, the outcome has probably been shaped by all these things. It's no doubt also because of the aging of society. But that is not a sufficient explanation. Note that many aging societies do not run large current account surpluses. Consider Italy, for example, and that Germany ran sizable current account surpluses before aging had really set in, prior to German unification. In the case of Japan, a floating exchange rate makes this policy more difficult to sustain than for Germany, as we will see later in this chapter, at least since the latter became part of the Eurozone. That is why Japan has periodically felt obliged to keep the yen down by accumulating foreign currency reserves. The aggressive monetary policies of Abenomics, introduced under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, may also be an attempt to restore lost growth by improving external competitiveness. Between November 2012, that is, just before he became Prime Minister for the second time, and July 2013, the J.P. Morgan broad trade-weighted real exchange rate of the yen fell by 17%. We can only understand the challenges for U.S. policymakers after 1997, particularly for the Federal Reserve, in the light of what was happening elsewhere. Their job, mandated in law, was, and is, to stabilize inflation, and keep unemployment low in the U.S. We may define this combination as internal balance. Between 1997 and 2000, the stock market bubble did a good job of sustaining demand without any need for heroic monetary policy. But the bubble then burst. The Fed found itself confronting a much weaker economy. It slashed interest rates. Then came another shock, the terrorist attack of September 11, 2001. The recovery was weak. Worry grew that the U.S. might fall into Japan's deflationary malaise. Mr. Bernanke defined this concern, too, in an influential speech delivered in November 2002, entitled, tellingly, Deflation, Making Sure It Doesn't Happen Here. The Federal Reserve's intervention rate was reduced to 1%. The aim was to achieve internal balance, and for a time, the policy did just that. But then, the policy blew up in the central bank's face. It did so because the monetary policy worked by generating what turned into unsustainable rises in 4 areas: housing prices, debt, particularly household debt, the financial deficit, the excess of spending over income of the household sector, and financial sector leverage. Now consider the U.S. external balance. In 2001 and 2002, the U.S. current account deficit, which is the balance of trade on goods and non-factor services, reached 3.7% and 4.2% of GDP, respectively, even though the economy was still in recession. This was far higher than it had been in 1997, at just 1.6% of GDP. By 2006, this had reached 5.8% of GDP, with the U.S. deficit alone offsetting 60% of the cumulative surpluses of the region. The U.S. had been a net source of demand for the world economy ever since the Asian crisis. But the combination of a recession in the early 2000s with a huge current account deficit suggests, particularly in a rich country, which one would have expected to be a net exporter of capital, not an importer, that the real exchange rate, the price of non-tradables, goods and services that cannot be easily sold internationally, relative to tradables, which are goods and services that can be easily sold internationally, was significantly overvalued. In other words, the incentive to produce tradables was too weak relative to the incentive to produce non-tradables. That is what an overvaluation of the real exchange rate means. A big real depreciation would have helped stimulate the economy via a rise in exports and a reduction in imports. That would have reduced the need to adopt such aggressive monetary policies. The Federal Reserve would presumably then have adopted a tighter monetary policy, which would have at least reduced the housing and credit bubbles. Given the fiscal policy of the administration of George W. Bush, unfunded tax cuts, unfunded health benefits, and unfunded wars, the Fed's concern might even have been overheating, not the reverse. Unfortunately, the U.S. has little direct influence on the value of the U.S. dollar because of the currency's role as a reserve asset. Outsiders complain that this role of the U.S. dollar is an exorbitant privilege, a phrase first used by then French Finance Minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing in the 1960s. Professor Pettis complains that it is, on the contrary, an exorbitant burden because it deprives the U.S. of control over its exchange rate and so forces it to import unemployment from its trading partners at their whim. It is easy to see the restricted downward flexibility of the dollar. As a result of their interventions, governments elsewhere, overwhelmingly in emerging countries, accumulated roughly $9.5 trillion in foreign currency reserves between the beginning of 2000 and early 2013. Meanwhile, the cumulative current account deficit of the U.S. was $7.1 trillion between 2000 and 2012. Moreover, in the first quarter of 2013, 62% of the world's foreign currency reserves, whose composition is published by the IMF, were held in U.S. dollars. If the same ratio held for all foreign currency reserves, holdings by foreign governments of assets denominated in U.S. dollars would have been around $6.9 trillion in early 2013. That would have made those holdings nearly as big as the accumulated U.S. current account deficit between 2000 and 2012. In brief, governments were intervening massively to keep their currencies down against the U.S. dollar, and so financing the U.S. deficit. Because the dollar was too strong, U.S. output of tradable goods and services was relatively unprofitable, and such output grew weakly. The Federal Reserve offset this drag on output and employment, and so deflation, by pursuing a more aggressive monetary policy. As domestic demand for both non-tradables and tradables expanded, a huge excess demand for tradables emerged. The expansion of production abroad, notably China, satisfied this excess demand, so generating huge trade and current account deficits. Meanwhile, demand and supply for non-tradables returned to balance, producing the full employment the Federal Reserve was seeking. In this way, internal balance, full employment, was achieved, albeit temporarily, at the price of a huge external imbalance, excess demand for tradables, and so trade and current account deficits. The global market for the U.S. dollar is rigged. It is one in which governments are prepared to buy massively to prevent prices from reaching natural market clearing levels. We don't know how much lower the dollar would have been if there had been no such intervention, but surely it would have been substantially weaker, and U.S. monetary policy would have consequently needed to be less expansionary. As Pettis puts it, excessive use of the U.S. dollar internationally actually forces up either American debt or American unemployment. Inevitably, the Fed chose debt over unemployment. Indeed, it is mandated to do so, because its task is to sustain the highest level of employment consistent with price stability, or, more precisely, stable and low inflation. Since the U.S. has no exchange rate policy and has been able to borrow freely in its own currency, and since, in addition, countries that target exchange rates usually do so against the dollar, the Federal Reserve has emerged automatically as the world's macroeconomic balancer and the U.S. economy as the one within which global balancing takes place. The Federal Reserve effectively is the world's central bank, because it issues the closest thing it has to a world currency. This is a role it has played, for better or worse, since the First World War. Meanwhile, the countries intervening in foreign exchange markets and exporting savings had to stabilize their own economies. Among other things, this meant ensuring that the consequences of export surpluses, including the monetary results of the currency interventions, were offset or sterilized to avoid chronic excess demand. Thus, when a foreign central bank buys dollars at a predetermined exchange rate, it creates domestic currency, which it hands over in return for the holdings of foreign currency. This newly created domestic base money is deposited in domestic banks, which then hold a claim on the central bank and a liability to their domestic customer. The central bank will then normally seek to contain the presumed effects on its overall domestic money supply of this expansion in the monetary base. It can do so by selling non-monetary debt instruments into the market, so withdrawing the monetary base, this being known by the term sterilization, or by raising the reserve requirements of commercial banks, this being a way of offsetting the monetary effects of expansion of the monetary base. With the U.S. blocked from achieving external balance by policies adopted elsewhere in the late 1990s and the first decade of the 2000s, its monetary policy was trying to fill a leaky bucket, because a substantial part of its domestic demand was exported abroad. In 2006, a year in which the economy was operating with a modestly positive output gap, that is, slightly over full capacity, aggregate domestic demand exceeded gross domestic product by nearly 6%, that is, by the amount of the current account deficit. This is because the difference between aggregate domestic demand and output is the current account deficit by definition. It is a consequence of national income accounting. The logic is clear. If residents of a country spend more than they produce, the additional output they demand must be supplied from abroad. That is, imports must then exceed exports, sufficient to offset the shortfall in output relative to demand. Thus, to turn this point around, if domestic output is to be sufficient to generate full utilization of capacity, aggregate demand must exceed domestic output by the size of the current account deficit at full employment. That was the challenge the Federal Reserve had to meet. What made the challenge far more difficult is that the sector of the domestic economy best equipped to spend more than its income, or more precisely, invest more than its savings, is the corporate sector. It did just that at the peak of the stock market bubble in the late 1990s. Indeed, its financial deficit, thus defined, reached 4% of GDP. But from 2000 to the crisis of 2008, the business sector was in rough balance, despite the easy monetary policy. This is largely because gross business investment peaked at 13.6% of GDP in the second quarter of 2000 as the stock market bubble burst. It then fell to 10.1% of GDP in the second quarter of 2003, before rising modestly to 11.8% in the second quarter of 2007, as the economy recovered just before the global financial crisis. It then collapsed in response to the crisis and subsequent deep recession, reaching a nadir of 7.5% of GDP in the third quarter of 2009. Since profitability remained consistently strong, the business sector ended up running a financial surplus after 2000, except briefly between late 2006 and late 2008. This was a big part of the savings glut. This left households and the government to run the deficits. In 2006, both were running financial deficits of around 3% of GDP. President Bush bore substantial direct responsibility for turning the fiscal surpluses achieved by Bill Clinton into deficits. That is what his tax cuts and unfunded wars did. Mr. Greenspan bore substantial indirect responsibility for stimulating household financial deficits. That is how his monetary policy worked. Persuading the household sector to spend consistently more than its income is quite hard. The U.S. household sector has almost always been a net provider of savings to the rest of the economy. That is, it has saved more than it invested in residential housing or durables. Now it had to play the opposite role. The way to achieve this rare outcome of a large household financial deficit was via a rise in house prices, which lowered household savings, and a residential construction boom, which raised household investment. Neither would have been possible without exceptionally easy credit. What makes this shift of the U.S. household sector into such a large financial deficit even more remarkable was the massive increase in inequality among households. Other things being equal, one would have expected this to raise the overall savings rate of households, not lower it, because the rich tend to save more of their incomes. As Raghuram Rajan notes, of every dollar of real income growth that was generated between 1976 and 2007, 58 cents went to the top 1% of households. The Congressional Budget Office reports that the share of income after taxes received by the top 1% grew from about 8% in 1979 to over 17% in 2007. The share received by other households in the highest income quintile was fairly flat over the same period, edging up from 35 to 36%. In contrast, the share of after-tax income received by the 60% of the population in the three middle income quintiles fell by 7 percentage points between 1979 and 2007, from 50% to 43% of total after-tax household income, and the share of after-tax income accruing to the lowest income quintile decreased from 7 to 5%. It is astonishing that such a huge increase in inequality did not lead to a higher household savings rate. rather than a lower one. The only plausible explanation is the ready availability of credit. This brings us to the underlying forces creating the global savings surplus and the emerging imbalances. Savings and credit. The savings glut hypothesis is not the only explanation offered for the crisis. As Claudio Borio of the Bank for International Settlements argues, the rise in gross leverage and gross cross-border flows vastly exceeded net flows from surplus to deficit countries. When the crisis hit, it was the size of gross balance sheets that determined how badly an individual country was hit. Borio notes, in addition, that the expansion in gross leverage was overwhelmingly inside high-income countries. Moreover, gross capital flows across frontiers, which are the sum of inflows and outflows of direct, portfolio, and other investments, vastly exceeded the net flows, rising from about 10% of world GDP in 2002 to over 30% of world GDP in 2007. Virtually all of these gross flows were among the high-income countries, because that is where all the main global financial centers are located. Thereupon, not surprisingly, the flows collapsed. The link between the net flows of financing, which are the mirror image of current account deficits, and the rise in the gross flows, and indeed in overall leverage, is that adoption of a monetary policy aimed at achieving internal balance, despite huge external imbalances, necessitated great excesses. Large rises in house prices, excessive construction, huge increases in debt, and a massive increase in the size, profitability, and leverage of the financial sector. Indeed, as Adair Turner has noted, the main activity of today's financial system is facilitating the purchase of existing assets, not the creation of new ones, or even the direct funding of consumption. But it is only the latter forms of lending and spending that directly determine actual demand in the economy. So, a huge ratio of gross to net lending and a correspondingly huge increase in gross debt is inherent in what the financial system actually does. It has to generate a massive amount of leverage in the economy, directed at the purchase of ever more expensive existing assets, before it produces the internal balance the policymakers are seeking. Moreover, as noted in Chapter 4, within the brave new global financial system, these excesses were exported across the world. The export of toxic securitized assets and of unstable wholesale financing are two examples. The irony is that policies aimed at achieving internal balance ultimately generated yet greater internal imbalances. That is the lesson for today, when the effort made by central banks to generate internal balance is even bigger and made against even greater economic headwinds. Indeed, in retrospect, it would probably have been better if the needed additional demand had been generated via even larger fiscal deficits in the U.S. and other external deficit countries, rather than via the huge private deficits generated by aggressive monetary policy. There are two aspects to the way in which these policies resulted in even bigger disequilibria than those to which monetary policymakers initially responded in the early 2000s. The first concerns the scale of the leverage created by the credit boom. The second concerns the finer structure of balance sheets. The first of these is straightforward. Interest rates were set to achieve internal balance in the U.S., given external imbalances, themselves largely determined by economic structures and policies adopted elsewhere. Since the external imbalances were large, indeed, in some ways extraordinarily so, the policymakers needed to launch credit expansions sufficient to sustain spending in the household sector. As shown by the increase in gross debt, those credit expansions were huge, for the reasons discussed by Turner. A huge stock of gross debt means that some Americans owe a great deal to other Americans. When the asset prices that back such debt collapse and the economy shrinks, a chain of bankruptcies threatens the economy, including large parts of the financial sector. Such a balance sheet recession is the biggest danger consequent upon a huge credit boom. The second aspect concerns the structure of balance sheets. Overall demand for high-grade assets, particularly investment-grade bonds, exceeded the supply in the years preceding the crisis, driving prices up and yields down. This was partly because of those huge current account surpluses, foreign currency interventions, and consequent demands for safe assets. Many investors, particularly those concerned with providing incomes in retirement, such as pension funds, needed higher returns than government bonds provided, while stocks looked less attractive after the collapse of the market in 2000. The market's response was to mass-produce higher-yielding, pseudo-high-grade assets. In an inversion of Joseph Schumpeter's idea of creative destruction, Jagdish Bhagwati of Columbia University called this destructive creation. It was the new structured finance that provided investors with what they thought they wanted. As Lloyd Blankfein, chairman of Goldman Sachs, pointed out in 2009, in January 2008 there were 12 AAA-rated companies in the world. At the same time, there were 64,000 structured finance instruments rated AAA. In short, what the market demanded, the innovative financial sector duly supplied. Never can there have been a better example of the need to be careful about what one wishes for. The best analysis of how the nature of demand for financial assets generated risk within the financial system is by Anton Brender and Florence Pisani of Paris Dauphine. In essence, they argue, foreign governments accumulated assets on which they took the foreign currency risk, but, so far as they could, they took no other risks. They were looking for riskless assets. In essence, the financial system had to convert foreign lending that would not take credit risk into financing of risky domestic assets. In doing so, the system itself accumulated a great deal of risk, but it did so by creating instruments so opaque that they were perfectly designed to conceal that risk, from the point of view of almost every player. Those who were worried about the consequences of these credit booms were correct. Something both big and bad happened to balance sheets. Debt exploded relative to incomes, assets became increasingly leveraged, and the financial sector grew hugely. In the process, the financial sector itself became more unbalanced, with more leverage, more reliance on short-term wholesale funding, and more complexity, irresponsibility, and dishonesty. It's easy to argue that all this was the immediate consequence of excessively easy monetary and regulatory policies. The question is why such policies were adopted. The answer is that they were the way to sustain demand in an economy suffering from demand deficiency syndrome. It is what central banks were told to do. And they did. Credit bubbles and monetary policy. The argument here, then, is that the global savings glut and associated imbalances drove the policies of the monetary, and to a lesser degree, financial sector that created the credit glut. Many object that the causality was the other way round, from irresponsibly loose monetary policy to financial fragility. Among the people who have argued for this position, albeit in different ways, have been Andrew Smithers of London-based Smithers & Company, and his co-author Stephen Wright of Cambridge University, Claudio Borio of the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, and his erstwhile colleague William White, former chief economist of the BIS, and Richard Duncan, a well-known market economist. These analysts were prescient about the looming disaster. Also highly critical in post-crisis writing has been John Taylor of Stanford University, inventor of the eponymous Taylor Rule, which states that central banks should determine interest rates in response to divergences of actual inflation from target inflation and of actual GDP from full capacity or potential GDP. Claudio Borio has argued more recently that the crisis is the consequence of excessive expansion in credit due to mistaken monetary policies. Justin Lin argues, on similar lines, that U.S. monetary irresponsibility explains what has happened. These arguments can be put into two groups. The first contains arguments that no savings glut existed and that the global imbalances were solely the consequence of mistaken monetary policies in the high-income countries, above all the U.S. The second contains arguments that monetary policy was too loose, whether or not there was such a savings glut. Mr. Bernanke may have had the right analysis, but the Fed's was the wrong response, made worse by the failure to regulate the financial system. On the question of whether a savings glut existed, indeed still exists, the answer has to be that it did. It can be seen in post-1997 real interest rates and in huge and growing net exports of savings from a range of surplus countries. Even Lin, who is especially critical of U.S. policy and particularly concerned to defend Chinese policy, does not deny this. Not only does he discuss the roots of China's extraordinarily high savings, but his idea of a massive global infrastructure initiative is a way of absorbing what he clearly recognizes as global excess savings. Mr. Duncan does argue that no savings glut has ever existed. He insists, instead, that most of the money those countries, East Asian surplus countries, invest in the United States is not derived from savings. The money those countries invest is newly created fiat, that is, state-created, money. When the PBOC, the People's Bank of China, created $460 billion worth of yuan in 2007 to manipulate its currency by buying dollars, that $460 billion worth of yuan was not saved. It was created from thin air as part of government policy designed to hold down the value of its currency so as to perpetuate China's low-wage trade advantage. This is wrong. If a Chinese business sells exports for dollars, it has earned an income. Instead of selling its dollars to other private individuals, the firm sells them to the PBOC at the price set by the PBOC in return for newly created money. The Chinese firm may either hold or spend the yuan it receives. Throughout, its transactions enter into the normal cycle of income and spending. Yes, it is true that the Chinese money supply has risen, but a rise in the money supply is not an increase in income. It is a rise in the stock of a particular asset, which may affect income. Through its sterilization policies, the PBOC does, in fact, seek to contain those effects. Mr. Duncan confuses money with income. An opposite argument is that monetary policy needed to be considerably tighter, whatever the global context. Professor Taylor, for example, argues that a tighter monetary policy between late 2001 and early 2005 would have prevented the boom and bust in housing starts. But this proposition raises at least three important questions. The first question is how far such a tighter monetary policy would have weakened the economy and so undermine the ability of the central bank to meet its explicit or implicit inflation target. In particular, Professor Taylor and others, who argue on similar lines, failed to recognize how far the external environment compromised the ability of the Federal Reserve to achieve its mandate. One can find an optimistic response to this line of argument. If the Federal Reserve had not pursued a policy likely to expand U.S. demand in the way it did, the emerging countries would still have faced the challenge they did in 2008, but a few years sooner, either expand domestic demand or accept a sharp slowdown. They might then have pursued more expansionary fiscal and monetary policies than they did, instead of relying on the U.S. as spender of last resort. If that had happened, they would not have accumulated so many reserves, and they would have ended up with far weaker macroeconomic fundamentals than those on which they now pride themselves. China, in particular, might have faced problems with excess domestic credit far sooner. Would such a world have been a better alternative? Possibly so, but that is true largely in the light of hindsight. The sheer scale of the crisis to come was unknown in the early 2000s. A second question is how much tighter monetary policy would have had to be given the rate of house price inflation from the late 1990s to the middle of the first decade of the 2000s. If house prices are rising at, say, 10% a year, one needs a very high interest rate indeed to persuade people not to seek to buy. Indeed, the Bank of England had substantially higher interest rates than the U.S. It's hard to believe U.S. rates could have been higher than U.K. ones. Professor Taylor certainly does not suggest that was appropriate. Yet, the U.K. experienced even faster rises in house prices than the U.S. This suggests that a plausibly tighter monetary policy might not have made as much difference to asset price inflation as many hope, given the environment of low, long-term, real interest rates. Of course, a monetary policy tight enough to cause a big recession might have done the trick on house price inflation. But there was no chance that central banks would have got away with such a policy in the absence of general inflationary pressure. It would have violated their explicit mandates. Anybody who argues for such a policy is, in essence, arguing for a different monetary regime. The final question is how far it is possible to live with a financial system capable of imploding in response to what was no more than a modest policy mistake, given the obvious reasons for loose monetary policy after the implosion of the stock market bubble in 2000 and the terrorist attacks on the U.S. of September 11, 2001. That is perhaps the biggest question of all, to which I will turn in Part 3. For all these reasons, the argument that what was needed was a tighter monetary policy does not get us far. The question is, how much tighter, and with what consequences? In essence, critics of monetary policy in the early 2000s, and again today, are suggesting that fine-tuning the economy via monetary policy risks dangerous unintended consequences. This is correct. But, in a savings-glut world, not using monetary policy also has risks and costs. The Eurozone financial crisis. In the previous discussion, I have focused on the U.S. as much the biggest and most important economy directly affected by the global financial crisis. The U.K. was affected so heavily in large part because London and the U.K. banking system were deeply enmeshed in the U.S.-centric financial system. Particularly important was the role of wholesale markets as sources of finance for the soaring mortgage lending of UK financial institutions, and the role of a number of the big UK banks in global finance. But the Eurozone is a distinct story. There, too, many institutions and markets were heavily involved in the activities that led to the global financial crisis, not least as active participants in U.S. financial markets and as buyers of toxic U.S. securitized assets. But the Eurozone was also in a crisis of its own making, one that can be best viewed as a byproduct of external imbalances in the context of fixed exchange rates. In this case, indeed, the ultimate fixed exchange rate regime, namely a currency union. The Eurozone has turned out to be a dreadful monetary marriage. While some are still trying to join, quite a few must be regretting their entry. But nobody can see a way to an easy divorce. As I have noted in Chapter 2, the conventional wisdom inside the European Union is that the blame lies with irresponsible borrowers, mostly public but also private, and so with the governments of the directly affected countries, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. This view is wrong. As the quote from A.E. Housman reminds us, 2 and 2 are 4, however much we might like it to be otherwise. and so it must also be the case that one country's exports are another country's imports, one country's current account surpluses are another country's current account deficits, and one country's capital exports are other country's capital imports. This being so, the logic of external and internal balances can, again, be applied in the Eurozone. Once we do that, it becomes obvious that the biggest challenge has been created not by excess demand on the periphery, but chronically deficient demand at the core. The problem, in brief, is Germany, and, to a far lesser degree, because they are so much smaller, other creditor countries inside the Eurozone. Why this is so is the theme of this section. What to do about it is the theme of the conclusion. The Eurozone is a large, multinational economy, the second biggest economy in the world after the U.S. In 2012, for example, Eurozone GDP, at market prices, was a little short of 80% of that of the U.S. The Eurozone also has a floating fiat currency that no other important country targets, unlike the U.S. dollar. It is reasonable, therefore, to assume that the external balance is market-determined. Moreover, as it happens, since the creation of the Eurozone, the external current account surplus has been a small share of GDP. Internal imbalances have been far more significant than external ones, at least until after the crisis. Two are particularly striking because they are mirror images of each other. The massive swing of Germany into a current account surplus, and Greece, Ireland, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, known by the acronym GIPS, into a matching deficit from the beginning of the 2000s. Was this an accident? Hardly. What happened? In essence, three things that, in many ways, parlay what happened on the global level, but with one vital difference. At the global level, the debtor, the U.S., is more powerful than the creditors. In the Eurozone, the creditor, Germany, is more powerful than the debtors. American creditors cannot force adjustment via deflation on the U.S., however much they would like to do so. Germany can, however, force deflationary adjustment on Eurozone debtors, so long as they remain inside the Eurozone. The reason for this difference is simple. Germany, more or less, controls the relevant central bank. China does not. The first of the three things that happened was a massive shift by Germany towards external imbalance in the form of a current account surplus. During the 1990s, after reunification, Germany ran what were, by its standards, uncomfortably high fiscal deficits. By the end of the decade, the desire to tighten government finances had become strong as the post-unification infrastructure spending in the old East Germany came to an end. Moreover, for much of this decade, Germany even ran a decidedly modest current account deficit in the form of net inflow of foreign capital, which it also found uncomfortable. The fiscal deficit and the current account deficit were linked, of course. They were both a result of the costs of unification. So, how was the country to eliminate its fiscal deficit and restore its traditional and virtuous current account surplus? The answer can be viewed in two ways that are two sides of one coin. The first side lies in the economy's macroeconomic balances. Run a large private sector financial surplus, which is excess of private savings over investment, matched by a current account surplus to absorb the excess private savings. German policymakers did not do so deliberately. It just happened. The other side of the coin, which they did think about, was improved competitiveness. Keep the rise in wages down to a negligible level, thereby ensuring that real wages grew more slowly than productivity. This would, over time, make Germany's traditionally strong manufacturing export sector even more competitive. It would also raise the share of profits and so corporate savings in GDP. The reforms of the labor market introduced under the government of Gerhard Schröder in the early 2000s, known as the Hartz reforms after Peter Hartz, chairman of the commission that recommended them in 2002, certainly helped achieve these aims. Professor Pettis describes the policies adopted as follows. The high German savings rate had very little to do with whether Germans were ethnically or culturally programmed to save, contrary to the prevailing cultural stereotype. It was largely the consequence of policies aimed at generating rapid employment growth by restraining German consumption in order to subsidize German manufacturing, usually at the expense of manufacturers elsewhere in Europe and the world. These were beggar my neighbor policies, and they achieved just that. They beggared Germany's neighbors. Now turn to the second thing that happened: financial integration. In the mid-1990s, spreads between yields on Italian and Spanish government bonds and those on German bunds were around 5 or 6 percentage points. These spreads disappeared quite soon after the launch of the euro, until the crisis hit. Effectively, investors ceased to apply any notion of country risk. People enjoyed the borrowing opportunities of a lifetime. With the exception of Greece, those who took advantage of these opportunities were overwhelmingly in the private sector. The third and last thing to happen was that the European Central Bank pursued a monetary policy designed to stabilize the rate of inflation in the Eurozone as a whole. That, after all, was its mandate. With demand in Germany weak, the only way to achieve this was by expanding demand elsewhere. That then occurred in countries where the exceptionally low interest rates granted by euro entry would drive a huge credit boom. Of these countries, much the most important turned out to be Spain. The burgeoning surplus of production over demand in creditor Eurozone was perfectly matched by the burgeoning surplus of demand over production in debtor Eurozone. The burgeoning surplus of output of tradable goods relative to domestic demand in creditor Eurozone was matched by a burgeoning deficiency in output relative to demand in debtor Eurozone. The surplus of savings over investment in creditor Eurozone was matched by the surplus of investment over savings in debtor Eurozone. And, last but not least, the boom in investment in debtor Eurozone took the form of investment in non-tradable goods and services, notably property-related investments, because the most competitive suppliers of tradable goods in the domestic market were those in creditor Eurozone. Symptoms of these divergencies included the crucial divergence in inflation and relative unit labor costs discussed in Chapter 2. The balance sheets of borrowers, including financial institutions, located in debtor Eurozone, became ever more stretched, as those in creditor Eurozone apparently became ever more solid. But this is, in part, an illusion. Thus, the question raised of the global system is just as relevant within the Eurozone. Where did the risks lie in the event of a reversal in willingness to lend? How could debtor countries have better responded to the policies of the creditor